Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
How you doing?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, not too bad.
Okay, great. So, what's new in the news? I'm just looking at Twitter, for the first time, just to catch up and see what's the latest.
Well, everyone knows the major news story the last week. I don't think, yeah, it's the Israel-Palestinian crisis. We're not going to
Yeah.
fall for as you know, the MSM. That's some good.
Yeah.
The mainstream media or in medicine. Anyway, I'm not going to be explicit. Anyway, that means something else. Anyway, but anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, the mainstream media are trying to, they're trying to, is it develop? Well, a narrative is being conjured that this is, you call it
A response, a retaliation.
Yes. So what we've had of the past week is that everyone has been said you must condemn.
Yeah.
So the first question, every politician and the media, from Australia to France, the so-called Western world, they've been said, do you condemn the Hamas attacks?
Yeah.
And Israel is allowed to defend itself. So everyone, if you don't
Exactly.
start off with those two lines, if that's not your opening gamble, then directly you become a Hamas supporter.
Yes.
Supporter of Jews being killed, whatever. But what we see, this is a programming by the media that has actually paved the way for a genocide to take place this weekend. So by effectively saying I stand with Israel or Israel can defend herself, what we're saying, you've given carte blanche to Netanyahu and his generals. And one of the generals, didn't he refer them to the Palestinians as human animals?
Yeah.
This is genocide. We're about, may Allah protect us and them, but from what we can see, the Arab leaders, everyone is quiet at the moment, especially in the Arab world. I don't think Sisi's made an official statement. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's hard to say, but I think something much deeper is going on. Because, why would America send a warship to deal with Hamas, like their biggest aircraft carrier? That doesn't make any sense. So I think the Middle East is very unstable. Syria, I don't think Assad's really in control of the whole of Syria. I think he's just the mayor of Damascus. I think, and interestingly, Arab Twitter, what is Saudi Arabian Twitter saying? From what I've heard, it's quite schizophrenic, Arab Twitter at the moment. Some people are blaming the Palestinians.
Yeah.
And
or Hamas. They're blaming Hamas. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're calling them, Dawa'ish. That's what they call them.
ISIS.
Hamas. Yeah. But I'm saying what they write. Dawa'ish. It's the plural of Daesh.
But we know there's conflict. The thing is, we have to take past events into consideration. This conflict didn't begin last weekend, so we have to take everything into account. And I think, I would agree with the other people. I think you're telling me Israel, who's meant to be the best supplied army in the Middle East, nuclear power, gets $4 billion of aid. There's people who are scared to even type Israel into their WhatsApp.
Yo, I think your signal's gone, bro.
And you think that's a bit strange?
You said people are afraid to type it in the WhatsApp?
Israel. People think that like Israeli intelligence has access to everything, and there's some type of supreme being that they can kill you even in another country, which they have done in the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think anyway. And usually, as usual, we're seeing the agents, the Murdoch press, Piers Morgan. We're seeing the usual, I don't know what you call them, Judeo-Christian MSM people come forth.
Exactly, yeah.
The usual lines. But I think there's a demographic change. I don't think people under 30, I don't think view this conflict in the same way.
Yeah.
And I think possibly as well, do you think Netanyahu allowed those secular Jews to be killed?
Yeah, definitely.
I think he did. Yeah, because look, that was the Jews' holiest. It's their Passover. It was Yom Kippur. It was October. That's their holiest day. And those people like are hedonists when they should have been, because the Jewish holiday starts from Maghrib, Yom al-Jum'ah, until I think it's Dhuhr time on Saturday. You understand? Yom al-Sabt, yeah?
Yeah.
So those people were dancing naked, all night rave.
Yeah.
I think someone wanted them to die, to be honest with you, from the Israeli side. I'll be honest with you.
For God's sake.
I'll be honest with you. I think I'll be honest, because
like a false flag is what you're saying.
Of course, because
yeah, but they weren't dancing naked, were they? Why are you exaggerating?
How you doing,
I know every Semitic religion. I know, for example, Muslim. Even if I'm not a religious Muslim,
right?
And it's the 27th night of Ramadan. Even in Saudi Arabia, these raves, you could never imagine these raves, which we know this guy's trying to liberalize Saudi Arabia, yeah? He would never do it in Ramadan. He shut all of that stuff down. They know, even a Muslim who has a crisis of faith, doesn't pray, they know Ramadan, they're not going to do certain things. So I'm saying, if this is the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, and those people, and it's like me, okay, reactionary.
But don't you think that Muslims, don't you think that extreme Muslims, I won't say all Muslims, extreme Muslims, radical people like Hamas would try to do the biggest insult that they could?
But I'm talking, okay, look, I've been to Mecca, I'm a Muslim. There's security everywhere.
So, I agree with you. It does seem suspicious that the defenses are down.
We're talking 6 billion of military aid every year. Israel's a nuclear power.
But
Gaza, the war, how much?
If you understand Revelations and you understand the end of times in the Quran, then you would understand that there's a possibility that somebody is trying to fulfill the Revelations and the end of times.
Yeah, okay.
But you could also look, though, and say there's a possibility that somebody is actually trying to stop the end of times fulfillment happening. Do you know that every time Palestine and Israel have tried to get peace, every time that they've gone to sign the papers, someone's been assassinated? So when you hear people saying, oh, it can't be the end of the times because this has all happened before and it's what. Well, yeah, it has, but every time they've got to the final stages of signing peace, someone's been assassinated. Almost like they don't want that to be signed because they know that if the peace treaty is signed and the borders of Israel are defined, that is meant to be the start of the 7 years tribulation.
Well, are you a Christian, by the way?
So I've been baptized Christian, but I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily a Christian. I wouldn't say that I go to church every weekend or anything like that. Out of the three religions, I favour the Christianity because it's what I know the most. But I'm interested in all religions.
Yeah. Okay. So do you think this was, so we know the last time an attack on this scale happened was 1973, the Yom Kippur.
Yeah.
You understand? So now, so you're telling me, and it's like, okay, let's take something into account. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, however. Netanyahu, Israel, was on the state of civil war. We know Netanyahu's a bit like Trump or Putin. He's a right-wing dictator. He was going against the judiciary in Israel, and there were mass protests. So if you know, there were people waving Israeli flags in Tel Aviv, and we know the left.
But Hamas would be deemed right-wing as well, wouldn't they? Because they're extreme.
No, but Hamas wouldn't be. We'll talk about them later.
Because the ideology of Islam is right-wing.
But we don't have right or left in Islam.
No, I know, but it is right-wing.
Yeah,
if you were to look at what
in a Western context, it would
be seen as a stream because you're either adhering.
But they're a resistance group. Hamas is different. They were funded by Israel. They're a resistance group because compared to the Palestinian Authority, yes, they're extreme. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Compared to the PLO, Mahmoud Abbas, they're extreme. Yes, but I'm saying we're talking about Israel here, and really, this is a massive security failure and intelligence failure. We're talking about a nuclear power, a country that is at one with America. You understand? This country, no other country in the world gets as much military aid, funding. If you probably realize most of the people.
Yeah, but that's because of its location and the hatred for the Jewish religion, isn't it? There's a lot.
No, that's not. It's because the pinnacle of white supremacy is the white Jew, is the European Jew. Everyone in that place was a dual national.
Yeah, but if you look at...
I live in Australia. Australia's sending free planes. When a crisis happens in Lebanon, they don't send any planes to pick up any Lebanese. And there's a much bigger Lebanese population.
Yeah, but that's because they're allies. I mean...
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Some
Israel is at the pinnacle
agreements,
of white
haven't
supremacy. Look, I'm black. I understand. Israel
I don't think it's about... look, a few years ago,
why did apartheid end in South Africa?
Yeah, that's something different.
Exactly. Apartheid is still allowed. You're deflecting. Why is apartheid still taking place in Israel?
Okay, we're not allowing people to talk. So I'll come back another day when I can speak one-on-one. I will.
Hold on.
I'm not trying to be rude.
I don't know what
I'd like to drop you some stuff.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm giving you facts. Why?
Yeah, one at a time. One at a time.
Okay, look. Let me just ask you a simple question.
Respond.
Why is Israeli apartheid still taking place?
She's gone, bro. I'll tell her. Yeah, but go on anyway. Continue. So why is apartheid still taking place?
That's what we're saying. South African apartheid ended in 1994, which is nearly 30 years ago, which is a generation ago. So it was decided, America, everyone, they pulled out. There was no more funding for white minority rule in South Africa. Everyone, they said, okay, look, this is no longer, we can't back this anymore. And if you remember the old South African flag, it had all the founding nations. It had the UK, Deutschland, the Dutch people, the colonizers, whoever formed South Africa. Some of them were Dutch, German, this, that, whatever they were. The Boers, they call themselves the Boer, and they have their own language, Afrikaans and all this stuff. And they've been there. Arguably, you could argue that they've been longer. The white minority has been longer in South Africa than these new arrivals in Palestine. You understand? So whoever the major backers of white supremacy in South Africa, they said, look, we can't do this anymore. It's no longer.
Sorry, I didn't mean to drop out like that. There's something that I wanted to drop for you, reactionary, because it would be interesting to see your perspective and how it lines up with the Quranic end of times. Okay, so I'm going to drop it, and if you could, next time you go live, let me know and I'll come on and discuss with you, because I find it absolutely interesting. So I'm going to put it in the private chat for you. It's got loads of links, but the bit I want you to look at is where they line up what they believe the interpretations are, and how they line up the biblical passages with the Quranic ones, and how they almost align with each other, but they're polar opposites. It's interesting. So if you got it, I'll put it in the back for you.
Yeah, I see the link. Yeah, thanks for dropping that. I'll take a look and we can talk about it.
Yeah. All right then.
Like.
And I'll leave you be for now. All right then. Take care.
All right, Jeeps. Thanks. You too.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Anyway, like we were saying, it's a clear conspiracy, because those guys, are you telling me, like, I can just drive a bulldozer to the wall, smash through the wall, go through, like, there was no, where was the defense? You know, where's the people protect? And what's a kibbutz? Is that like a segment? Is that where they go to memorize the Torah? What's a kibbutz? People
I don't know, bro. I have no idea. Maybe like madrasa or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a madrasa? Is it a hippie camp? What is a kibbutz? Because everyone's saying, "Oh, they killed kibbutz. They did this." I'm like, "What's a kibbutz?"
Yeah. Interestingly, today I was So yesterday I was discussing on here the options. It was either Egypt announced that they gave intelligence to Israel, saying that there was an imminent attack.
Yes,
right? But somehow Israel allowed them through.
That's what I'm saying. Egypt have said, we warned them that there was going to be an attack. So I'm sure, look, Netanyahu, I'm sure he's looked at things and said, look, I'm on my last legs. The leftists are trying to get rid of me. Because remember, Netanyahu's about 75 now, you understand?
And they're trying to get him convicted. So
he had a trial. Yeah.
But going to war means he becomes immune from that.
Exactly. So now, after the attack, he's now said, come forward, we form a national unity government. Israel is in crisis. You see, he can't be prosecuted now.
Yeah.
You see?
Kibbutz is a farming community village.
Yeah. So they had no protection. So they decided to build a farm right on the walls next to Gaza, the safest place.
Okay.
So they made their farm 2 minutes away from Hamas or whatever.
Yeah. And they're also, what's it called? Today I saw an interview from Sky News. I think it was a few days ago that it was recorded, but I only saw it today. It was with the leader of Hamas, or one of the leaders of Hamas, right? Let me commence by saying that Israel has a right to defend itself, and Hamas bears responsibility. But yeah, so that being said, so they interviewed the guy, and they said, what do you mean? How can you slaughter, all these 700 people or whatever? And he said, no, how could you slaughter 700 civilians? He said, we didn't kill any civilians. We've not killed any civilians. And then, so at that point, so on the one hand, he was kind of like alluding to Israel is inventing this idea of people being killed. Which goes in line with a video we saw of an Israeli woman. She was being interviewed. She said that some Palestinians came into her house with weapons. I don't know if you saw that clip.
Yeah, the one carrying the two babies.
They asked, "Can I have a banana?" She said, "Would you got weapons? Of course you can have a banana." And they said, "Listen, don't worry, we're not going to harm you." And then shortly after, they left. Right? They said, we're Muslims, we're not going to harm you. So that kind of goes in line with what the Hamas guy said, that they didn't kill anyone. But then shortly after, he said these people were not civilians. Yeah, he said that Hamas has not killed civilians, and these people are not civilians. So it's like he was saying they killed people, but they don't consider them civilians.
Yeah,
And
the
he said that
IDF,
because
they're all
these
IDF
people that they,
trained. Yeah.
yeah, well, it's not that they're ordinary IDF. These people live in compounds, he said, where they do, different parts of the army. You've got things like cyber warfare, people who go online and do information warfare and stuff like that. So that's the type of. He said those are still military people, and those are the people that. Now he didn't say that they were killed, but it's as though he was kind of admitting that. And what Israel is saying is that civilians have been killed. So, as you know, the first victim of war is the truth. So, but what was? Oh my gosh, I don't know if you saw that. There was that dispute about the number of children being decapitated. Somebody was saying,
Yeah, no, that's a pure lie. Yeah, that's a pure lie. That was AI generated.
Yeah.
The Ben Shapiro picture.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro, that was. And let me see, AI baby. Let's see. What's that? Z. Yeah, this one. Somebody actually managed to find where they got the picture from. That is incredible. That's what it was. It was actually a dog. And if you look at that picture, it does resemble a dog, right? Like an ear over there.
Yeah, and that would be. It looks like it's like a body that's been burnt alive, not even decapitated.
Yeah,
it's not. And so we know this, but again, like we said, what they've done is the past few days, they're allowing the propaganda to build up, and then now you've seen today they've announced that North Gaza should be cleared. So what they're going to do is they're going to actually annex. They're going to cram the Palestinians even into a tighter space. So basically, they're going to carpet bomb and the Egyptians won't let anybody in, of course. So yeah, I think they've paved the way for. And if you've seen, these so-called democracies are banning protests, banning the Palestinian flag. And then people are making stuff up about, in London, they've had to close 3 Jewish schools. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? Who attacks Jewish schools?
Well, I think there are people who would do such a thing. I mean, I've seen clips from a couple of years ago, maybe a year or two ago. Some walking down the street just started attacking a Jewish man, an elderly Jewish man, just like beating him up. So
maybe a guy like Mizzy or something. Maybe the guy like Mizzy or whatever. But look, they've been in London the longest. I've worked in Homerton Hospital. Yeah. They had they've got their own ambulance, like Wiley said. Like, okay, look, for example, in Hackney, Stoke Newington, Diane Abbott, has anyone, like, okay, look, these guys, they label Jeremy Corbyn as anti-Semitic. He's been an MP for over 40 years. Since 1983, he's been an MP in North London. So if he was really anti-Semitic, do you think he would wait to become Labour leader to attack them?
Yeah.
Wouldn't he have removed housing from them? There's lots of things you can do, like the Israelis. You can cut electricity, cut power. You can take people, These people are jokers, man.
Yeah, like these people are not free, right? So it's not like you could say to the Gazans, we're going to bomb your city. You're welcome to leave. Well, no, because you're the one that controls how much food they get. You're the one that controls how far they can swim out to sea because you've got that sea. They control the sea area.
The maritime water, yeah.
Like, remember the Turkish people tried to do their Mavi Mara flotilla, and then they got shut down before they could reach. You've got the Egypt border where they're keeping them locked in, and you've got the other border. What's it, Jordan? I don't know if that's on Gaza. No, that's on the East Bank, isn't it? So yeah, so that's they and that's what the Hezbollah, not the Hezbollah, the Hamas guy was saying as well, that we are dying from malnutrition, we are dying from health issues. We got no jobs. So we would rather die in dignity. What was it? Die in dignity than live in indignity. Something like that. That's gross. And what? Yeah, he said that they've been forgotten about until
exactly
now.
And I think that's what triggered it. I think what triggered this from their side was the speech at the UN, where they had been wiped off that map Netanyahu held up, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think there was this idea now that, okay, Saudi, UAE, you're going to be flying between Dubai, Riyadh, Tel Aviv, you're going to be raving. Like, there's this idea that you can just ignore poor people or ignore the have-nots. It's like, okay, the rich people can fly to all these cities for the weekend. They can have open-air raves. They can do what they like. And, you're just going to... the world will just forget about, these insignificant people who have nothing.
The question then is, why are Saudi and all these other Arab countries like agreeing with this? Why do they want ethnic cleansing to happen?
I don't think they want everything. It's just racially they're different. The GCC countries, because they have the wealth from the oil money, they just, they're just different. They just don't see. It's like, I can make it's because look, every country is different. It's like that Sami Hamadi was saying that, look, I can see like an Israeli going to, for example, Istanbul for the weekend. I can see them going to Turkey because Turkey, it's more of a modern place, secular. It's like Turkey has a lot of international visitors, but that same young, hip, millennial Israeli is not going to go to Cairo for the weekend. I can't live in Egypt. Do you get what I'm saying? I'll be like, nah, because something's just going to happen to you in Cairo. Do you get what I'm saying? You're going to get into an argument with a taxi driver. You're going to get kidnapped. Because the standard of living in Cairo is not the same. You understand? It's like 100 million people in Egypt. Sisi's a nutcase. It's just not a first world place. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not really a place where they don't understand freedom. They've never had freedom there. Do you get what I'm saying? They've got military dictator rule that anytime, a soldier can just come into your house and whatnot. So yeah, I think the people in the Gulf, they've got a higher standard of living, servants. They're used to people serving for them. So yeah, they just think, we're going to continue with this lifestyle. And, I think there's a talk of a pipeline, isn't there, going through Israel to Turkey or something. I don't know. There's talks of all these pipelines that start off in Qatar, go through Saudi. There's talks of, do you get what I'm saying? Because, okay, there's an energy crisis. So, okay, Russian gas is no longer allowed,
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, where's this? All these pipelines, are they going to go through Saudi to Turkey, Syria? Do you know what I'm saying? I think, so yeah, if you've got a high standard of living, you don't really care about, the poor people.
This is the Hamas guy being interviewed by the
Dr. Bassem Naim, Hamas's head of political and international relations, joins me now from inside Gaza. And answer me this first of all. How does murdering hundreds of women and children and massacring young people at a music festival and kidnapping innocent civilians further the cause of the Palestinians?
Thank you very much. I am really shocked that you, as a well-respected journalist and well-respected channel, to adopt the Israeli propaganda. I think no one can confirm any of these news. We have the original story.
Well, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Are you saying that civilians have not died?
We didn't kill any civilians. It depends
what
on
about the 260 bodies? What about the 260 bodies at the music festival? Do you realize how absurd that sounds?
Now, within the operation, I cannot confirm this Israeli propaganda, because we have also news and videos showing that Israel and what Israel is today doing inside Gaza, based on the so-called.
Yeah. So he said there that they haven't killed civilians, but then he kind of changes it to how do you define civilians?
Are you really expecting us to believe that you have not killed civilians?
No, we don't have killed any civilians. But I have to say, I have to tell you, as a well-respected journalist, we have also to redefine what does it mean a civilian. I cannot consider a settler in the occupied West Bank who is tall in my hand, carrying guns, burning the city of Hawara is a civilian. We cannot continue anyone who is sitting around the borders, working on cyber and artificial intelligence to control and besiege 2.3 million on the biggest open prison as a civilian. I think.
Well, listen, we hold Israel to account. Just sorry to bother you. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we hold Israeli officials to account when civilians die. It is Hamas we're talking about now, and you have launched an operation that was deliberately designed to murder civilians.
Yeah, to be fair, this journalist, he has a history of holding them to account in his interviews. Yeah, I think it's the same guy that used to work on Channel 4.
Yeah, he looks like a guy who's been on ITV.
Yeah,
he's been on other places. Yeah, it's the same people. If you notice, the BBC presenters, they're all Jewish. I mean, is Ola Garin being sent out there? You know Ola Garin?
Yeah.
Clearly Jewish. And there's another lady with black hair. She's clearly Jewish. She's got So basically, you guys have the BBC in the UK, which is 100 years old.
Yeah.
Over here in Australia, we have ABC, which is basically it's the same thing. So sometimes we get the reports from the BBC journalists. That's comes to the ABC as well. So yeah.
Did you see this Sky News Australia interview with this lady?
Yeah, you sent him Sky News. It's a joke. I couldn't watch it. Sky News Australia.
Bro, that interview was sick. Hold on.
She's very right wing. They're very right wing.
Yeah. And at the end, thanks for coming on.
No, they're very right. The best one is actually, Fox News.
Yeah.
Fox News, they had the Professor Cornel West.
Oh, yeah?
And versus Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, that's it.
Dershowitz, yeah? On this topic? Recently or a long time?
Yesterday. I was watching it on YouTube.
Oh, well, I have to check that out then. Dershowitz.
Type Fox News Cornel West.
Cornel.
Yes. So basically, Black Lives Matter in America have been supporting the Palestinians, and they changed their.
Oh yes,
they changed their profile pic to one of the hang gliders. They removed it.
Oh gosh.
So, yeah, and you'll see what they do if you watch this interview. They put words into Cornel West's mouth. You'll see they don't read the whole statement. And so what Fox, play it, and you'll see what Fox News is doing is trying to create good TV. You see, so they go to the extremes of debate. You'll see.
Yeah. All right, let's check this out.
Thank you. We'll check back in with him throughout the evening. First, left-wing bigotry, anti-Semitism, running rampant on university campuses around the world, London, Australia. What's happening? Chanting in Australia, about gas chambers and for Jewish people. What is happening on our college campuses? What is happening among the Democratic Party? Some Harvard students now are scrambling to finally rescind their support of their vile letter, actually blaming the victim, Israel, for the brutal Hamas terror attacks. Not everyone disagrees with them. 2024 presidential candidate, former Harvard professor Cornel West said the students were largely right, but they lack nuance. He joins us now with reaction, along with attorney, also Harvard professor Alan Dershowitz is with us. Thank you both for being with us. You always call me Brother Sean. I call you Brother Cornel. I'm not that happy with you tonight.
I understand. We can talk about why
because we have 31 groups from Harvard. Harvard's supposed to be, I always thought, the top of the top. To get into Harvard, what an accomplishment, what an achievement, what academic excellence you must show, a cut above everyone else. And 31 student groups blaming Israel, blaming the victim. And your answer to this is they are largely right? Hamas that murdered children? Hamas that murdered innocent people?
That's what I said, though, brother.
Okay.
That's what I said.
They are largely right, but lacking nuance.
No, I didn't say like nuance. That's the title of the piece.
Okay.
My actual words were, I'll just be very honest.
I got it here in front of me.
Words too. The words were that Israel's policies of war crimes and collective punishment against Palestinians.
I'll read it to you. Israel and the United States
Hamas
are
must take
primarily
responsibility for killing innocent people. Anybody who kills innocent people are engaging in barbaric acts.
You said
no matter
Israel,
who they are, what color, what nation, and so forth.
Israel and the United States are primarily
the United States has supported and enabled.
You explain to this audience. I want you to explain. How is Israel and the United States responsible for beheading 40 children? How?
I'm talking about the context. 545 Palestinian children died in August 2004. Not one American said a word. I believe a Palestinian baby has the same value as an Israeli baby. So when you have that kind of vicious hatred and revenge, you get responsive hatred and revenge. They are all wrong. They're all war crimes. They're all to be condemned. But you cannot simply look at this particular moment without the larger backdrop of an ugly occupation and the ugly attacks chronically against Palestinians.
Those are not your words. Largely right. Israel and the United States are primarily responsible for this attack. Professor Dershowitz.
Well, I complained when Palestinian children were killed, but I explained why they were killed. Here is one of the leaders of Hamas. For the Palestinian people, death has become an industry. The elderly excel at this, and so do the children. This is why we have formed human shields of the women and the children. Hamas is the ones responsible for the killing of Palestinian children. Also, Hamas has a term. It's called the CNN strategy. And the CNN strategy is induce Israel into killing Palestinian children by using them as human shields. Then parade the bodies out on CNN, and you'll see what happens. People like Cornel West will engage in crocodile tears, blame it on Israel, when the entire blame is on the Palestinians, Hamas, for using their children as human shields, and then using their children as shields to permit the killing of Israel.
What is Hamas's charter?
I have the same outrage when Palestinian babies are killed, when Jewish babies or Israeli babies. I want you to have the same indignation when Palestinians are killed.
Not when they're killed. Not when they're killed by Palestinians. You can't make a moral comparison. When Nazi kids were killed in the bombings of Dresden, I didn't have the same comparison when Jewish kids were put in gas chambers and crematoriums. You're a professor of theology. Don't you understand the moral difference between deliberately murdering a kid and having collateral damage because there are human shields? You're running for president of the United States. What would you do? Let me ask the question.
Okay.
What would you do if terrorists were firing at American children in America, and the terrorists were hiding behind Palestinian children? Would you allow the killing of Americans to continue, or would you go and get the terrorists, even if it meant possibly collateral damage on Palestinians? What would you do?
I'll tell you exactly what I would do. First, truth and morality tend to be two casualties in any context of war. I would want to tell the American people the truth. I would tell them what the context is, how we found ourselves in this situation. I would not jump for a military invasion and a genocidal attack on a
genocidal attack
on Gaza.
No, it's not a genocidal
where are they supposed to go?
When you're
where are they
killing
supposed to go?
terrorists.
This is like Warsaw, 1943. Where do they go?
Where do they go?
Yes.
Let me tell you where they go. They go to the UN. UN is keeping
from Gaza to Geneva?
Yeah, exactly. Where are they going to go?
And that's what is comparable, yes, to the genocide in the Warsaw Ghetto. 1943. But you see how they're not. Can you see how they're putting words into Cornel West's mouth?
Yeah.
And then, so what they've turned, and then the PBD is doing this as well. So what they're doing, they're painting Hamas as extreme left, and they're saying Hamas is crossing the southern border into America, which is just a lie. And they've accused Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib as being, and the AOC, the Colombian woman, or the Latino woman, they've accused them all of being Hamas. But if you read the actual comments, they're secular. They've not prayed, like Ilhan Omar hasn't praised the Hamas at all. She was like, no, you can go to her thing. But what they're doing, they're labeling, because there's a generational gap. You can see Sean Hannity, look, his hair is white. Piers Morgan, hair white. They're all over 60. Some of these guys are. This professor there, Daushavus, how old is he? He must be 75 at least.
Yeah.
So there's a generation. The young Israelis are left wing. They just want to dance. You saw them. They don't even believe in Yom Kippur or the Passover. They're happy to go to an all-night rave. That's why someone's decided that they must be sacrificed. I'm sure because Israel's quite a divided place.
Yeah.
They only come together when they're attacked, you see.
Yeah.
So, and they would say they've had 20 years of peace type of thing. And I think Netanyahu's victory card would have been, yeah, look, you see, us and the Saudis, we're one now. You can do your shopping in Dubai. I've brought you peace and stability in the region. No one cares about the Palestinian. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And then obviously this happens and it's thrown a spanner in the works. And you can see a lot of people are trying to blame Iran and Hezbollah, and some people are agitating for a wider conflict. I don't know why that is.
Well, we know why it is, right? 'Cause that's what Saudi wants. I'm
You
sure
think
they're sponsoring this whole thing, yeah.
Nah, they can't
And
fight.
the UAE.
They
They
can't
can't
fight.
fight. They're not going to do any fighting themselves. That's why they're getting Israel to do it, bro. And Israel, look how small the country Israel is, bro. These Saudis and these guys, man, at UAE, they're a joke. They're a humiliation to the Ummah. I don't know if you. Oh yeah, let me find this guy on Twitter. That he's a complete embarrassment. Amjad something. I don't know if you've seen him. I came across his account yesterday. Amjad. Oh, that's post. How do you search? Let me go here. Amjad. This guy. Have you seen this guy?
No, I don't know who he is.
I don't know who he is either. I think he's Emirati. His name's Amjad Taha. خبير في الشؤون السياسية الاستراتيجية. So he says he's an expert in political strategy, and he's the head of the Continental Center in Britain for the studies and research of the Middle East. Right. So anyway, this guy, look at his posts, brother. If I can find the one that I saw yesterday. Yeah, this is him. He says, in Tel Aviv, dressed in national traditional Arab attire, I share a high five with these wonderful Jewish children. Together, we dream of a peaceful future where we are friends and neighbors. Today, we stand united with these children of Israel, supporting them against Gaza terrorists.
No, yeah, the east side. Because I have a friend
for a brighter tomorrow. Yeah.
I have a friend in Bahrain, and you know Israel's already opened the embassy in Bahrain. So those guys on the eastern seaboard, you know, Bahrain, only Kuwait and Qatar. Again, this is like a brotherhood split. So Kuwait and Qatar are pro Ikhwan. So they have, and you know, the countries are anti Ikhwan or anti the people.
Yeah. Like
Saudi, UAE, Egypt. That's why they keep on saying Hamas's funding is from Iran, which doesn't make sense. Again,
this is when people ask what's the position of the the predominant Saudi population, it's this position that this man is presenting here. They stand united with Israel.
No, it's not everybody, by the way.
Gaza terrorists.
It's not everybody, because it's. I would say it's the younger ones who studied abroad. There's people like, you know, the guy who was the foreign minister for about 50 years. Is it Prince Turki Al Faisal?
Yeah.
You know, he retired.
Yeah.
Like there's older Saudis in their 60s. You have to remember, MBS is still in his 30s. I don't think he's 40 yet. I think he's about 38. So there's people out there like, what? Like, to be honest with you, what benefits does Saudi get from peace with Israel or normalization?
Yeah. We'll come to that in a minute. But this guy He's a Saudi, right? Look at his profile. My loyalty is to my. He doesn't say is. My loyalty to my country, Saudi Arabia. Yeah. مواطن مخلص للوطن والقيادة والوطن خط أحمر. So he's a nationalist. That's what he is. He's stated it there. I'm a nationalist. My nation is my priority. It's what I have ikhlas for. And this guy, he's got the same sentiment as that one I just showed you. Like their whole and what they're tweeting what is in line with their government. That's all they do. Right. So these people,
they're pro-government loyalists.
They're complete government loyalists. That's exactly what they are. So they'll say, "Oh, Israeli airstrikes hitting Damascus," and they'll probably say, "Alhamdulillah," that type of thing.
But it doesn't work, though. It doesn't work. Look, these guys, they gave trillions of dollars to Trump. Trump didn't get reelected. They gave everything Trump wanted. They gave everything to Trump, and Trump still lost.
Yeah. Well, but in a way, Trump still won because he's still controlling Saudi, and Biden can't get what he needs from Saudi because Trump controls them. So look, what you'll find in the pro-Saudi government Twitter people is they're always any comments about Palestine, they'll always call them terrorists. Yeah, he says this is the famous terrorist leader in charge of killing innocent people, blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Well, the Imam of Mecca was making dua for them. So these people, they don't represent the Arab street.
What was he saying in his dua?
He was making dua for the
I have to find this. You're talking about in Jum'ah, yeah?
Yeah. Just that may Allah aid the people of Palestine and Aqsa and stuff.
Yeah, he's not going to say something like, because normally they would say, Allahumma damirhum tadmira. Right?
I think
destroy them completely. But
I think he said
he's not going to say that.
Across those lines. Because you have to remember, even Egypt, look, I've been to Egypt. People are national. The average guy on the street can't be controlled. You see what I'm saying? And these countries are very close to collapse. So only 5% of people in Egypt are enjoying life and can go to the ballet and the National Theatre. The average Egyptian's eating fool and just has got nothing. You understand? That's why Morsi won. And that's their first free election in maybe it was their only election in 50 years or 60 years. So a lot of the Arab street is very different from these rulers. Do you get what I'm saying? They're like there's no need. Like, I was speaking to a brother last weekend here. He went to the Eastern region to teach English. And if you speak to any of the guys who go to Saudi, they'll tell you the kids didn't want to learn because they had money. They had real money. Their dads had Ferraris and stuff. So you're trying to teach kids who are already multi-millionaires English. There was no need for them to learn. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they were just, you'll see a lot of Australians here, they've tried to go to Kuwait and stuff, and it's terrible. Because the people are really arrogant because they've got money. They're not smart. They've just got a lot of disposable income.
Yeah.
So they're very arrogant. They don't want to learn. They're like, why am I studying these rubbish English books? What am I going to do with it? They're like...
Yeah, and you can't fail those students. You'll get sacked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So he was telling me, so my friend here, they did a barbecue here. So and he was telling me basically, he said 2 of the kids in the class had a fight. And he goes, teacher, he called me Miskeen or something like that. He said the other kid called him Miskeen. And he said, why do you call you Miskeen? He said, oh, because his dad has 7 cars and my dad has 3 or something like that, yeah?
Yeah.
And they didn't know, because my friends, they thought he was Armenian or something, or Macedonian. They didn't realize he could speak Arabic.
Okay.
So they were insulting him, and so the kid was like insulting him in Arabic, calling him donkey. You know, all the swear words and stuff, yeah? And he couldn't actually discipline the child, you see? Because he's gone to the head teacher and said, you know, this kid, blah, 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 I'm trying to discipline him. And like, the head teacher couldn't do anything because of who's the dad was. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think they had a meeting and stuff. And then he said, I understood he started speaking to them in Arabic. And they were shocked. They didn't know he could speak Arabic. You understand what I'm saying? And like, so he was just telling me. A lot of people here have tried to move to the Middle East, like Hijra or whatever. They can't. It's the mentality. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't, once you've lived in the West, you can't live in a country like Kuwait. Because the people, their fikr is crazy. Do you get what I'm saying? Their mentality is just mad. They don't believe in equality or you know, what you take for granted here. That concept's not in their head. You know, like
it's missing. Primary school education is missing from their, you know, just the basic common social concepts that we have. They just don't have them.
They don't have an idea of human rights. It's just everyone here is a slave and is here to serve me.
I think that's one reason people are, what's the word? They don't have a great welcome when we see lots of immigrants come into the UK, because generally that people from the countries that they're coming from, they're not going to have that sort of education that we've had. They have different outlooks on life. So there are there are reasons why people are reluctant to welcome immigrants. It's not all racism or whatever. It's just some of these factors. Kuwait still has a lot of righteous, generous people who still have a lot of concern for the Ummah. We shouldn't generalize all the Emirati Hijazi people, says Tawheed Ummah. What would you say to that? Many also donate multi-millions to Muslims. Yeah, okay. That's because they've got, like, if anyone who's got multi-millions, donating isn't a big thing, is it?
No, look, I'm not like, I'll tell you the difference. There's a lot of Saudis here in Australia, yeah? There was a man, he slept in the mosque. Yeah? He was here as the mahram for his daughter. I think the daughter came to do nursing, yeah? So this guy, technically he's a pensioner, was between 60 to 70 years old. You can see he grew up in a different time than the younger. He's not a millennial. Do you see what I'm saying? So he was a very nice man. Abu Hamad used to sleep in the masjid, and basically he used to hang around with like the Africans here, like Somalis. We used to take care of him. Like, I gave him his scripts for his diabetes med. He became really sick, you know, with COVID, had a cough, this, that. The daughter didn't do anything for him. I can tell you, this is a true story, by the way. The daughter did not do anything for him. The people here who run the mosque, the main mosque, Preston Mosque, we had to take him for haircut, chicken and chip shop. I had to do his medicines, took him to the pharmacy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he's a previous, he probably grew up under Sheikh bin Baz's generation, where there was no type of, you know, the Western fikr wasn't there. This me, democracy, capitalist. Do you get what I'm saying? But the younger generation of Saudis and stuff, anyway, you watch when they get back. All these people coming to study in Canada, England, etc. When they go back.
So look, Tawheed Ummah is saying, I just mean there's still righteous people in those lands. Sometimes we get lost in emotion and paintbrush everyone by their governments and elites only. Look, I know.
This is real life experiences we're talking about. I'm talking about qualified teachers here who teach in. There's a school here called King Khalid. It's like the equivalent of King Fahad in London. I'm talking about teachers here who've gone to teach in the Middle East 20 years ago. Yeah, they've gone to teach English in the Dammam, Eastern. This is real. Or people who've moved, try to go and think, I'm making hijrah to Kuwait. And they've come back to Australia with the tails between their legs. And these are second generation. These are people who can speak Arabic, by the way, and are light skinned. They're not like, you understand what I'm saying? They look European. I've been to their houses here. It's just the fikr. They don't know the basic human rights fikr is not there. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just like, and this is why they don't support the Palestinians. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You'll see when you go into YouTube, a Zulu from South Africa understands the Palestinian issue. Yeah. That Zulu, who's a communist, he says Israel has no right to exist. They're colonial settlers. And he's like, no Israeli ambassador is allowed to come to Johannesburg. You understand? Because he understands the political fikr. He knows that Jew is a supremacist. You understand? He's coming as a colonial settler. But the MBS, these people, they don't care. They're like, okay, whatever makes us more money. You've seen MBS's interview with Fox News. He said, if I can raise GDP by 1%, we will do it. That's what he said. He's speaking clear for everyone to hear. So we don't need to pretend. We don't need to pretend like these people are very, like, look, we're watching a genocide potentially take place. In real,
Tawheed Ummah, you're saying that it's not good to generalize when it, paintbrush everyone in the Middle East. They're the ones who generalize about everyone else. All Sudani people are like this. All the Egyptians are like that. That's all they do. They just generalize, right?
Yeah, because there you're categorized according to nationality, isn't it?
Yes.
That's how that's the first thing people ask you, where you're from.
Exactly.
So they're categorizing you according to your your location, where you're from. And that's what used to happen in Brixton in the 90s. People started going around calling the South such and such. Aghanawi or what? Didn't even know.
Al Yemeni.
Yeah,
and he's actually Bangladeshi. I think he's saying that his parents, and then you grill him and he says, oh, well, my parents are Bangladeshi, but my great grandparents are Yemeni. So but he's calling himself Yemeni. Like, come on, bro.
No, people do that. There's an Indonesian brother who does that here. He says it's because what it is in Indonesia, I think the people who say that the descendants of the Arabs have like a higher status. There's a thing of like, like same thing. If you say you're a Sayyid or that you're linked to the Prophet's lineage, you have like a higher status in your.
Yeah.
So basically, in Indonesia, it's the same. If you say you're Yemeni, Aslan Yemeni or something like this.
We had someone here on YouTube who did that. He said he's from India, but his family name is Rizvi. So because it's got Rizvi, that means they're Sayyids. Okay, because Rizvi is somehow an Arabic word, name, from Rila, or it's pleasure, to be pleased. It's an Arabic name, so they claim that they're Sayyids, and therefore they're special. Sorry, bro, I didn't need to cut you off.
No. Yeah, so you get the same thing Somalis do as well. They say they're Yemeni and then it means they're not really black or something. Like people say it like, anyway. Yeah, you get this.
Tawheed Ummah, why aren't you jumping on, bro? The link is there. You're welcome to join us and give us your thoughts. Oh yeah, and so that Amjad Taha, look at that latest comment from him 10 hours ago. He says, please refrain from spreading falsehoods. The Israeli army is actively warning civilians and providing them with guidance on safe locations to move, similar to the international coalition's efforts against ISIS in Iraq. Bro, like, what a wonderful thing the Israeli army is doing.
No, I don't.
This is the sentiment of the UAE leadership that he's posting there, okay?
Normally they're quiet. It's just best they keep quiet and then they can accuse us of being liars. It's best they don't say anything. It's just best they keep quiet and then they can accuse other people of being liars.
Yeah.
it's just best. Like they've kept quiet generally. They're not really, and they move in the shadows. Apparently, yeah, I think bin Zayed is very busy trying to buy people in Washington and other places. But yeah, it's like that Faris Hamidi guy. He should just keep quiet. I think he's just going to get himself caught. He does look. They don't have freedom of speech in Dubai. It's best that they play the oppressed card. That we can't say what we really want to because we'll be thrown in prison.
So this guy has posted the Israel. Yeah, that Hamidi. Sorry, what's his the TikTok CrossFit Sheikh?
Yeah, the CrossFit Sheikh.
CrossFit. Describe this flag in one word, he said, right? So let's see what the comments are on this. It's got 1,331 comments. Okay. I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, it's not much, actually. All right. Dili Hussein. Dear non-Muslim brothers and sisters in humanity. Yeah, there he goes with that bid'ah nonsense about brothers in humanity. Since when do we have this? That's like saying, my dear kuffar brothers. Yeah? My dear non-Muslim brothers in humanity. What is that nonsense? To those of you who are firm and consistent upon justice. Thatcher once called the ANC a terrorist organization, yet we have a statue of Nelson Mandela in London. Do we have a statue of him now in London?
Yeah, it's there. Yeah,
They injected that. Oh, okay. Where, in Parliament Square?
Yeah,
Around there, or?
Yeah, it's in Parliament Square. Yeah.
Okay. Former Israeli Prime Minister. Yeah, I saw this. Watched this yesterday. This is the.
Yeah, this guy is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's terrible.
That
The interesting. Have you seen Owen Jones versus the Labour
Margaret
Party?
Hodge?
Yeah. She doesn't let him speak, and
exactly. Yeah.
And that's
he actually did quite well. I wasn't usually a fan of Owen Jones, but he done well. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, Novara Media. That's what I'm saying. What type of world are we living when a gay white man has more izzah than an Arab leader? What type of world are we living?
Yeah.
Where this gay white nerd is not afraid to speak the truth. I'm just like, well, definitely Yom Al Qiyamah anyway. It's definitely.
Piers Morgan invited Mohammed Hijab. Have a look. It says here, Mohammed Hijab wrote, Piers Morgan, I commend you for inviting me on the show. I'll see you soon in the studio. Be ready, champ.
He's going to get eaten alive.
Piers Morgan wrote, I'll be ready. Looking forward to a proper debate.
No, Piers will get his researchers on.
Yeah.
So they're going to go through every Mohammed Hijab video and they're going to cut and paste something. You know how they did to Ben Shapiro?
They're going to put him on the defensive.
Yeah. So Mohammed Hijab, he thinks he's going there to give a monologue about Palestine and Israeli atrocities.
Yeah.
Piers doesn't allow you to speak. He knows he's got... Mohammed Hijab better be careful because
he's going to try and do what he did to Tate in the first interview, yeah?
Yeah. Piers has got 30 years of experience interviewing people. So he knows how to put you down like a rabbit hole. And he's like, what did you say about women here, Mr. Hijab? Did you say women have to cook and clean? Or they're going to like...
What did you say about Hindus when you're in Leicester?
So...
what did you say to... What was that guy from... in Speaker's Corner, Sarah Garvey, yeah? Aren't you a violent guy who threatens people with fights all the time? And didn't you threaten to fight Jedi and Sarah and all these people at Speaker's Corner? And then when you were confronted by Tommy's people, you ran with the head in your hands. That's what he's going to come out with. Yeah, but I'm sure they're going to put up statements that could be quite embarrassing. But this is where he has to prepare, isn't it? And now Daniel, what's his name, is in London. Maybe they can help each other prepare.
Yeah, Daniel Hakikat is in London. Yeah, they do. Have you seen that? I think they're holding the conference. Is it today or tomorrow? It's on liberalism. It's in Birmingham.
Really?
Yeah, bro, Haji's been invited too. I don't know if you've seen the posters.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They need to drop that guy, you know. He's a hindrance rather than an asset.
It's basically Hamza Torres, Abdullah Andalusi, Mohammed Hijab, Bro Haji. Yeah. You know, the debate.
Hamza vague sources. Yeah. It's the vagary.
Well, you have to be very if you're down, if you say you're giving dawah on university campuses are a bit weird place to give dawah.
Sorry, look at that comment from Nikki Travis. I hope Hijab doesn't ask peers to a street fight. He'll probably do that. He said, listen, we'll have a charity boxing match, yeah?
Well, wrestling match, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think he can do well, inshallah. I think it's a good opportunity. But remember, he said he was offered to go on there before, but he refused because he.
Yeah, because Dili Hussein warned him. Do you remember Dili Hussein spoke to Piers Morgan when he was at Good Morning Britain? Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
About the LGBT stuff.
Yeah.
So you have to remember, Piers. If you followed him long enough, you'll see he doesn't really believe anything, and he switches position. He's a very tricky customer. He's like, he's a very, you know.
I don't think Piers is that talented, to be honest, right? He's just got his technique. His style is just cutting you off and not letting you talk.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You don't even need facts when you're dealing with Piers Morgan. You just need to be able to speak with charisma and come across. It's perception, right? If you can give across a perception to the audience, you've won. Nobody cares about the words that's coming out of your mouth. What they care about is how you come across. That's why Alex Jones, when he went on there, he behaved the way he did, right? Because it's taking control of the narrative. You don't even need facts. That's what I mean. That's my point.
No, but Piers was his own. He shot himself in the foot. You can't go to America as a British guy and tell them what to do. They don't like British people. Remember, they kicked British people out. So basically, Piers ended his own career on CNN. Number one, he wasn't a liberal. And number two, he kept on referring, the gun issue. He made it a thing where he's like, in my country, we don't have guns and it's much safer. He kept on going on about that. And I said, we don't care about your country. This is America. That's what Alex Jones said to him. And Ben Shapiro, they said, look, this is America. George Washington kicked you guys out. Don't come here and tell us what to do. So on the nationalist front, that's how they were able to get rid of him. They're like, who's this red coat? Who's this stupid, pompous British guy coming to America to tell us what to do? That's what they said to this. They said, get out of here. This is America. We don't care what you do in England with guns or no guns. This is America, fam. That's what they told him. Don't come. Because that's what Alex Jones does. He says basically everyone needs a gun to fight tyranny. That's what they believe. They believe like, oh, the American government is tyrannical, and if you don't have a gun, then Chairman Mao or Stalin can come and take. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're so they're like, we need a gun to protect ourselves from.
We need it's in the Constitution. We need a well-armed militia.
Yeah that's. So
Tawheed Umar says that shows what a pathetic world we live in, that even words have to be stimulating to carry meaning in people's ears. Yeah, well, that's what it has to be, bro. Like, it's not necessarily pathetic. It's just how people are. Didn't the Prophet ﷺ say to Bilal, "Arihna, ya Bilal," meaning in the way he calls the adhan? There are some people who call it adhan, and it's not stimulating.
Yeah, or soothing. It's not soothing.
Soothing, yeah, exactly.
It's not like
وَرَتِّلِ الْقُرْآنَ تَرْتِيلًا, you know. And some people were known as singers of the Quran. When I say singers, I'm trying to remember the hadith.
it's Qura.
So there, and also when you give the khutbah, right? There's a way of delivering the khutbah. It's not just meant to be boring, yeah. So
or monotone, or yeah.
ومن أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله. what's the ayah? ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله على بصيرة أنا ومن اتبعني. No, that's not the verse I'm looking for. Anyway, I don't want to digress. Smesh Factory says, reactionary, hijab declined peers on the Hindu riots thing, but now he's going on. Yeah, why the change now? I think he gained confidence once he saw Andrew Tate go on there. That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
He saw how you can.
And I think the Palestinian issue is very emotive for Egyptians. You know, it's very emotive for Arab nationalists and stuff. Because there's been marches here in Melbourne and Sydney and stuff.
Yeah.
And the Arab population here is very annoyed. Even the Australian spy chief have told people to watch what they say. Some people are going they because they marched on the Opera House. And there was some people were saying F the Jews and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's what that lady was being told to condemn. Oh yeah, did you hear about this guy? What's his name? Hamza Youssef. From Scotland.
Yeah. His wife is Palestinian, yeah? Because he said he's got in-laws in Gaza.
Yeah. Correct.
But he hasn't said any. What did he say? He condemns the loss of life. He didn't really say anything.
An emotional Hamza Youssef, powerless and helpless, not spoken to the Prime Minister, angry and disappointed. Cleverly hasn't replied to a letter. Oh my gosh. Wife Nadia heartbroken. Wants immediate humanitarian corridors. Collective punishment cannot be justified, neither legally or morally. In a show of support for the Israeli war in Gaza, the food chain McDonald's has sent thousands of free meals to the Israeli occupation forces. Oh gosh. Yeah, bro.
What does it say, Sami Hamidi? What does Sami Hamidi say? Bin Salman has done what?
He lifts some of the restrictions on the holy mosques regarding support for Palestine.
Yeah,
Imams
that's what I said.
supplicate at length. That's what you said, exactly. Yeah. Imams supplicate at length in support for the Palestinians. Allah, liberate Al-Aqsa and lend your aid to our Palestinian brethren. You see, right? In the beginning days of the current Al Saud royal family, there was King Saud ibn Abdulaziz. So you had King Abdulaziz, and then you got all of his sons, right? So the first son to take charge after his death, his name was Saud bin Abdulaziz. He used to give the khutbah. He gave the khutbah in Arafat. He used to lead the salah. None of these people do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm
not sure. I think King Faisal used to lead it as well. But yeah,
they've been secularized.
None of these guys probably know how to recite properly. That's why.
Yeah, they've been secularized. They're secularized.
Bin Salman, bro.
They've been secularized. Like you said, look, the average Saudi, all they do is go home, Filipino made, and NBC. Like it's just easy. Even us, like this generation, generally, is much weaker than the previous generations. You know that mentally.
Yeah.
Because it's like, look, what they're supposed to do. Their parents are rich, big house, TV all day.
Air conditioning.
Yeah, yeah. Shopping.
Xbox.
Yeah. What are you meant to do in Dubai? Say you're a young kid in Dubai. What do you? Let's go to the shopping mall, buy something, go back to your villa. Your mum doesn't cook, maid cooks.
Hi.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Who's this?
Okay, bet.
Like moon men. Your mom every night.
Some troll. Yeah, thanks. Arch Lettuce, whatever your name is. Yeah, somebody came on yesterday, started trying to play porno movies. And then what they try to do is they'll play a porno movie, then they'll strike your channel for bad content. So let me see.
I made
Is he
the
still
song.
playing his music?
I made
You
the
made
song.
the song. Oh, good. What have you got to say? Do you support Israel or who do you stand with?
Palestine.
You stand with Palestine. Why?
Yeah. That I hate Israel.
Why do you hate Israel?
It's bad.
You hate Israel, you say?
Yeah.
So why do you hate Israel?
Because it's bad.
Why are they bad?
It just is, man.
So do you support what Hamas did?
Yeah. Based.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh shit! Sorry.
So is that the best? Is that what you came on to say? Anything interesting you got?
Huh?
Tell us something interesting.
Tell you something interesting?
Yeah.
Anything interesting?
All right. Where are you based?
I'm an Alabama nigger and I wanna be free. Hell with NAACP. I don't drink, I don't cuss. I wanna ride on the front of the bus. I'm an Alabama.
Yeah. So I don't want to get copyright strike for you playing that music.
Who was that guy? Is he mad or something? Who is he?
I don't know. You get some people who jump on and they go from stream to stream and they troll a bit. I think he may have been preparing to play some porn, but it wouldn't be displayed, so he's tried to avoid it. So, Arch Lettuce. Look at his nickname, by the way. Arch.
I'm not a troll, dude.
Yeah.
Why'd you call me that?
What?
Why'd you call me that?
Yo, Tawheed Ummah.
Why'd you call me a troll?
I can't hear you. Tawheed Ummah. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam, brother. You okay?
Yes.
Hey, you're a fucking retard, bro. You're actually retarded.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
What?
It's gone.
What did I
sorry.
just see, bro? Okay, anyway. What's wrong with people, man? Yeah, it's going good. Alhamdulillah. I mean, it's not going good, bro. I mean, if you see what's happening, man, how can it be going good, bro? You know? Alhamdulillah. This is what it is, isn't it? Keep going. Make dua.
Yeah.
Try to fix things as much as you can. What's the ayah reactionary? I think it's in urid islah must astaghfirullah. I forgot the ayah. Is it Shu'aib alayhi salam?
يريد إلا الإصلاح ما استطعت.
MashaAllah, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, yeah. That I only intend as much rectification as I can bear, like I can implement. Wow, you got that well quite quick, innit? Reactionary.
Well,
You're the same old reactionary, man. Man, I bless you, bro.
I mean, So someone said that Imtiaz has passed away. Is that true? Do you remember Imtiaz?
I do. It does ring a bell. I think if you want to get an actual answer on that, you should contact someone like Said. You remember Said?
That's what. Yeah, that's what Ghost said. He said that Said was live earlier, and he mentioned it. So, and
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
like,
it's
who's
probably
Imtiaz? Is it the guy that drove past Go Live's house that night? And Go Live got
he
really
rings a
angry with
bell.
him. Hmm.
It does ring a
The one
bell,
from
yeah, but
Brum.
that's years ago, man.
Yeah.
You got a good memory,
Anyway,
bro.
inshallah, I have to leave you guys. I have to take my daughter to school. So,
All right, Aziz.
inshallah.
Thanks so much for coming on,
Okay.
brother. Big up yourself,
Okay.
and yeah, may Allah bless you.
Okay,
Take it
no
easy,
worries.
bro.
Take care, inshallah. Wa alaikum
All right.
salam.
Wa
Alaikum
alaikum
salam wa
assalam.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, man, you got a good
Yeah.
memory. Yeah, mashallah.
Well, you remember it as well, so it's not just me. We all remember.
No, as in,
But
yeah, like you sparked it in my brain, like again when you said it.
yeah,
Oh,
no, because I was like, who's Imtiaz? The only one I thought it could be was that guy. And
I think you're right.
yeah, I don't know.
You're right, yeah.
So do you think it was a false flag or
No, I don't. But even if it's not a false flag, it doesn't mean that there can't be some manipulation on the side of the Yahud, in a way.
you know what a false flag is, right? All right, there's a difference between it's not a hoax. There's a hoax and there's a false flag. They're different.
Okay, there's a hoax and there's a false flag, yeah?
Yeah. A hoax.
Actually, can you hear me?
Where...
I'm just getting a call, sorry,
yeah,
but
I
one
hear
second.
you. Yeah. No worries.
Okay. Walaikum salam, akhi, you good?
Yeah, akhi, you ain't trying to come true.
Akhi, أنا أمشي كيف? Who you with?
بارد جدا.
What?
بارد جدا.
Yeah, I'll put the brother on mute because we can hear his phone call. What we got here? It's China and it's not close. That's true. So the question here is, which foreign country has the most control over the United States politics, media, and foreign policy? Russia, China, Qatar, Saudi, and Iran, or Israel? The most votes have gone to Israel, and second, China. Who's Uberella's shoe? Don't know. I don't know if anyone's a mod, Joe Baz. Let me check my private messages. Not sure. Yeah, sorry about that. Hello? See if the brother's still on the phone. Yeah, he's still on the phone, so I'll put him back on mute. Yeah, I think it is as well, Nikki Travis. So, yeah, and normally you should check out his YouTube channel when you get a chance. He's got a very good show. Quite a balanced guy. He's a Christian, but he'll call out hypocrisy from the politicians when he sees it. Okay. Andrew Tate has posted. Like, I do not follow Andrew Tate, but I still get his posts in my feed. You've got. All right. No problem. The leaked video of interrogation with Hamas.
Assalamu sorry about that. I'm back, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Dilly Hussein says, Khalif, what do you think of Dilly Hussein, brother?
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a moment because I'm trying to get it back to speaker because it kind of messed up my settings and stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, Dilly, he's a Muslim brother. He's a Muslim brother. I'm not too sure about 5 pillars or anything like that. I know that he's quite well connected, and he seems to have like good exposure in the Islamic community and things. I mean, he definitely could be useful. He could definitely be useful to us, I think.
He comes. Yeah, I get the impression he's a Brelvi.
No, he's not Brelvi.
He is.
No, there's no way, brother. He's Athari. I'm sure he's Athari. Athari Aqidah.
No, he's not. He's not. No, he's not.
No, bro. I think he must be.
Yeah, you would think that, but he's not.
Why?
You watch
would
his
you say
interview
otherwise?
with what's that guy?
Asrar Rashid.
Yeah.
Okay, but Asrar Dilly interviews everyone, bro.
Yeah, no, but the way he interviewed Asrar Rashid, he it's like he
put
was
respect on his
trying
name.
to, like beyond what he should have done, like beyond any reason.
But you know what? Like, A'udhu Billah from the Brelviya, because I mean they do Shirk Akbar, and Shirk Akbar is mushrik. A'udhu Billah, yeah. But
yeah, I don't see them as Muslims. I do
yeah,
not.
but to say something about, is that Sid X5 Sid?
RS Sid.
Oh, I don't know
X5
RS Sid. I thought it was Sid. Huh? Remember Sid Bash?
Yeah. Oh, that's Sid Bash. Yeah, that's next man.
That guy was a G, you know. I actually like that guy. Okay, anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, but in terms of like Asrar Rashid himself, yeah, he's a very like watered down type of Brelvi. Like, he seems like the most modernized Brelvi I've ever seen in my whole life. Do you get that? Do you get that from him as well?
Well, he's got no choice. He has to. Otherwise,
like, he doesn't come across
nobody
culturally like baggaged.
Yeah. He is
like other Brelvis.
Of course, yeah, because he has no choice. For them to be taken seriously by modern Muslims in any context, he has to sort of somehow modernize, right? But to show a little bit of intellect as opposed to just downright blind following of their Indian, as Yasir Qazi is quoted as saying, they're halfway Hindus. Reactionary. The amount you shit on fellow Muslims, it comes across as though you are bitter and or jealous of any success or platform they may have. You really need to reflect upon yourself. What? Because I talked about Dili Hussein and Brelvis. Yeah, sorry if that comes across like that. Don't mean to, but I'll take on board your suggestion. Arrested, I hope you're donating to Palestinian causes right now. So brother Tawheed Ummah has just fallen off. Inshallah, he'll come back. When the world is calling out anti-Semitism, France is bullying the actual Jews, all because they will not accept the Zionist ideology. Okay. Oh, so the European woman has arrived in Israel, yeah, to do her pilgrimage. Yo, welcome back.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair, that's much better.
Yeah, so that EU woman has arrived in Israel now.
Ursula, yeah? Okay. Yeah, there's some clips going around of her where she was describing the the Ukrainian occupation. And
yes,
she have you seen it?
War crimes, yeah.
Crazy, bro. Wallahi, how Allah exposes. How Allah exposes these hypocritical disbelievers, wallahi.
Yeah.
It's crazy the way Allah exposes them word for word.
Yeah.
It's beyond reason, you know. Their hypocrisy is gone beyond.
Hypocrisy isn't an embarrassment anymore with these people.
No, it's like open, it's like shameless.
It's normal now. It's normalized, yeah, it's accepted.
Wow.
So reactionary, from the years I've heard you talk about many Muslim YouTubers and personalities, you always have a stick to put in the side of one Muslim or another.
You know what it is with reactionary Smash Factory? Yeah, like obviously I know the brother's in front of me, but I'll say it anyway. Like, I don't believe he's got anything in his heart against any Muslim. Yeah, I just think he's a very he's just a very interesting. He's very curious. I don't know. I'll let you describe yourself, reactionary. But I will say I don't think that he has anything in his heart against Muslims. Like, I just think that he's like a commentator, just like a. Yeah, but I'll let you respond yourself, bro. Sorry.
I agree with that. I don't think there's any malice from my side. It's just I'm pointing out when I'm online. I'm not sort of sugarcoating so much. I'll point out if I see something that needs criticism, I suppose. We all have faults, but I'm not criticizing them from a personal perspective. I'm just pointing out things that I disagree with. Like if I see Brelvi, somebody bigging up Brelvi people, then I'll point it out. I don't suck up to those Dawah personalities, right? Like Adnan Rashid and Ali Dawah and all those guys. What was that other one? The you know, the guy that talks about evolution all the time. I've forgotten his name.
Subur Ahmed.
Yeah. So yeah. I go and I talk to those people and I show them respect and I'm calm with them. But they're the ones who mistreat me and disrespect me and kick me off their channels and then insult me. That's where the insult is.
Do you think you might come across a bit things sometimes? Like it's a
like
word
the cowboy.
you actually.
You know the the cowboy Muslim.
Yeah,
even he abused me and kicked me off his channel. Like, what did I do to him? Yeah, sorry, go on.
Like, I think sometimes, like, I don't know, people might take you as you're trolling a bit, because like the way you make your points, it's like they make sense and they're well formatted and they're well articulated, but at the same time, it's like, do you really believe what you're saying with conviction, or are you just arguing for the sake of like a discussion? Do you think you ever do that because it's actually like you actually are trying to engage, you're trying to sort of not poke, but like probe the other person, because you're trying to see where
probing the conviction of their beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. I get what you do completely.
Yeah. So when someone comes out and says, "Yeah, you're my," like as we saw Dili Hussein earlier, I read a comment of him. He says, "Dear, what do you call them? To all my brothers and sisters in humanity." Yeah. So, yeah. He said, my dear non-Muslim brothers and sisters in humanity.
Ugh, makes me sick.
Yeah. Explain that. How is that permissible? So then I will go on their channels and I'll say, wait a minute, can you explain to me how it's permissible to call kuffar your brothers and sisters? And they say, yes, they are. Adnan Rashid's like, yes, they are our brothers and sisters in humanity. Okay, all I'm doing is asking you. Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. But they'll boot me off their channel just for asking that question.
Nah, yeah, you're perfectly valid in raising that question, bro. Like, especially in a time like ours where the lines have been blurred, like between the alliances and love and hate for Allah's sake and Muslim disbeliever. Like, it's literally like we're suffering from this right now in the Dar al-Kufr, in lands of non-Muslims, in lands of disbelief. I mean, so we can't afford for Dawah personalities to be making mistakes in this arena, to be honest, to be quite frank, because we just can't afford them type of blunders where they don't understand these types of issues, especially if you're going to run organizations, with all due respect. And, I mean, we can give them nasiha. I mean, who are we? Who am I anyway? But I can give a brother nasiha, just because he has an organization or whatever. It doesn't mean I can't remind him.
So look at this comment now from Smash Factory. Okay, and I'd love to accept advice, right? Let me see if your advice is something I should take on board. He says, every Dawah guy is wrong and you're right. Well, when I say they're wrong, I don't mean they're wrong in every way. They're wrong in certain things. Like Dili Hussein okay, so tonight I've mentioned Dili Hussein. What have I said about Dili Hussein in being wrong about? I've specified the things that he's wrong on. I specified that he called these people, non-Muslims, his brothers and sisters. How can you say my kafir brother and sister in humanity? That makes no
Imam
sense.
Shafi'i said that the bonds of thing have been cut when he was describing, certain fiqhi rulings to do with like lands or non-Muslim rulings or something. Non-Muslim marriages, sorry, something to do with the Muslim woman remaining married to the revert. What was it again? The Muslim woman, who reverts, remaining married to her non-Muslim husband. Something like that. And then he was talking about the bonds of have been cut since Islam was completed, like the Bara sort of like thing is very interesting actually. Some of those rulings, when you go into them, you see actually the beliefs of the early Imams, such as Imam Shafi'i in this case, that when it comes to these issues, and the way they speak is very like, wow, like it's so distinct. Islam, kufr. Darul Islam, Darul Kufr. Muslims, kafirs. And like there's no brushing. There's no like mixture.
There's no gray area sort of thing is what you're saying. So me saying someone's wrong, no, I'm not outright saying they're I'm not saying they're wrong in totality. I'm saying they're wrong in the things that they're wrong in. I'm specifying the things they're wrong in. So I think you're incorrect in that criticism. About time you self-reflect. I accept that. Self-reflection is good. All right. I need to do more of that. Everybody should. Not everyone can be wrong and you right. No, but the things that they're wrong in, they're wrong in. Doesn't mean I should be silent on it. Same, and people aren't afraid to tell me I'm wrong whenever, I've been kicked out of so many channels. Right? Goes with the territory. Same way Jews don't accept that they're the reason they got kicked out of 100 plus. Now that's what kind of comparison is that?
Come on, bro.
Smash Factory. Getting all emotional with that comment. Biggest Islam enemy today is a Muslim himself and no one else. Yeah, that's true,
Is he Muslim, this guy, though, the RSC guy? He rings a bell now. Is he Sikh or something like that?
He was Sikh, yeah.
He was Sikh?
Muslim now, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Iris said, did you become Muslim now?
Yeah, come to Islam, man, if you haven't yet. Don't know when you're going to die. In all seriousness, bro. I mean, not bro, but...
So now schools are telling kids about the conflict and they're presenting the government narrative on it, I suppose.
Did you hear about the... sorry to interrupt, but it's kind of related anyway, so... Like they're trying to ban the flying of Palestinian flags.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that? Yeah, what do you think of that?
Why? What happened to freedom of expression? And also, apparently Palestine isn't just Gaza, and even Gaza is not just Hamas. If it's Hamas that's a group, does the flag represent Hamas? No, from what I understood. So banning the flag is nonsense. What they're probably saying is that by waving the flag, you support the actions of Hamas. Therefore, that makes you a terrorist.
Subhanallah, man.
So it's a bit of a reach, but no, I don't support banning the waving of the flag.
Okay, but what about flags themselves anyway? Like nation flags. Is that Islamic?
I don't know about all right, for me, I'm not a fan of nationalism at all. Okay. So, but as a concept, are flags permissible Islamically? I think the word raya, what's raya? Isn't that flag?
Yeah.
The Prophet gave the raya to one of the companions. I think it was Ali ibn Abi Talib. Yeah, the hadith in Kitab al-Tawheed about the Prophet said, لأعطين الراية غدا من يحب الله ورسوله ويحبه الله ورسوله أو كما قال. Something that effect. You know the hadith I'm talking about? The Prophet ﷺ said, tomorrow I'm going to give the raya to somebody who Allah loves and his messenger loves, and he loves Allah and his messenger.
Yeah.
You know this hadith?
And then all the Sahaba hoped that it would be them, and Umar radiallahu anhu said that. Well, I'll let you.
No, go on.
Yeah, because Umar radiallahu anhu said, I've never ever hoped for a position like of authority, because they understood like the responsibilities that come with that type of thing. But that was the only day that I ever wished that I would be given like a status, like authority. And then it wasn't his, it was for Ali.
Oh yeah. So the next day they all got up early to come and find out if it would be them. And the Prophet ﷺ said, where is what did he say? Where's Ali? Radiallahu. And they said he was dealing with a wound or something, you know.
No, he had problems with his eyesight.
Ah, yeah, yashtaki ayna. Yeah, he was. What happened
okay,
next?
but and then he said, okay, send for him, and then they brought him, and then the Prophet ﷺ, I think he put his spit on his eyes, and then he touched them, and his eyesight came. Yeah, and he said after that day he never ever had problems with his eyes until he died.
Okay.
Yeah.
Radiallahu anhu.
I mean, also, okay then, but here's a question then. Have you noticed the familiarity between the Palestinian flag and its colors and other flags in the Arab world?
Yeah.
Yeah, the green, red, and black, right?
Yeah, and white.
And white as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kuwait, Palestine, they all have like the similar. Because it was post Lawrence of Arabia, wasn't it, when they all overthrew the Ottomans?
Okay.
With the promise of being made kings of Arabia. Yeah.
Okay, bro. Isn't that problematic though? Then those colors, if it represents some type of pan-Arabism, and Palestine's colors are also part of that. Allah understand.
Yeah. So this is some university in America where the girl is crying, saying she can't stand that people are waving the Palestinian flag.
Oh my.
Look, I'm not going to hate on Jews or even Israelis. I know it's some Israeli people, and I get on with them very well, and they're clued up onto what's going on, right? They'll tell you the facts. They're not going to like give you the brainwashed media sort of Jewish propaganda. They know what's going on. The ones that I've spoken to anyway. They tell you as it is. And
okay, but if they're actually
I've
Israeli,
experienced more kindness from some of these Israelis than some Muslims. Many Muslims, in fact. The problem, look, what you have to realize, bro. The problem with the Ummah, we shouldn't be blaming Israel. We should be blaming Muslims. Muslims are the problem. 100%. And I'll demonstrate that. Let me find a picture. Yesterday we looked at this, right? It was Israel. If you look at Israel on the map, okay, look at the Muslim countries around it that surround it. You will say to yourself, how on earth does this tiny little drop or speck in the middle of all these Muslim countries, how does it wield so much power? How on earth? If I can find the picture, I will show it to you. So you think that's Israel's fault?
Bro, definitely. The problems we're in are because of our sins and us turning away from our religion. That is why we're in this mess, without a doubt. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
If Allah wants, He could destroy Israel within 5 seconds. And if He wanted, He could give the power to the Muslims to do that as well. But
all
Allah's
they
not
need to
doing
do,
that.
all Muslims need to do is walk.
Charge.
Right? Walk. Just walk across from the neighboring countries. You think they could stop all those people walking across the border?
No way.
That's what Israelis did themselves. They just sent their people by boat to Israel or to Palestine or wherever the land was. They just
Bro, it's crazy how I recognize all these names in your chat, man, from time ago.
Yeah, I don't know who Smash Factory is though. Is that the guy that used to have Khabib's picture? But I still don't know who it is.
I'm not sure.
Joe Baz, yeah, I recognize Joe Baz. Big up Joe.
I remember. I even remember the Skyworks. Yeah, I definitely remember Bird Nest.
Yeah, Bird Nest.
I remember all these guys. Yeah,
calling them
mashallah.
Skyworks. I think Skyworks is the one from Steve the Atheist channel, or is it Rob the Atheist? Skyworks, more organized and not as crazy.
Oh, that guy was a proper fake, man. He was a phony. That Rob guy. He got exposed so many times. Like he used to act so knowledgeable and intellectual, and then I think when a few people like actually pulled him up on some of his statements, he got exposed completely. Like apparently he was just chatting a load of nonsense.
Rob's all right. He's always
I'm
been
not talking
very
about how he is. I'm just saying apparently he was making a lot of claims, like philosophical or scientific, and apparently he was just talking a load of nonsense. That's funny.
Okay, well, look, Smash Factory said it's called having. He's talking about Israel, right? They have massive political influence in the Western Hemisphere. These vermin are in every facet of Western society in key positions, etc. Stop playing dumb. Okay, well, what's stopping Muslims having the same influence? Yeah, what's stopping Muslims having that influence? There's so many more Muslims in the world than Jews. Is there anybody stopping Muslims doing that? You are a Modi fan, you mongrel sick. He's talking to Iris Sid. Okay. What badness? Sorry, Skyworks. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I am a non-theist. Yes, I remember you, Skyworks. Yeah, big up. How are you, Skyworks? Jump on. The link's there. Anyone, everybody. You're all welcome to jump on the chat or on the channel. This means no. Okay. Again, another post from Cobra Tate. I don't follow you, Cobra Tate. Go away. Well, yeah, welcome back, Tawheed Ummah. So do you follow Andrew Tate?
Follow as in do I follow his news or follow him?
Are you following his account? Like, do you get him in your feed?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not on social media or anything like that.
Really? Okay.
No. Just YouTube and news like Al Jazeera and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Politics is haram. Muslims, whom are mostly of color, do not blend in with white society and stick out like a sore thumb if supporting Palestinians in. Look, there's nothing stopping Muslims. Like the Smash Factory said that Jews, are dominant in all spheres of life, right? In business, they own all the corporations and all this kind of thing is what he's trying to allude to. But, and my question to him is, well, what's stopping Muslims having the same influence? There are so many more Muslims in the world than there are Jews. There was an interesting article from the Jewish Chronicle. I don't know if you've seen it. Jewish Chronicle. And it was Jews in cabinet.
wouldn't the 24-hour, sorry to interrupt again, yeah, but didn't they give like a 24-hour deadline, which probably approaching soon, about the 1.1 million Gazans who have to go to the south?
How is that reasonable anyway?
No, it's not
When
reasonable
everyone's
at all.
leave their homes. Yeah, exactly.
No, akhi, it's madness. Akhi, wallahi, it's I'm in shock. Like, I feel like it's kind of surreal what's happening to the brothers and sisters in Gaza. It's like this is unprecedented ever in the world. Like something like this. To be bombed in the nighttime without electricity, to have millions of people with the world watching
right
around
now,
you, and your own people are encompassing your own land. Like, your own people are encircling your enemy, and they're watching. And at the same time, you're getting bombed, and the electricity is off, and there's no aid coming in. There's food's running out, and water's running out.
And all your neighboring Muslim countries are calling you the terrorists.
And your neighboring countries who are meant to be your allies are calling you the terrorist. And and you're getting told, and you're now getting expelled as well, and there's no way out. I don't think the likes of this thing has ever happened in like human history. All of those things together, it's impossible. It's just beyond life, beyond comprehension. But we've become so desensitized, to just everything, because there's so much things happening in the world every day, and our desires and everything.
You look at those pictures of Palestinian children in hospitals, and like dirt all over them, blood all over them, and then you scroll past to the next one and the next one, and desensitized is the right word, but it's just unbelievable.
Right. It's unbelievable, man.
So this look at this article from the
I
Jewish
mean, what would a Gazan or a Gaza person be thinking right now? Like, about everyone else, about the world. Like, they must think that the world's gone mad.
I think that's from time they've been thinking that. They right now they're just thinking, bro.
It's like they're the only sane people on the earth. Like,
all right, I'll tell you what.
It's kind of how
it is. When you're asked, or your children are asked, or your family is asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? Right? You have goals and objectives. Oh, I want to be a TikTok star. I want to be an influencer, or I want to be a footballer. I want to be a doctor. I want to be. You've got goals and ambitions. These people, what their ambition is? To be a martyr. Death is better than life.
They're the best people. They're just the best people on earth right now. I hope so, anyway. Like, Allah truly is the most knowledgeable, but they've shown signs of.
What do you think of these people like the CrossFit Sheikh who comes out and says, or Wajdi, whatever his name is, the this guy.
No, just leave all that for now.
Where they
but
say
let
stuff
me just
like,
say one thing.
go
on. But have you heard of the hadith where the Prophet sort of mentioned that the punishment of this is a ummah of mercy, and its punishment is in the dunya in the form of killings and earthquakes and etc. Whereas in the akhirah, it doesn't have any punishment, which is a beautiful hadith, actually.
Say again?
Because it shows. So this ummah is a ummah of rahmah, is a ummah marhuma. It's a ummah which is shown mercy. And the reason for that is because its trials and its punishments come in the form of earthquakes and killings and tribulations, to the extent that when they come in the akhirah, there's no punishment for them at all. Whereas the other nations, and Gaza is like, when I see what's happening to them, like, wallahi, I genuinely hope that, and I actually believe that they might just come on Yawm al-Qiyamah with a free pass, bro, with no trials, no nothing, just Zoom, inshallah. Whereas we're all going to be lagging behind and just Allahul Musta'an. Do you know there was a woman in Gaza today who said she had so much yaqeen. Do you know when someone speaks with a certainty reaction, you can feel that, you can feel their certainty in the way they speak, right?
Is that the woman where there was a car asking to take her? She can come and stay with them and live with them. That one, or a different woman?
It's probably another. That's probably another one, and I'm not surprised. There's probably many, but I'm just saying that with this one, she was an older woman, and she was literally just baffled, and she was just like, "I know, like, there's no way we're gonna be humiliated. Like, we are gonna. This is not gonna continue like this. Like." And she said she said with absolute certainty that Yom Al-Qiyamah is here. She said it's here. Like, she was saying it's here. The time is here because of the events that are unfolding and the way the world is. She had absolutely no doubt that the honor of the people and the people of her land and the Muslims is coming, and the day of judgment is here, or is approaching very close. And it's just. And another woman.
Bro, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think the United States is the Dajjal?
I mean, the Dajjal is definitely.
The actual Dajjal. Do you think it refers to the United States?
No, because the Dajjal is a person.
How do you know that?
Because of the too many narrations, which clearly indicate that.
Come on, man.
There's too many narrations about that. But just quickly, there's another woman who, what she was doing, she was literally screaming, "Subhanallah, may Allah mercy on her," and she was literally like, "Wallahi, we're gonna stand before Allah about all of these Arab leaders, these traitors." She says, she's screaming. She's like, "Wallahi, we're gonna stand before Allah, you traitor Arabs."
Yeah.
They're in disbelief right now about what's happening around them. Do you know what I mean, reactionary?
Hi, blessing, reactionary. Hi, how are you doing, mate?
Hey, welcome, Arisid. How are you?
And I didn't get the other brother's name. Sorry.
My name is Tawheed Ummah.
Mr. Umar, yeah.
yeah.
All right. if you say so, all right, then, mate. You know what? I just wanted to just listening to all this now. You see, there's a lot of things happening behind. You think what? Hamas was stupid to just go there with some paratroopers and go there and take 150 of the Palestinians and come back, and then they started bombing. They started making their corridor coming up from a road that shows from there going out through Gaza to another yard. You think what? And who paid for this? All the weapons came from where? Iran said now they have paid that. Sudan said, okay, we don't want to know. Saudi said, okay, no, we stand for Israel. Everybody, all the Muslims, the biggest enemy of Muslims are Muslim themselves. Why can't they stand and just say, these are flies, man. Israelis are flies. But you know what? They're so scared and want to take over the world.
But what's your suggestion? What you suggesting exactly?
Myself personally, I would say this. First thing is that the Muslim, they need to get together themselves. The biggest problem that the Muslims Islam have got today is what Nabi Muhammad said in it. He said he said that very clearly. He have said that. He said, I'm leaving two things behind. One is the Quran. Second thing is what? You tell me.
Sunnah.
What is the Sunnah?
Hadith.
Yeah, his example.
Do you mean the hadiths or his example?
Yeah. So what I know, the reading that I've done, he said, I'm leaving the Quran Sharif. First thing. Second thing, he said, Al-Bayat.
The Bay'ah?
Oh, he means Ahl Bayt.
Yes. He says, sorry about my... No, the word things, and this is been proven. It is all clear cut. But then he said,
what's clear cut? What's clear cut? It is not clear.
Listen, please. Listen.
Okay,
the thing is that what we need to do when we discuss it, when we discuss things like that, we have to come out from the religion. We have to speak normal. And then if I did a mistake, you tell me, you educate me, if I think that I know something, I've
Come
done
out of the
something.
religion? Sorry, I don't know about your wording.
No. What I'm trying to say is that come out from the shell that, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm going to
Oh,
follow.
I see what you mean. So basically, okay. I mean,
for a minute, just come
but
out
what's
of
your
it.
do you have a question or do you have a point to make? What can you just like make it concise?
I will see this is what happened when somebody is trying to explain, and then it's coming towards the thing that is true. That somebody will budge in. So we are only 10 of us listening. So let's discuss properly, innit? So what he said, I'm leaving these two things behind. Yeah, he said, but the thing is this: it's not going to be followed. Yeah, it's not going to. The Umayyah will start their Muayyah, they will start their one and everything. Now, it was all stated beforehand. Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he already said that. All this. Yeah, he's already said all these things.
Excuse me, but please, can you please either make a point or ask a question? Because I don't understand what is your point right now.
If you just do one thing, yeah, if you just open-mindedly try to understand, because you have been asking me this, React is understanding everything that I'm saying.
Excuse me, I'm not saying that I'm not understanding your words.
If you keep quiet for 2 minutes, if you keep quiet, Mr. Ummah, whatever your name is, yeah. So if you keep quiet for 2 minutes, then you'll know. This is what happened in Islam, in Muslims now, in a conversation, they all start talking, they all start arguing.
I'm sorry, all I'm saying is please, can you just
if you let me speak, I tell you what,
make your point. I will let you speak. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm just saying, can you just
since I started
make the point? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, be clear on your
my point is not A and B. My point is not A. Okay, is A or is B. I'm trying to
So
explain.
so basically, you have a quite a long analysis of something that you want to say.
So can you listen to it now?
I mean, if I feel like I have to interrupt, I'm sorry, I will, because I thought you had a point to make or a question to ask. But you're coming in, just read a book or something.
No. Listen. I think I've done much reading than you, my friend, because you must be from one Brailwi or something like that. You only read that, but I read all of that.
Yeah, that's true. You were sort of defending the Brelvi people earlier, weren't you?
No, not at all.
You're
okay,
from
Sid,
Brailwi.
Sid,
You're
Sid, you know what? Sid, let's stop. Let's stop. Sid, let's stop playing around. Let's stop playing games. Okay? Go on. I'm gonna let you speak. Let's be grown-ups. Okay. What do you have to say? Please go ahead.
Exactly. So if you keep quiet now, Mr. Brailwi, I'll call you now.
Okay, this is getting lame. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, coming back to the serious note. So what happened is this now. Okay, I'll tell you what, simple. Whatever is coming in my mind, yeah. You go to Speaker's Corner, you see all the Muslims arguing among themselves. They are telling you, oh, I'm from like this guy, one cartoon, Shamsi, I call him. Yeah, he will come. He say he's the right one. Then another person, that Asif, somebody will come. He say, no, I'm the right one. The other person, but all of you don't even know who's the right one. Shia will come from there. You lot will run. The
Excuse me, but can you please speak for yourself, because you can't make claims about us and we and you this and.
See, this is the problem, because what happened with Brailwis is this: if anybody comes in, they are the 90% controlling the world.
Reactionary, I feel like it's getting a bit fruitless.
They were not
Please,
nominated by Nabi Muhammad.
can you either moderate or do something here? I don't know.
So, all right. So,
yeah, thank you.
By the way, Tawheed, I was watching a documentary earlier. Everybody watching, there's a documentary. Please watch it. I'll find the link for it. It's called.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll find the name. The Conflicts Based on a Lie. This documentary is fantastic. He talks about Israel. You know, there was a war. I think they called it the 6-Day War. And that's where Israel launched an attack on the neighboring Arab countries. Now, what happened prior to that? You know, there was a guy in Egypt called Nasser. He was the leader.
Yep, Nasser is the leader, yeah.
Yeah, and the Syrians, they voted in a group called the Ba'ath Party. And the king of Jordan, he wanted Egypt, he got Egypt to sign a pact, which meant if Jordan gets attacked, Egypt will join in the war. Okay. Now, there was no immediate plan for the Arab countries to attack Israel. Yeah, they were kind of living peacefully for a while. But Israel, they knew that the Arabs are going to try and build up and then and kick them out when they had a chance. So they preempted it all, and they just immediately attacked. What they did overnight, they got up early in the morning and they flew their planes over Egypt. Egypt had quite a lot of airplanes. I don't remember how many, but they weren't under any bunkers or anything. They were just sitting out in the open, and they bombed. All of their airplanes got destroyed by the Israelis. Then the Israelis went over the other countries like Syria and Jordan and destroyed all of their airplanes. They took out the whole of the United Arab nations. Yeah, just destroyed them.
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah,
and there was nothing they could do. So when we see all these Arab nations on the side just sitting there doing nothing, it's because they can't do jack.
No, the thing is this, React. The problem is that Hamas is a group. Let me just explain to you. Hamas is nominated in Gaza by the people for them to run the country. Yeah, Hamas is basically like they have been voted.
They were democratically
voted for.
Yeah.
But
so Israel's not the only democracy in the
middle. Exactly. But now what happened is that they said that when this is an inside thing, yeah. My friend from there, they are telling me, they say, but there was the election or no election, nobody is going to come in front of Hamas. If they say something, same thing with Hezbollah. They say if they say something, you go against them, they have got nothing. They will just come and run you out. Okay, fair enough. Then in 2021. Hamas made a Magna Carta. Yeah? What is their motive? Have you read that?
No.
My friend, I will send you the link sometime. I'll give. You read that, yeah? I'm telling you what, yeah? It is clearly saying that we are here, we are only here, that we have been sent here to get rid of Israel. And there is about 7 points in that. And this is the Magna Carta of Hamas. In the parliament, they said this is what it is, and it is all the person who actually the leader. He's saying all this. He is saying all this.
All right.
Yeah. So
Ummah,
now,
Tawheed Ummah, what would you have to say, bro?
Brother, I think can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's important to understand about Hamas is they've definitely progressed as like an entity, over the past 20 or so years, Now, some ulama are of the view that they are to be taken as a type of government at the moment because of in Arabic, they possess something called shawka, which is a type of power and authority over a certain amount of people, such that going against them would only cause destruction and more problems for the people under them. Whereas
sorry, brother. Are you talking in Islam? Yeah, in Islam.
Sorry, I'm just responding to reactionary at the moment.
Yeah? No. I'm just asking. It's only to do with Islam.
Yeah, he's talking about the Islamic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I was just saying about Hamas that of course that some ulama believe that they have a type of governmental role at the moment, and they actually have said that it's a contradiction to treat them differently and apply them to them different rules as we do to other Muslim governments and countries, in terms of people who claimed, the sort of Salafiyya, Sunni sort of doctrine. Yeah, I'm just talking. So anyway, the main point I'm trying to make is that some ulama are of the view that if you're going to criticize Hamas on the scale of being just a group or just a jama'ah or just a type of organization, then you actually need to go back and check, what is actually the definition of like a wali al-amr, like a person of authority over a group of Muslims. And in case you fall into contradiction when it comes to not criticizing rulers, these types of topics which are quite prevalent, like in the Dawah scene. So like I said, I did post a name in the private chat. Did you see the name? Reactionary.
Sheikh, Jasim, without
so
the
yeah. Yeah, so that's the reason I posted him, for this reason, because he's one of the scholars who went through this sort of contradiction that many of the Salafi type of du'at are falling into when it comes to criticizing the Palestinian Authority.
Exactly, yeah.
Because
Riyad, can I ask you a question?
Hold on one sec, Sid.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Tawheed Ummah.
Yeah, so that's just why I posted him, just to, because I wanted to actually go through that with you, his most recent video, where he actually posted the correct position, so the correct mawqif that the Muslim is supposed to have on the Palestine issue, and he went through like eight or 9 points. One of them focused on how to treat an organization such as Hamas, in terms of like the Sunnah point of view, when it comes to them being either an organization or like a governmental authority, and which ruling do they actually take, given that they have a level of shawqa and they have a level of amount of people who are actually under their command. So that is interesting.
We can look at that
discussion.
just before we go there. This is the Jewish Chronicle article that says 7 key ministers in Rishi Sunak's government are either Jewish, descended from Jews, or married to Jews. Right. So this is not anti-Semites saying this. This is the Jewish Chronicle. So there's something they're proud about, okay, in this article. But the question I've got is, what's stopping Muslims doing the same thing? There's a lot more Muslims in the world than Jews.
They can't do it.
Why?
Because you touch, okay, now you touch Hamas.
No, I'm saying if Muslims are complaining about this type of thing,
go and do something about it then.
It's their own fault, because Muslims are the ones who say, oh, it's haram, democracy, blah, blah, blah. They don't complain about it, bro. Like, that's
the reason why I react. I'll just say something to you now. You go, Hamas is Sunni, innit? We are from this.
I don't know.
Yeah. They are several. Hezbollah is Shias. Hamas is Sunni. You go to the head office, they have got Ayatollah Khomeini's photo there. Why? You go to you go to Hezbollah. They follow Ayatollah Khomeini, and this guy, they follow Ayatollah Khomeini. They basically they take him as their like bossman.
Okay. One second, Sid.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tawheed Ummah. Is this the video you're talking about?
No, bro. Go to the second most recent one. There you go.
Is this the one? Kalimat توجيهية. So, Muslimin fi bayan al-mawqif as-sahih.
Excellent, bro. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna really enjoy that, and you're gonna really benefit.
All right. Do you want us to go through it, or?
I'm gonna have to just chip right now because I have someone waiting for me. But if you play it, I'll watch it later, or if I get time, I'll jump on in a bit.
All right, cool.
Right.
Okay, Riyad, I have to leave as well, mate. But before I leave, I'll tell you something, Riyad.
Yeah, go on, Sid. Yeah.
Now, this okay, I can speak to you now. You are a bit open-minded as well, and then you're a proper. You follow the right path. Actually, I would say that. People like it. I heard that the cowboy, that idiot. Nah? He said he went.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you murdered cowboy because he couldn't give the name of the place because it was made up. And then the other 3 idiots were just trying to, they were just insulting and this and. But you didn't ask anything much. You said, just tell us. You put it on the open panels and all that, or on the YouTube and all that. It's my right to find out who said that to you. No, if it's private, you keep it private, innit? You don't. But none of this Dawa team is actually Muslims. They are only there for money. They get whatever they get. Bring it from Adnan Rashid to this Hashim, Mansour and all that. These guys are all money-making factories. They say we are doing dawah, but the dawah they are doing is totally the wrong way. They fight among themselves. The biggest now argument is not Christians and Muslims in Speaker's Corner anymore. It's Muslims and Muslims.
That is true, yeah.
Every time then they speak in Arabic, they think there's nobody else translating it. Shamsi, he comes and he start arguing with all the other Muslims.
Yeah.
And then they go back, they start to say, Muslims are not getting along with Muslims. How do you expect? And then they say, okay, no, Hanafi is right. Salafis are right. No, Shia said, no, we are right. The guy said, we are right. Who is right? Yeah. Make up your mind first before you even ask to do dawah. I want to do dawah. Okay, I want to become Muslim. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Okay, I've done it. Okay, now which cult am I supposed to follow? It's supposed to be 73, one going 72, 73, 73, one going to heaven, the rest going to hell. Which one am I supposed to follow? So the Muslims should get together and say, but it will never happen. A Salafi will never pray behind a Hanafi. And the same thing, they will never go to each other's mosque, give donations and things like that. They don't. They only give to their own tribes.
Yeah.
So it's never going to happen. We can talk, we can do whatever we want to do. The only solution is that Muslims get together. Only then you'll follow what is the right thing. And second thing is that, before anything, everything is written what is going to happen. The Christians are doing whatever they need to do and they're winning.
Yeah.
They are 100% winning, mate. Because whatever these guys are doing is very openly go and make noise, start doing this one, free Palestine. Listen, man, Israel had a problem. They have got every citizen in Israel have got one of the things that make an oath for them to become Israeli. If Israel come under attack, they will leave everything. They'll go back home.
Yeah.
Do Muslims do that? They only nyap in it. Your neighboring country, nothing, nobody's doing anything. Saudi said we are with Israel. Now the rest of everybody said only this this Lebanon. I think he said that this one of the country Hezbollah. Where's Hezbollah? Which country is that? Iran. Iran said
Lebanon, right?
Iran.
Okay. Yeah.
Iran said we gave the weapons to them. Where did they get the weapon from? They said we give Hamas, but this is all politics played by them among themselves, because a lot of the Arab countries, they do not like Hamas. They want to get rid of it, open up a new corridor for them to do something else. Get rid of this, eventually give Palestine, okay, you lot can stay here, we give you an independent country, but get rid of Gaza, we are taking over. It's going to happen. Watch it, mate. Okay, my friend, good night, and you lot take care of yourself, and you're doing a good job, bro. Cheers,
Thank you, Sid. Okay, take care. All right, so Bird Nest has shared this link. We'll watch this quickly and see what this is about. If this is Mahyar Tousi, then that's the self-hating illegal immigrant. Yeah, so he's an illegal immigrant to the United Kingdom, and he himself hates other illegal immigrants. So I give him a bit of a hard time sometimes when I see him live. He hasn't blocked me yet. He hasn't figured out how to do the blocking. Oh, there's our friend from Speaker's Corner. Let's see what he's saying.
Again, like one of these, but well, these are actual real flags. But... Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now joined by Joseph Cohen, the founder of the Israel.
And this Tousi guy can't even speak English, bro. Like, he's got the most awful accent. He's so hard to understand.
Advocacy movement, you set up this organization a few years ago to fight against the Islamist extremism, but also spread the truth about against all the lies and claims, right? Tell us more about yourself and what's been going on.
So he's saying that Joseph started his organization to fight against Islamic extremism. Is that the purpose of his organization? Come on. That's news to me.
So I've spent the last decade of my life trying to wake people up to the existential threat that Jews face. Many people don't understand the Jewish connection to the state of Israel. Whether it's religious or secular, it's it's a fundamental part of who we are. We face there when we pray. We pray to return there. All of our festivals mention and reference Jerusalem. But today, more than any day, people can recognize why Jews need a state, and we need a state because we cannot depend on others to come to our defense. Yeah. We've just witnessed the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the Nazi crowd, the anti-fascist crowd, the Islamist crowd, they're all...
All right, quick question. This massacre of Jews in Israel, has it been independently verified? Has an organization, for example, like the United Nations gone in and, as they say, independently validated these claims and identified the bodies and audited what's happening there? Or is it just, a claim that has not been challenged or refuted in any way? It's just simply accepted Like that thing about the 40 decapitated babies. So who has independently verified? Now, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but where's the independent proof?
Or jubilant. They're either pretending it didn't happen or justifying it. And this is why we cannot depend on others to come to our defense. We need to be able to defend ourselves, and we will defend ourselves.
You know, that's is that a fair thing? Yeah, I think if you were in Israel's shoes, right, you're surrounded by countries that if they had the opportunity to take you out, they would, which is why they did that maneuver in the 6-Day War, where they preempted everyone. They're not dumb, and they feel, what's the word? You know, they're hated by so much of the world. Prior to World War II, European Jews were persecuted badly. Growing up in England, you will have heard so many insults against Jewish people. So, but I think directing your anger at innocent people is not correct. Innocent children and putting people in an open-air prison, how is that a justified response? Yes, you want to live in peace, but you've got refugees who cannot return home. You've got these people living in an open-air camp, dying from malnutrition and, you know, poor living standards. I don't know. You're going to say, well, you know, they've got a border with Egypt. They can flee to Egypt. They can go, you know, they can go wherever they like. And none of those countries are letting those people in. Anyway, let me just continue before I say
ourselves.
more.
I mean, you say perfectly that, you know, one of the reasons that the state of Israel exists is for the Holocaust to not happen again.
And Mahyar, you not so nice individual. All you ever do is suck up to these people, right? When I say these people, I mean like Jacob Rees-Mogg and anyone that supports Israel. So all you do is suck up to them. You got no independent mind or independent thinking, critical thinking skills, nothing. You're just a puppet. All you do, you're just like Suella Braverman. You're reading a script that's been given to you.
And I can imagine a lot of the citizens in Israel, which also include seculars, atheists, and Jews, and Christians, and Muslims, and Arabs, they probably thought, especially after the last few decades, that you know, everything's now relatively, we could be safe now. We could actually live here. We don't need the help of the Westerners and all that. But even clearly, we are now seeing that not only they're not safe because of the borders around them, but in the West, Jews and non-Jews, anyone who's basically not going to be following the Islamic, you know, the ideology, we're all going to be targeted. Today's the global day of jihad. How are you and anybody you know feeling about this in the West?
I've been inundated with phone calls from crying mothers here in London asking, is it safe to send their children to school today? And do you want to know the terrifying thing?
Yep.
I couldn't even say, yes, it's safe.
I think that's true. I can understand. I could imagine being a Jewish person in London right now, seeing all the demonstrations and the outrage of what Israel's doing to innocent Palestinian people. I can understand them fearing for their safety. It's not fair. I mean, it's not right. That people in London should feel fear. Then you can also, other people will say, yeah, but the people who feel fear are the ones that are supporting this massacre of Muslims in Palestine, right? That they hate what they're seeing, and if you're supporting those acts and you're a dual citizen, for example, then they're going to hate you, right? Why aren't you speaking against what's happening? This is what they'll be saying. Okay?
I said, I can't make this call for you. This is how serious different security organizations are taking this threat.
Yeah.
There have been people arrested for threatening to kill Jews. There have been extremists arrested on the streets for celebrating the murder of 1,300 Jews. And we're not talking.
Now, are people celebrating the murder of 1,300 Jews? Is that true? Again, independently, has this been verified? Number one. Number two, are they celebrating the murder of Jews? No, I don't think that. Some people possibly, right? But I think what they're, and then you've got the Hamas guy who was interviewed on Sky News. He said that the people that were killed were not civilians. They were military people. They work in a compound doing cyber artificial intelligence or something like that.
Soldiers, although soldiers were killed, we're talking pregnant women whose stomachs were ripped open and left to die.
Is there evidence of this, by the way? I keep hearing about these atrocities. It doesn't sound like something any Muslim would ever do. Yeah, there are strict rules in Islam, laws of armed conflict. You're not allowed to harm women or children, let alone rip open bellies of pregnant women and take. No, that's hard to believe. Where's your evidence? In Islam, we're told to bring evidence. That's not something I can believe. Does anyone in the chat believe that? That Muslims would cut open women's bellies and take the babies out?
We were talking babies brutally murdered, mutilated in the most sickening ways. And I've seen the photographs.
Yeah.
And then to have people in the West claiming.
He's seen the photographs. I don't take Joseph as a liar, okay? He's quite, a reasonable guy. I have to give him a little bit of credit. But, I don't see any Muslim doing such a thing. The one video I have seen is, anyway, let's continue. I'll share a video shortly of an Israeli woman who was, she had Muslim Palestinians enter her home with weapons, and they even asked her permission to have a banana before they left. They didn't touch her. They said, "We're Muslims. We're not going to harm you."
That this atrocity didn't happen. Declaiming that Hamas have not killed one civilian when we've all seen the videos. We've all seen the devastating scenes from the.
And if you're talking about the evidence that we've seen so far, for example, of the beheaded babies, well, it turns out it was faked. And that one photograph that was spread out by Benacide Shapiro of a charred baby, it was actually an AI-generated image from a picture of a dog. Okay? So what are you talking about?
The music
festival. Videos they published themselves. It's not like we created it. Hamas did themselves.
Yeah. Anybody, I encourage everybody, download Telegram.
Telegram is owned by an Israeli firm. Yeah, so yeah, download Telegram and let everything on your phone be uploaded to the cloud.
The names of these terror organizations: Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Search for the name in Arabic on Telegram. Go to their Telegram groups. Watch what happens when they post those videos. Don't watch the videos because you will not be able to unsee what you see. But
okay, you hear his bull. Okay, they didn't even show Bin Laden's photo. They all believe without evidence. Yeah, exactly. Look, if what you're saying is true, we can all concede and accept what you're saying, but we can't just believe your claims. The first victim or the first casualty of war is the truth.
Look at the emojis, laughing emojis, heart emojis, burning emojis. These people are evil. And the tragedy of this is we have been closer to peace in that region than we have.
Do you remember when Grenfell burnt down? And because there were so many Muslim victims, do you remember all of the emojis and those people doing effigies of a burning building and dolls inside and laughing? Yeah, that's the where was the until now not a single person has been held responsible or accountable for what happened in Grenfell.
In 75 years. And these evil and murderous terrorists have tried their utmost to set back this peace process. It will not work. I have Emirati friends messaging me on the daily telling me they stand with me. I have
Emirati, as we saw that Amjad, whatever his name is, sellout guy, he says he stands with Israel and he's comforting Israeli children, while Muslim children, he's calling them terrorists.
British Muslims telling me that they stand with me. I have secular Arabs messaging me and telling me that they stand with me. We will win. There will be peace. And all they will be remembered for is the savagery and the brutal acts that they've just carried out on innocent civilians.
Yeah. I mean, one side loves life and the other side loves death. And they dream of becoming martyrs to go to heaven and get.
Look at that snide remark here. One side loves life and the other loves death. Who loves death?
virgins, which I did joke earlier. I said the virgins are not life and the other
That
side loves
virgin
death,
joke.
and they dream of becoming martyrs to go to heaven and get virgins, which I did joke earlier. I said the virgins have never been clarified what gender of virgins they will get. Imagine if you're a guy and get 72 male virgins. That would be an unfortunate situation.
They can't even speak English, guy. Shut up, Mahyar Tousi, you joker.
But
I'm not Muslim. I'm not Muslim, but I can assure you, if there is Jahannam, these dogs will be burning in there.
I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, if we were.
I don't think you're far from Islam, Joseph. Inshallah, you come to Islam and accept it as the truth. Yeah, submission to the will of Allah, that Allah is your Lord, that you are not God. You are a slave of God, just like we all are. Yeah, submit to Allah and follow His Prophet, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Save yourself from the hellfire. Anyone who does such crimes that you're describing, I don't believe a Muslim would do such a thing. It's completely against the guidance of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We're not allowed to even chop trees down in war. Okay? Let alone what you're claiming, that we would cut open women's bellies and take the babies out. It's hard to believe. I would need to see evidence to believe it. And I'm not installing Telegram.
For a second, believe with that faith. That, despite all the other stuff that the book says, the action that they are actually taking, that's extreme even for the book. So the sort of stuff, the inhumanity that we're getting. And I think what I want to ask you is, obviously, I don't want to get too political about it, because in London, you were talking about parents and kids who are not feeling safe. At the same time, the mayor of London, instead of doing something about that, he's tweeting about how he's concerned about the situation in Gaza, as if he's the foreign secretary. I'm not really sure what that's about. And then you have the BBC who are refusing to call Hamas a terrorist. You got I'm not really into flying flags all the time, but
where's your flipping what's the word? Compassion for Hamza Yusuf, the head of Scotland, whose wife is his wife's parents are stuck in Gaza.
Wembley Stadium and the FA, who basically did the colours of the flags of Ukraine and everything else, are apparently scared of doing it for Israel. And it seems like then never again and enough is enough was actually an empty promise to the Jews that we did decades ago.
Well, you're supporting the banning of waving the Palestinian flag, claiming that waving the flag means you're supporting terrorism, and you're complaining that the Israeli look. Left to right, end to end, the whole government is in support of Israel, and yet you still want the flag to be, shone over Wembley Stadium or wherever it is.
So Jews do not count. All of these social justice.
Jews do not count, he says. Bro, just get one person on Twitter to say something about Jews, they get shut down. Remember Wiley? Or Kyrie Irving in the United States in the NBA. Like, just you're saying Jews don't count? Get real.
Virtuous rules that they apply to others do not apply to Jews for some reason.
Yeah.
I'll give you a great example, great analogy. A couple of years ago, 100,000 people protested in London because a Palestinian family was threatened with eviction from their home. We can get into the whether that was right or wrong, the complexity. It's not really relevant. 100,000 people protested because a family was going to lose their home. 1,300 Jews were just slaughtered. And not one protest in condemnation of Hamas. The Jewish community held a vigil, and thankfully there were many British, decent people that attended that. Across from atheist, Christian, Muslim, decent people came out to mourn the murdered, to mourn the slain. But you then, that same night, had thousands of Palestinian supporters, Hamas supporters, jubilantly celebrating outside the Israeli embassy. They are celebrating the murder of my people, of my family, laughing in my face. You can be for a two-state solution. You can be for a one-state solution. You can believe it's all Palestine. But to celebrate the murder of babies is an evil that I've never witnessed in my life in this country. My family's lived here for centuries. I'm actually mixed ancestry. I've got English and Jewish ancestry. And this country is not the country I grew up in. I grew up on the left. I grew up in a socialist tradition, fighting actual fascists. I remember the BNP, the National Front. And I look at the country today, and it's unrecognizable. I could not imagine the punch a Nazi crowd would turn into the wave the flag of the Nazi crowd. Because believe me, Hamas's ideology is a Nazi ideology fused with Islamism. They believe in a global caliphate and the destruction of the Jew.
Yes, and then the same political left.
Who believes in the destruction of the Jew? When there was a caliphate, the Jews weren't destroyed. The Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had Jews as neighbors. What are you talking about?
Obviously.
But maybe he's talking about some people today who believe in that. But I don't know who believes in that. Who believes in that? Do any of the Muslims who go to Speaker's Corner believe in that?
you grew up with then betrayed you. And look at them now. Look what they're doing now. With which side they're taking. The issue that we're kind of facing is that one main problem is about the reality of the situation. The liberal, well, let's just call it the mainstream narrative for decades in the West is actually being against the Jews, and somehow they managed to use the propaganda to make it seem it's the other way around. So it's always been the Jews' fault. It's always
mainstream propaganda has always been against Jews. Since when? Which history are you looking at, Mahyar Tousi? Not only can you not speak English, you don't understand English.
We only see the worst parts of Gaza and children in poverty and in harm. We only saw that footage. On my channel the other day, I showed the other side of Gaza and the elite and middle classes, how they live. The media didn't show any of that. But I wanted to talk about a few of the best and basically worst the myths and claims about the Jews and Israel. And like, for example, the Jews running the world and all that, and how they are nonsensical. And I want to start with obviously.
Oh, he's saying that Jews running the world is nonsensical. You had the Jewish Chronicle, yeah? The Jewish Chronicle was boasting about it.
The historic issue, that the land, the territorial thing, and how apparently there was always a country called Palestine, which I still couldn't find in history books. And secondly, the fact that they imply that, oh, we only right now are critical of some Jewish people because of the state of Israel, as if before 1940s, nobody disliked the Jews, nobody targeted the Jews. So you start, go.
So one of the biggest misconceptions, actually, almost everything you hear about Israel is actually a projection. So they call the Jews colonizers, European colonizers, white European colonizers, and the Palestinians are the indigenous population. The reality is the Jews are indigenous to the land. It's where we became a nation. The overwhelming
indigenous over 1,000 years ago, right? Just like the Romans were indigenous to the United Kingdom. Okay, so let's give the land back to the Italians.
Majority of Jews in Israel, their ancestors never stepped foot in Europe. Never stepped foot in Europe. In 1844, the majority population of Jerusalem was Jewish, not Christian, not Muslim, Jewish. Jews never left the land. Now, there were Arabs that lived there, Christian, not Muslim, Jewish. Jews stepped foot in Europe, never stepped foot in Europe. In 1844, the majority population of Jerusalem was Jewish.
That I don't believe, because I watched a documentary by Jewish historians themselves from some of the universities in Israel, and they were saying that the Ottomans were in charge in 1844, or whatever year he's talking about. They were running Jerusalem, and they had a rule that was, the Ottomans had a rule. It was a strict rule that no sale of property was allowed to Jewish people. They weren't allowed to buy property. There were still people like doing it underhandedly, but it wasn't allowed. It was like a very strict rule. And towards the end of the Ottoman Empire, they kind of lost the grip of it. But yeah, for I won't say centuries, but for a long time, Jews were not the majority of Jerusalem.
Not Christian, not Muslim, Jewish. Jews never left the land. Now, there were Arabs that lived there, but there were Muslims, Christians.
Yeah, what happened was Arabs had ended up moving to the mountainous or the hillside areas, not living on the coast. And it was from the coast where the Jews came, and they started inhabiting the coastal sort of areas or the lowland areas, building up towns. But the hillside areas were considered more like better locations to live from a defense and fortification perspective, but also from an agricultural side of things.
Christians, Druze, there were many different communities that shared that land. But what happened?
Yeah, I think Joseph is mistaken here about Jews being the majority of the people in and he's saying that Jews were not in Europe. Then how did they go to the United States, and how were they in Poland? How were they in Germany?
Was that the Jews?
And how did they go back from there to Palestine?
Achieved sovereignty. We established a state in our ancestral home, and Palestinian nationalism arose in reaction to that. It was an unwillingness to share the land with the Jews. The Jews have the Israelis now, because we're a very diverse society, have consistently said, we will share this land.
He's completely left out the Balfour Agreement. But yeah, all right.
We offer a two-state solution. We offered one of the most recent offers was by Ehud Olmert, who was the previous prime minister. He offered the Palestinians. He offered them everything they asked for. The West Bank, Gaza, the East Jerusalem as their capital, the holy city, which is holy to all faiths, to be under the custodianship of the Palestinians, the Jordanians, the Saudis, the Israelis, and the Americans. A shared city to secure all people access to the holy sites. They got everything. They were offered everything they asked for, and they said no. Why? Because the objective of Palestinian nationalism is not a two-state solution. It's from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. And we've seen exactly what they mean by Palestine will be free on Saturday. It means free of Jews. It means massacre of Jews. Hajim al-Husseini, originally, who was the previous leader of the Palestinians during the 48 war, he was a religious leader from Jerusalem. He was a Nazi collaborator. He was very, very close to Adolf Hitler. He spent the war in Berlin. Hajim al-Husseini rallied the Palestinians under the cry, "Oh, Muslim, Muslim."
So I think Joseph does have a point here, right? So with the fall of the Ottomans, due to the rise of Arab nationalism, it was this pan-Arabism, or whatever the word is, that really screwed up the Ummah. They got rid of the Ottomans, and they were, as you saw in the film of Lawrence of Arabia, and they wanted to be kings of Arabia. Yeah, you had the Hashemite, and then that was Jordan used to be called the East Bank. You know, you got the West Bank in Palestine. You had the East Bank as well, so that became a separate country of its own, or kingdom, because that's all they wanted, kingdom. These pan-Arab nationalists, all they care about is their own little nationhood.
They declare a jihad, slaughter.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they have the same view that Joseph is actually explaining here, that they want to wipe out Jews from Palestine, whereas historically Muslims never had that position of wiping out Jews from Palestine. They were always welcome there. I think the Ottomans understood that if they sold land, they gave ownership of property, to Jews, they'll eventually, buy it all up. So they established, I wouldn't say it's apartheid, but a form of, prevention. They wanted to preserve its Muslim identity, which is what Jews are doing today with Israel. They're trying to preserve its Jewish identity, but they're doing it through apartheid and through ethnic cleansing and with genocide.
The Jews, slaughter them all. And that is the context of Israel. We have consistently said we will share the land, and we have only ever defended our borders. And we're seeing that today. Israel did not go into Gaza and massacre 1,300 innocent civilians. Hamas invaded from Gaza with one objective and one objective alone: to slaughter innocent Jews.
Yeah, I mean that's why for the Israeli side, just like any other nation, it's a territorial.
So as a media person, you're not supposed to be taking sides. As a journalist, you're supposed to be unbiased, impartial. Mahyar Tousi, I was going to insult you. I won't. You're just insulting yourself. You don't see how embarrassing you look.
Issue, but for the other side, it's not really a territorial issue. They lie about that. It's actual genocidal issue. So you can't really negotiate with the side that just says, well, one solution. There's only one solution. That's what they say.
And I just realised that we can just finish one point. So I did want to wrap it up. Actually, forgot to. Apologies. On the colonization, Jews are called the colonizers. So we've established the Jews have always. We became a nation there. You can't move 5 feet in Israel without stumbling across some Jewish archaeology. In contrast, the overwhelming majority of Palestinians arrived in the land between 1882 and 1945. We know that because the Ottomans and the British took 2 separate censuses, and there was a mass migration of Arabs into the land attracted by Jewish and British development of the area. It was an economic opportunity. In the same way we get economic migrants in the West today, we had economic migrants to Israel in the beginning.
Yeah, so which Jewish historians confirm that claim?
Of the 20th century. Now, prior to that, there was a huge colonization of the land by Umar ibn al-Khattab when he marched from from Arabia in the 7th century and conquered Jerusalem. And from that point on, there's been a colonization by the Arabs from Arabia, from various other places. And you only need to look at the surnames to see this. One of the most famous people you'll have accounted online is Muhammad al-Kurd. Al-Kurd, where do you think he's from? Al-Masri, Barghouthi. We know where all of these people come from. Even Hajim al-Husseini, the man I mentioned before, descends from Muhammad. He's from Arabia. Jews are not the colonizers. Jews are indigenous to the land. And we're willing to share it, but we are not willing to be subject to massacres and pogroms as we have throughout our history. Today, we fight back.
Absolutely spot on. And you're right about the fight back is self-defense. And one of the reasons in terms of history, philosophy of it, of looking back at why the Jews have always been targeted and also all things against them, and why at some point every generation, every institution want to take them out. Philosophically, people would say, well, if there were one group of people throughout history that one refused to actually be defeated, and they refused to remain a victim, but they also tried their best not to become the villain.
I can't understand what this idiot is saying. Like,
and they also, in terms of theology, when the new religions came, they just said, we don't want to convert. Can we just be us? And they didn't like it. So they always became the scapegoat. And you think because of that, that the establishments throughout history had to come up with stories about them to make them the boogeyman. The modern days is they control the banks and all that. And it doesn't really help that if you're the Hollywood powerful Americans happen to be Jewish, so it obviously helps the narrative. But I think that's also in the blood. I've always actually been, as a Persian, we had the positive story defending the Jews who had to then survive. They had to choose to thrive in order to survive. So they found professions and education to actually become more educated, to become more professional, to just survive as a survival instinct instead of just remain as a victim, just complaining that the world is against them. They chose to thrive to survive. Do you think that's the reason that they are the boogeyman? Because how dare you? Not only didn't die, but you're thriving to survive. Is that why?
So, if Joseph understood that bunch of nonsense coming out of his mouth,
I'll address all of those points. So first,
he's actually taken notes.
I'd like to start with a message to the Jewish people. Take comfort, my brothers and sisters, that they've rose up in every generation and tried to annihilate us, and we're still here. We have survived, and we will continue to survive. The Egyptians persecuted us. Their empires have gone. The Romans, Babylonians, the Nazis, all their empires have crumbled, and we are still here today. Now, as for the origins of anti-Semitism, it's largely traced back, wherever you find it, to Christian or Muslim nations. Or nations that were Christian and Muslim and have that history. I agree. I wouldn't disagree that there is probably.
Oh, so Romans weren't against you?
Really a connection there. Our rejection of their religion in favor of our own, our refusal to abandon the faith of our ancestors and embrace newer ideas, potentially does feed into this narrative. But when it comes to what they call us, you can read Tacitus in the Roman period using very similar anti-Semitic tropes to the Nazi Party 2,000 years later. Like the same, almost verbatim.
Yes, Smash Factory he is. Although he just called himself a Persian, as though that's different. It's somehow, I don't know. I think he considers it a more praiseworthy name.
And it would be like you're reading Nazi propaganda, except it was written by a Roman historian. You can pick up the writings of the ulema throughout the ages in Islam, and you'll find
ulema. It means ulama.
Similar themes. Now, what the general trend tends to be, whatever a society despises the most, they project onto the Jewish people.
Yes.
So in Christianity, the worst thing you could do would be to commit deicide, to kill God.
Yep.
So what did they call the Jews? The killers of Christ, the killers of God. In Islam, you cannot speak ill about the prophets. So what did they say about the Jews? They murdered the prophets. They poisoned the prophets.
Yeah.
In communism, what was the worst thing? The worst thing for a communist would be a capitalist. So what were the Jews? They were the cosmopolitan bourgeoisie. They were the enablers and the bankrollers of capitalism.
Liberals,
Read Marx. Marx writes a paper on the Jewish question, and he describes the Jews. He says, what is their religion? Usury. What is their God? Money. Yeah. This is Marx, the founder of communism. Within Nazi fascism, what was the worst thing you could be? Was a capitalist or a communist. Yeah. Who did the Nazis say the Jews were? They were the Untermenschen. They were the subhumans. They were behind capitalism. And they.
Come on, Mahyar. Find something to disagree with Joseph on, yeah? Just one thing.
Were behind communism. Yeah. Today, what is the worst offense that somebody can commit?
Globalist?
Human rights.
Human
rights abuse. So what are the Jews? Yeah. The Jews are the worst offender of human rights. Now look at this. They've just come into Israel and massacred 1,300 people. They did not warn anyone. They went from building to building, executing Jews. In contrast, Israel is engaging Hamas. Now we are not going to let them take our daughters and take them back to their tunnels to do whatever evil they want to our children, to our daughters, to our sisters and our mothers. We will go in and we will get them back. But what did we do? What did we do? We warned the civilians to leave because we have no desire to harm the hair on any civilian.
Yeah, you want the civilians to leave and go where? Where are they going to go?
We have every intention of doing everything we can to preserve civilian life, and that is the difference. Yet to grow.
No, you don't. Right. So they've been waiting all this time. So they cut off the electricity. They wait a number of hours until they think everybody's mobile phone battery has completely depleted. There's no more communication with the outside world, and they cannot document or film the atrocity that's about to be unleashed on them. That's what's going on. Okay, not like you got some mercy on them. You're gonna send them a note and say, yeah, leave your building, save your life. Where are they gonna go? You're gonna bomb the location where the hospital is, yeah?
The grossness of all of this is that we are accused.
Apparently, Israel employs some doctrine. I think it's called the Hamilton Doctrine or some name anyway. And what that is is that if you have hostages from your people, if you have some of your population taken as hostages by others, so your enemy is keeping your population as hostages, and you know those locations, you bomb those locations and you kill your people along with the captors. That's the doctrine that Israel employs. He's acting like, yeah, they want to go in and rescue their people. No, they want to go in and
of human rights violations. Jeremy Corbyn continuously accuses Israel of human rights violations, yet he calls Hamas his friends, and to this date, to right now, with film.
Jeremy Corbyn for years has stood as an MP in a borough or a location which is predominantly Jewish, and you're saying that he's an anti-Semite?
On Friday, not once has he condemned Hamas. So Jews, Israel, responsible for human rights violations. Hamas, silence.
Wow, this is difficult. You also had messages of hope as well, or kind of encouragement about how you will rise again, because at least you won't be defeated, because there's always been attempts. But it is kind of right now very negative and pessimistic, the situation. It's just mostly sad because it just keeps getting repeated. That's the sad part. It's not just about the immediate events that's been happening. It's just the fact that the stories that we now know, throughout history, since obviously the Egyptians and the Roman Empire and everything else, and the Babylonian. It's just a little bit. Humanity is brilliant because it's imperfect, and we know that. But sometimes, we never learn from history, and we repeat the same mistakes as people. But sometimes some stuff, you're like, come on, humans, just move on. It seems like we're still going through that journey, and still the early days, I guess. 2,000 years is still early days. But any last few words, Joseph? Any message of fight back or hope?
So what I would like to say is actually thank you. I've never felt so alienated from the country I was born in. I've never felt so unsafe in this country. And I know when I read the comments on this video, it's going to be filled with people with decent hearts, with good moral compasses, standing in solidarity with my people. So to anyone who is standing with us in this...
Do you know how Muslims have felt since 9/11 in this country? Yeah, after the Saudis paid the United States and Israel to come up with a plan to justify an invasion of Iraq. Yeah. So since the Saudi and UAE plot of 9/11, do you know what Muslims have gone through in the West? And you're saying you have never felt so unwelcome or unsafe? Like, put yourself in the shoes of Muslims. You want to be the victim. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, so those Muslims who are demonstrating and protesting at the university, is it Harvard or Pennsylvania? I don't remember which university is in the United States. And the news commentators are saying, well, these people are covering their faces because they don't want to jeopardize getting a job, because the companies that will employ them are all run by, as they said, Jews. It's not like a Jew is going to be discriminated from a Muslim employer, because Muslims don't run any companies, bruh. You're acting like you're the victim here.
And standing against the huge injustice that has been inflicted on my family. Thank you. Because it can be very depressing watching the media and listening to voice after voice, pundit after pundit, providing cover for these bloodthirsty murderers. And so for every person that stands with us, I've just got one or two words. Thank you.
When you say stands with us, okay, let's say there was no murder. You want us to stand with you. In what way? Stand with you in what respect? Like, okay, standing with you, do you stand with us as Muslims? Do you stand with us when what we went through in the West after 9/11 and still continue to go through? What Muslims are going through in France, do you stand with Muslims in France? The way they're being oppressed, that the women are not allowed to wear hijabs or even what they call the abaya, similar clothing to Jewish women. Do you stand with Muslims there? Or in Europe, where Muslims are not even allowed to migrate? Which country is it? Hungary or Poland?
Thank you very much, Joseph, and thank you guys for watching the channel. I'm Mahyar Tousi, and we are the media.
Mahyar Tousi, you're a piece of crap, yeah? You're an illegal immigrant, and I hope you get sent back home. All right, here we go. So this is the video that brother, what's his name, Tawheed Ummah, shared and asked if we could go through. So let's have a look. It looks like it's in Arabic, so we're going to have to do a bit of translating.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى بهدي يوم الدين. أما بعد فإني أسجل هذه الكلمة في ليلة 28 من شهر ربيع الأول لسنة 1445 للهجرة، والذي يوافق ليلة 13 من شهر أكتوبر لسنة 2023 ميلادية. والدافع لهذه الكلمة هو نصرة إخواننا الفلسطينيين المعتدى عليهم في غزة الآن بسبب ما تشنه الدولة اليهودية المارقة من الحرب الضروس عليهم وعلى حرماتهم وأموالهم وديارهم، كل ذلك قياما بما أوجب الله تبارك وتعالى على المسلمين من النصرة والإعانة والذب عن المسلمين، فإن المؤمنين ذلك قياما بما أوجب الله تبارك وتعالى على المسلمين من النصرة والإعانة والذب عن المسلمين الفلسطينيين المعتدى عليهم. والدافع لهذه الكلمة هو نصرة إخواننا الفلسطينيين.
So the reason for this little short talk that he's going to give is with regards to the people of Palestine
المعتدى عليهم في غزة الآن,
who are being oppressed, you could say, or under injustice in Gaza right now.
بسبب ما تشنه الدولة اليهودية المارقة من الحرب الضروس عليهم وعلى حرماتهم وأموالهم وديارهم، كل ذلك قياما بما أوجب الله تبارك وتعالى على المسلمين من النصرة والإعانة من الحرب الضروس عليهم وعلى حرماتهم وأموالهم وديارهم المعتدى عليهم في غزة الآن بسبب ما تشنه الدولة اليهودية المارقة.
Yeah, so what the Palestinians are going through in their land right now due to what the Zionists, he said, Sahiyuni are doing.
من الحرب الضروس عليهم وعلى
from the war.
حرماتهم وأموالهم وديارهم، كل ذلك قياما بما أوجب الله تبارك وتعالى على المسلمين من النصرة والإعانة.
So all of that, what they're going through right now in suffering is what makes obligatory on the Muslims to help them. Okay, dude, only a naive.
والذب عن المسلمين، فإن المؤمنين كالبنيان كما أخبر به النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام، كالبنيان يشد بعضه بعض المسلمين، فإن المؤمنين كالبنيان كما أخبر به النبي عليه.
So the believers are one another like a bunyan, like a building.
عليه الصلاة والسلام كالبنيان يشد بعضه بعضا.
One part strengthens the other.
وفي الحديث مثل المؤمنين في توادهم.
And in the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, the example of the believers in regards to their love for one another
وتراحمهم
and for their mercy to one another,
تعاطفهم كمثل الجسد,
and their kindness to one another, you could say تعاطفهم.
إذا اشتكى منه عضو,
it's like a body. If one part of it is aching or hurt,
تداعى له سائر الجسد بالسهر والحمى.
The rest of the body will be feeling pain, you could say.
ولا شك أن ما وقع على إخواننا في غزة من العدوان.
And there's no doubt that what our brothers in Gaza are experiencing
مؤلم جدا.
From udwan, you know, like from not oppression but injustice, or what they're going through, what the suffering, the unfair, unjust suffering that they're going through.
يتفطر منه كل قلب حي.
Every heart that has any life in it.
فضلا عن قلب المسلم، لكن ثمة شيء آخر أشد ألما منه، وهو خذلان بعض الدعاة والمسلمين للفلسطينيين باسم نصرة العقيدة وباسم النصيحة الواجبة، فسلطوا سهام نقدهم لحركة حماس لوما، والدعاة والمسلمين للفلسطينيين باسم نصرة العقيدة وباسم النصيحة الواجبة، فسلطوا سهام نقدهم لحركة منه كل قلب حي فضلا عن قلب المسلم، لكن ثمة شيء آخر أشد ألما منه.
So he said that there's something even more that's causing even more pain to the hearts than what we're seeing of the suffering that the Palestinians are going through, and this thing that's causing pain right now to the hearts is the treachery that you're seeing from some of the du'at of the Muslims towards the Palestinian brothers.
باسم نصرة العقيدة.
And they're doing so out of prioritizing aqidah, for
وباسم
example.
النصيحة الواجبة.
And they're doing so out of what they claim to be giving, you know, we're doing so out of sincere advice.
فسلطوا سهام نقدهم لحركة حماس لوما.
فسلطوا what?
باسم نصرة العقيدة وباسم النصيحة الواجبة فسلطوا سهام نقد
فسلطوا سحام
لحركة حماس لوما.
I think what he's saying is that they're blaming Hamas, that group Hamas,
وتشنيعا وتقريعا
for not doing anything in support of their brothers, right? They're blaming Hamas for their situation.
ظهر ذلك في قالب النصح للمسلمين، فأحببت أن أبين على عجالة بعض الأمور المهمة التي تبين للمسلم الموقف الصحيح في مثل هذه المصيبة.
So based on that, he wants to put forward the correct position that that Muslims need to have in this regard.
بالمسلمين وفي مثلاتها. فأقول مستعينا بالله تبارك وتعالى.
So he says, I say, seeking Allah's help.
الأمر الأول.
The first matter.
اعلم أنه لا يعرف عن عالم معتبر قط لا من المتقدمين.
It is not known that any scholar from the Muslims, not from the early
ولا من
generations,
المتأخرين أنه
nor from those from the later generations,
أطلق لسانه في نقد المسلمين وقت حرب العدو الكافر لهم.
Yeah, it's never been known from any of the scholars from the past or present or present that they have been critical of the Muslims when they're facing when they've been under attack from their non-Muslim enemies.
وتسلطه عليهم مهما كانت أسباب نشوب الحرب بينهم.
No matter what the reason of the war has been between them. Okay.
وعلى أي حال كانوا أهل سنة كانوا أو أهل ابتداع.
Even if they were people of Ahl Sunnah or if they were even Muslims from Ahl Bid'ah, right? Muslim scholars have never been known to have been critical or criticizing Muslims who are under attack by non-Muslims.
لماذا؟
Why?
لأن المقام يقتضي النصرة والتثبيت ودحر.
Because the situation requires their assistance and their help.
العدو وهو فريضة الوقت.
Their help against the enemy. And this is something that's obligatory.
وهو دأب العلماء قديما وحديثا.
And so this is the position of scholars of Islam, the people of knowledge of the past and present.
ومن ذلك أنه لما شن حاكم سوريا السابق حافظ الأسد لما شن حملته العسكرية ضد جماعة الإخوان المسلمين في حماه.
That's why when the leader of Syria in the past, when he went to try and genocide, you could say, the people of a place called Hama.
متهما إياهم أنهم
and those people were what you call إخوان مسلمين.
يحاولون قلب الحكم. وجه الشيخ عبد العزيز بن باز رحمة الله تعالى عليه رسالة.
Sheikh Ibn Baz rahimahullah at the time he wrote a letter
يدعو فيها جميع المسلمين
calling on all of the Muslims
إلى معونة الإخوان المسلمين
to help these their brothers in Islam
ونصرتهم والذب عنهم
to support them
ومؤازرتهم. ولم يوجه الشيخ بن باز رحمة الله تعالى.
And Sheikh Ibn Baz at that time did not
عليه لم يوجه خطابه آنذاك للإخوان المسلمين يعتب.
Yeah, he did not write a letter at that time criticizing Ikhwan Muslimin, that group that's known as the Muslim Brotherhood.
عليهم مثلا أنهم استثاروا حاكم سوريا أو أنهم خططوا للإطاحة به مع ضعفهم وقلة عددهم في مقابل قوة حاكم سوريا وتمكنه منهم، ما لامهم على ذلك ولا عابهم بذلك. كما أن الشيخ رحمه الله لم يشتغل بنقد منهج الإخوان الفكري. لماذا؟ لأن
Yeah, so at that moment when they were going through a severe test, he did not, Ibn Baz did not come out criticizing the deviant beliefs and followings of that group, the Ikhwan Muslimin.
مقام آنذاك كان مقام نصرة ضد هذا المعتدي الكافر. إذا كان هذا موقف العلماء الربانيين، فكيف إذا كان العدو المعتدي الكافر غاصبا بلاد المسلمين، مستحلا حرماتهم، ناهبا خيراتهم، واجب المدافعة والمجاهدة، وهو ممن أخبر الله تبارك وتعالى عنه في كتابه أنه غادر. أخبرنا الله جل وعلا بغدره وأنه لا يفي بالعهود والمواثيق مع الأنبياء فضلا عن غيرهم. فهل يشك عاقل في وجوب أن يكون الخطاب وقت الحرب مع مثل هؤلاء أن يكون الخطاب خطاب نصرة للمسلمين ودعم وتداع على ذلك بالسيف والمال والمعونة؟ بل لا أبالغ إن قلت لا ينتقد المسلمين في مثل هذه الحال إلا من كان عنده قصور في العلم أو العقل.
Yeah, so in summary, the same. He just repeated the same thing. That it makes no sense for a person of knowledge to be critical of Muslims at the time that they're undergoing existential, like risk of existence. Sorry.
أو ممن يسترزق بهذا النقد ويلتمس رضا بعض السياسيين وأصحاب التوجهات الفكرية العلمانية أو التنويرية. والنقد العام المتعلق بأسباب الحرب وعدته وعتاده هذا إنجاز فإنما يجوز وقت الأمن، وأما وقت الحرب فلا ينبغي أن يذكر فيه.
So these types of things of being critical of Muslims, etc., is permissible in times of peace, but not in a situation where people are under attack.
ولا يخفى أن الكلام وقت الفتنة والحرب أشد من وقع السيف تنشيطا أو تثبيطا، المتعلق بأسباب الحرب وعدته أو العقل، أو ممن يسترزق بهذا النقد ويلتمس رضا بعض السياسيين وأصحاب التوجهات الفكرية العلمانية أو التنويرية. والنقد العام المتعلق بأسباب الحرب وعدته وعتاده هذا إنجاز فإنما يجوز وقت الأمن، وأما وقت الحرب فلا ينبغي أن يذكر فيه. ولا يخفى أن الكلام وقت الفتنة والحرب أشد من وقع السيف تنشيطا أو تثبيطا، فقد يقوى القلب بكلمة كما أنه قد يضعف ويخور بكلمة. الأمر الثاني تقدير الأمور إنما يكون لأهل البلد أنفسهم ولأهل الشأن منهم خاصة لأنهم أعلم بحالهم.
Yeah, so he's saying the second point is that, being critical of their people is something that should be left only to the people of that place.
وأدرى بمصالحهم وأخبر
because they are more knowing about their situation,
بقوتهم. وأما أهل الشأن في بلاد المسلمين من الحكام والعلماء خاصة فلهم التواصل مع المسلمين لنصيحتهم، وهذا إنما يكون في الغرف المغلقة بعيدا عن الإعلام والإعلان. هذه هي الطريقة العلمية التي تعالج بها الأمور، وهي التي يسلكها أهل الشأن والعقل.
He's just saying common sense, like it's made into some sort of Islamic deen, it's just common sense. You don't even need knowledge to know what he's telling you here. It's just common sense.
من يخوض فيها العامة أو طلبة العلم تحريما وتزهيدا وانتقادا.
But he's pointing out exactly what we've been witnessing, that guy was Amjad Taha on Twitter. These crazy people, instead of standing up and helping Muslims and supporting them, they're saying, "Oh, Alhamdulillah for Allah's destruction on Ikhwan Muslimin," and that kind of treacherous traitors. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, bro. That was maybe I'll watch the rest later, but that was long enough. Should I get back to Twitter? Here we go. Here's Twitter. Yeah, there's this piece of filth. Amjad Taha. What's he saying? Hamas Palestinian terrorists. Yeah, that's what he calls Muslims. Yeah. Look at this child. Subhanallah. La ilaha illallah. And this guy is the best he can say is Hamas Palestinian terrorists in Gaza just pulled off the greatest Toy Story ever. They released a video with a dead baby that turned out to be a doll. Talk about, yeah, as if that's a doll. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Do those look like dolls to you? Bro, I don't want to look at this. It's just... France has just banned all pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Berlin police have banned planned pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Foreign students, academics, and workers who commit anti-Semitic acts will be expelled from Britain under plans being drawn up. Are you getting it yet? Lawrence Fox. I don't know why you're relevant. If Britain really believed in itself and its values, upon hearing that Jewish schools were staying closed today for fear of Jewish children's safety, our Prime Minister would have deployed a show of force on the streets, the likes of which we had never seen, to remind those who threaten and intimidate that Britain stands against terror and everything terrorists stand for. But instead, we have shown the world we are too scared to stand up to nihilistic bullies. You don't sound like an Englishman to me, Lawrence Fox. You sound like a tyrant. This guy, man. Want to see a beheaded or decapitated baby? Here's a Palestinian fetus killed by Israel in Gaza today. The UK will send RAF aircraft and Royal Navy ships to Israel in a show of support. In other words, they're planning an attack on either Syria or Iran, or maybe even Lebanon. That's what's going down right now. Grant Shapps says these will act as a deterrent as well as providing both surveillance and humanitarian aid.
In a democracy, the people's voices matter, and there's going to be a weariness. You watch, the world's going to be, okay, let's negotiate. Israel's got to negotiate. They're not going to negotiate. These people have played their cards. They want to kill as many Israelis as they can, and negotiating with killers is not an option for the elected government of Israel. And so we're just going to have to remain steadfast, but it's not going to take long. That's gone on too long. Surely there's a way to settle this through negotiations. Both sides are guilty. My view is one side is guilty, and it's not Israel.
The Met Police says there's been a 650% increase in reports of anti-Semitism since Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. Has anybody heard from Gary Lineker? Ursula von der Leyen. We are friends of Israel. When friends are under attack, we stand by them. Israel Defense Minister Yoav Gallant making it easy for international prosecutors to demonstrate his genocidal intent. Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. Yeah? Okay.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל. ייקח זמן. ייקח יום ולא ייקח שבוע. ייקח שבועות ואולי חודשים. אנחנו נגיע לכל המקומות. לא יהיה מצב את האחים שלנו, את הילדים שלנו, את ההורים שלנו ירצחו אותנו. כאילו אנחנו נמצאים במצב של מדינה, ואנחנו לא נגיע. אז אנחנו מבינים שחמאס רצה לשנות את המצב. זה ישתנה, עוד 180 מעלות בחזרה, הם יצטערו על הרגע הזה. יצטערו.
I feel powerless. I can raise my voice, I can tell the story, but beyond that, I'm watching my mother-in-law and father-in-law suffer, and anybody knows with any human being that your first instinct is to protect your family as best you possibly can. And we feel helpless. We're watching what's happening in the news. We're watching social media as best we can. I'm doing my job as best I can as First Minister and leader of the party, trying to support my family at the same time. And we're just one family. Think how many other families are suffering in Gaza, let alone those, of course, that are outside watching and wondering what is happening to their family. It's been tough, I mean, my eldest, who's 14, very close to our gran. Close to both our grandparents, but definitely closer to our granny. And she's watching on social media everything that's unfolding. Our 4-year-old doesn't quite understand what's happening. We explained it to her that there's, granny's a bit scared of the thunder, and she keeps asking to speak to our granny. And, this morning, it was tough because she asked if her granny would be back for Halloween because my mother-in-law always does the face painting for the costumes. And although we said to my 4-year-old, yeah, granny will be back, in my heart of hearts, I cannot tell you whether my mother-in-law will be back or not. And that's tough for me and incredibly.
So they celebrate Halloween, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Incredibly distressing for my wife.
You celebrate Halloween.
Have you personally been in touch with James Cleverly?
He's not responded to my letter or not contacted me directly, which I have to say I have some anger about, not because of just my personal situation, because there are 2 UK citizens, my mother-in-law and father-in-law, in Gaza trapped. But I've also asked for information about how many Scots he knows of that might be trapped in Gaza in a similar situation, and how many Scots might be in Israel who are needing to come or wanting to come back, who might find their situation very difficult. But the fact that the Foreign Secretary hasn't been in touch, and Junior Minister has, but the fact that the Foreign Secretary hasn't been in touch to update me and to assure me that the Foreign Office is doing everything it possibly can, moving heaven and earth to get UK citizens out of Gaza, I have to say I'm pretty, not just frustrated, but pretty angry.
Because you're not an equal citizen. Yeah, you're a second-class citizen. Don't you get it?
At that point.
The IDF conducted raids in Gazan territory to eliminate the threat of soldiers collected evidence that will aid in locating hostages. Over 1 million Palestinians have less than 18 hours to flee with all their earthly possessions to the south because Israel is preparing for a ground invasion. Before this happens, I want everyone who supports this to know you have lost your humanity. You are a broken human. Yeah. So there you go, Dilly Hussein. These are your brothers and sisters in humanity. Your kuffar brothers and sisters in humanity. The Republican Party exists to serve a foreign country, is what it is. I figured this out in 2019, noticed the hypocrisy on some hate speech laws, and then all the doors closed on me. The whole conservative and libertarian angle they feed you is completely fake. They have an easier time selling socialist vaccine scams, printing banker money, and justifying American lockdowns than they do with some who believe in the First Amendment over speech policing on behalf of a foreign country.
Financial and a corrupting influence, and your explanation that this disproportionate focus on rape, kidnapping, and murder of the Jewish people in this attack, and that and your quote, that there are frankly financial and corrupting influences that lead them exactly to speak the way they do.
Sean, that is a shameful mischaracterization when I'm talking about Azerbaijan.
Stop right now.
And
I'll read
Armenia,
the exact. You do this in every single interview. You say stuff and then you deny it. You deny your own words. So, why don't you just own what you say and stand by it and stop playing these games?
I am owning what I say, Sean.
Well, I'm just telling you what you say.
I am owning what I say. Well, I'm telling you,
you're a smart guy. I would assume you remember what you say.
X anytime they want. Yeah, I absolutely do. And so, Sean, maybe we have a debate that we need to have in our party. What's happening in Azerbaijan and Armenia was a separate discussion that I had, and I do believe that it is shameful that Azerbaijan is getting away with what they are because they have a powerful lobby in the U.S. But it is shameful to extrapolate that to the comments in Israel, where, to be honest, I have been crystal clear that what's happened is barbaric. It is medieval. It is wrong. And Israel absolutely said this since day one, say it now, has the right to defend itself to the fullest extent. Where I differ from other candidates in this field is that I also believe that this is Israel's decision to make. The U.S. should stand with Israel, but we need to be very careful not to enter a broader regional war in the Middle East.
I have not
That is
heard
a
a single.
mistake
I
we
have not
made
heard a
in this
single
country in the
Republican,
past.
Vivek. I've not heard a single Republican call for that. But I really want an explanation here.
Actually,
no. I want an explanation to the.
disagree with
Can
you.
I finish? I want an exact explanation for your exact comments that there are, frankly, financial and corrupting influences that lead them exactly to speak the way that they do. Now, why would you say, what are the financial corrupting influences that Nikki Haley is taking a position on? We've got pictures of dead babies decapitated, burned babies' bodies.
Sean,
we've got the
AI generated
equivalent
pictures.
of what would be population-wise in the
It is
U.S.
wrong.
over 37,000 dead Americans. So how much more evidence do you? What are you talking about?
Sean, what I'm talking about is what's happening in Israel is an atrocity, and the U.S. absolutely,
You're not
as I have
answering
said all
my
along,
question.
should stand with Israel.
Answer
But you're
the
asking a
question.
separate question, which is the corrupting influence on our politicians. Well, the fact of the matter is, I think anybody who has been a military contractor, anybody who has made $8 million, including on serving on the board of Boeing, collecting stock options while running for U.S. president on corporate boards, has made money from military contracting through a family business, is disqualified from being the U.S. president in a time of war. I think we cannot see our march to World War III in this country. My top priority from a foreign policy perspective is avoid World War III.
Let me be straight.
Secure
Let me, because what
Make
you
sure that we
accused her
actually
of,
secure the U.S. homeland.
your words.
Sean, if you want me to answer the question.
No, I've given you plenty of time to answer the question. I'm going to now restate your words. Frankly, financial.
Yeah, they're not being critical of Israel. They're just critical of the United States getting involved in more war. That's all. All right, what's this? Sweden now has 61 no-go zones where the police basically have given up and allow what they call parallel societies. Is that true? Have I been to Sweden before? I don't think I've ever been to Sweden. Sweden has recently elected a new government that is promising to deport more and cut off the fake refugee issue. We will see if they can turn it around. So is this Sweden? Right? So the video is from 2022. The shouting of Allahu Akbar was added, and this protest was related to the Quran burning, apparently. Okay, so you see the information war that's taking place online. You can't believe everything you see. Sweden's no-go zones are a myth. Yeah, exactly. The term is often used by far-right politicians, basically Islamophobes, to describe areas with high crime rates and large immigrant populations. Okay, Sweden should have deported. Okay, Islamophobe.
I'm open to anybody's opinion.
The lack of a Speaker of the House is causing immense harm to America. For example, never mind. There will be no pro-terror demonstrations in Hungary. Okay. Oh, that's Viktor Orban. He's like the boss of their country.
In the names of victims who do not want their tragedy used to justify, in the names of victims who do not want their tragedy used.
Piers Morgan, powerful interview. Yeah, okay, pro-Israel. All right, so the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to post a comment here. Do you think they're going to be critical of Israel, or are they going to be critical of Hamas terrorists? Yeah, let's see. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia affirms its categorical rejection of the calls for the forcible displacement of the Palestinian people. Oh, okay. From Gaza, and reiterates its condemnation of the continued targeting of it. So what's happening is they're speaking to Netanyahu and they're saying, listen, go and do what you got to do. Take out our shared enemy. Publicly, you know, to stop our people overthrowing us, we're going to have to say something pro Palestinian, but just ignore what we say and carry on doing what you're doing. We're with you. Yeah, as they call them, our cousins, our Jewish cousins. The idea that Jewish people need a Jewish state because of anti-Semitism can finally be put to rest. Okay, whatever that means. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, visited the medical aid for Palestinians. Yeah, we are worried about the response of the Israeli. Okay, interesting.
Well, I'm not an expert on international conventions and so forth, but there's got to be an understanding that the consequences of a disproportionate reaction from the Israeli government is going to be incredible hardship. We're already seeing it from the pictures and images coming from Gaza. I've spoken to Londoners who've lost family members in Gaza. I also, by the way, spoke to Londoners who've lost members of their family as a consequence of the Hamas terrorist attack last weekend. And so we're feeling the pain here in London, but we are worried about the response of the Israeli government.
In London, not at London.
Being disproportionate, leading to the sort of suffering that's inexplicable. I think our government has got a really good relationship with the Israeli government, and we should use that to try and remind the Israeli government, the importance of responding proportionally, the importance of allowing water, food, medicine, essential supplies to reach the people of Gaza. Explain to the Israeli government, the unreasonableness of expecting 1.1 million people, the population size of Birmingham.
Thank you, Sadiq Khan. You're actually speaking a bit of sense. The only person on the public stage who's actually saying something sensible. Thank you. SubhanAllah.
To within 12 hours leave, their homes and go to the south. Well, by the way, speaking to people here, there's nowhere for them to go to in the south, and so I'm unclear, what is going to happen in the coming days as well. And I think our government has got a special relationship with Israel, as indeed the USA government has. And I'm hoping those friends of Israel explain to the Israeli government, of course, that pain is felt, but actually the response should be proportionate.
Thank you. Yeah, so that can't have been easy for him to do. So may Allah reward him and guide him. Let's see the comments. Pro-Israel comment. Maybe go to the two Jewish schools. Okay, that's another pro-Israel comment. Disproportionate, another pro-Israel. Do British want the Mayor of London supporting terrorists? It's time to ask the question. Yeah. So it's lots of pro-Israel Twitter activity here. Where are the Muslims, bro? Where are the Muslims? Why aren't you commenting? Yeah, I agree. He needs to step down for what he's doing with London in terms of ULEZ and all that nonsense, the low traffic zones. But in this regard, he's actually this is what you'd expect from the Prime Minister. I suppose, what he's doing. He's trying to act like a Prime Minister. He's preparing himself to run as the leader of the Labour Party. So, is there sincerity in what he's saying? Probably not, because he's never been balanced when it comes to Israeli issues. He's always been completely pro-Israel. Even just a couple of days ago, he's probably been told, "Listen, Sadiq Khan, we know you want to run for leadership. Keir Starmer's under pressure. Where people are resigning because of him. This is your opportunity, Sadiq Khan, to take leadership. See, Mahyar Tousi, if you were of any use at analyzing politics, you would have recognized what I just saw there. Sadiq Khan is seeing an opportunity for running as leader of the Labour Party. Keir Starmer has shot himself in the foot by his interview on the radio, where he said he basically said he supported Israel's decision to cut off electricity and water, etc., from Palestine, which is actually against international law or whatever it is they call it. So, based on that, Sadiq Khan sees an opportunity. He smells the chance to position himself as the leader of the Labour Party and then run to become prime minister. That's why he's saying what he's saying here. That's why he keeps repeating the word disproportionate. Let me leave that as a comment. Sadiq Khan, just 2 days ago, was 100% behind Israel. Keir Starmer ruined his election chances, and he supported war crimes of cutting water and electricity. Gaza. Khan sees opportunity to place Keir as leader and run in election PM. That's it. Ban you, Sadiq Khan. Bushra Sheikh says it's impossible to move. Yeah, okay, we know that. Rabbi Goldberg has resigned from. Okay, don't care. Hey, can someone please get the link for this article? Benaside Shapiro is reported to have said that he doesn't care about civilian death, but we need definitive proof. Please do not consult the fake AI platform. The CNN journalist Sarah Zinda, who announced on air that babies and toddlers were found with their decapitated, has now apologized for spreading false information. Hello? Hello? Yeah, Jimmy Rizzo, type in the chat. Who are you? Hold on. Give me a minute.
Real.
Go ahead, Jimmy Rizzo. What
I'm real. Yeah. I mean, that looks a little bit bright on the screen. Can you remove that whiteness on the screen? That's a bit too bright, you know.
Okay, yeah. What do you want to say?
I've just had a cataract on my eye, you know. That's why it's a little bit bright. Can you remove that white thing on the screen, please?
Yeah, sure, in a moment. But what do you want to talk about?
I mean, I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Now, I want to make things interesting, you know.
Yeah. So, what?
Can
your
you
website?
remove?
Jimmy.com.
Can you remove that white screen in the middle, please?
Yeah, sure. Let me see if I could do that. Give me a moment.
I mean, don't worry, I'm safe. I'm not going to do the things that the trolls do or anything like that and put something silly on the screen, you know.
So where are you in the UK?
I am.
In London?
Have you removed that white screen yet from the middle?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll still say it on a StreamYard.
Yeah.
Shall I put a YouTube one on?
That's okay. I'm gonna.
You still got a
I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
I mean, listen, son, right? I'm rolling a cigarette and I'm drinking me beer and having a good time. If you don't trust anybody who you meet all the time in the stream, and I do understand from StreamYard, and I've got a channel too on YouTube, and I do use StreamYard, you know, and you've got to be really careful how you let up on the screen. So anyway, I don't blame you, you know, but you can't mistrust everybody that you meet. Sometimes you've got to give leeway, and it's hard because people just want to come up and get their things out and all this shit, you know, just to get you banned.
So you're from Northern Ireland?
I mean, do I sound as though I'm from Northern Ireland? Come on, son.
Yeah, you do.
I'm from Newcastle, man. How are you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hoya Hamot Wahia.
Anyways, can you make that white screen? Just put anything in the middle of the screen if you want, just to make it dark a little better, please.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me a moment. I'll see if I can. Or you can just look away from that screen. You don't have to look at that.
I mean, I can't really look away from the screen, son.
Why is that?
I mean, I've just told you, I've just had a cataract removed. I want to go in from the other one in November. You know,
Okay.
so if you don't want to make the screen dark, well, that's up to you, you know. But you're doing me a misjustice, and I'm going to have to leave in a moment because of the white screen and what you have up. All you got to do is like capture a dark screen and not a white screen like you've got up there now. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that though, because the Twitter screen is white.
All right, again. So you didn't know how to do that then?
No.
So how come you know how to capture a white screen and like a news article what says enemy civilian casualties?
That's not me who did that. That's Twitter.
All right, again. I mean, come on, son.
So you're from Newcastle?
I mean, listen, right? Don't ban us. Yeah, you've got no reason to. Try not to be a smart ass, okay?
I haven't banned you yet. Okay.
I know you haven't, because I'm not a smart ass. I'm real. And as you can see on my YouTube profile picture, what you just brought up, you know I'm real.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you pro-Israel?
Well, you know, I mean, what do you believe in?
That's not an answer to my question.
Well, the answer to your question, you're sort of going down the political lines of things. What do you believe in?
That's not an answer, is it? That's a question.
Well, the answer could be, do you believe in children and dying, getting killed, murdered, for instance?
What you mean, like the 40 decapitated babies in Israel? Is that what do you believe that happened?
I mean, I don't believe in anything, you know, but I do like to wish and watch the news. And you still got a white screen up there, so you're trying to annoy me now. I'm not annoying you, but you're annoying the fuck out of me.
Okay, how am I annoying you by the white screen was here before you came, wasn't it?
Right, okay. So I've actually what to do. I've told you I've got a cataract on my right eye. I'm getting my left eye done in November, and you still take no notice. Why?
Because I don't trust every
No.
here. Yeah,
And then you told me,
if you earn my trust, I'll think about it.
Why should I earn your trust? I was only asking you to maybe remove the white screen. What's funny about that? Gaining trust? I mean, come on, son.
So so tell me about Newcastle.
If you remove the white screen, I will. If you're not going to remove it, I'm just going to go elsewhere, and that's going to be your excuse for me to go away.
It's up to you. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go.
I will stay if you remove the white screen. I'll ask you one more time.
I'll ask you again. Do you support Israel?
Why should I answer the question?
Well, you don't have to.
I mean, really, a good question. What you should ask: do I support Islamic extremists in UK prisons? I mean, that's a good one. Or shall I say, do I support Islamic extremists and people of Islam religion, some Asian people raping UK ladies? Do I support that? Well, we can all be extreme, can't we? Do I support Tommy Robinson? Yes, I do.
So you're a civnet.
You know why? Because he defends the real British people and what those people think. Do I want to get rid of all the people that's coming over now on the boats getting free benefits from the UK? Listen, a good thing that I support is people in the Windrush era. I love Pakistanis. I love Indian people. You know why? Because they put money into.
Because you're a civnet. That's why you're not a real far right. You're a civnet.
No.
You're not a real nationalist.
Indian and Pakistanis put money into the British economy. I grew up with Pakistanis and Indians all my fucking life because I lived in the West End of Newcastle.
Your accent is Northern Irish. You're not from Newcastle.
Yeah. Okay.
You're faking a Newcastle accent. Yeah, it's not convincing.
And you still haven't
you claim to be a Tommy follower, right?
I don't follow anybody.
You said you like Tommy, right? He's your leader.
Nobody's a leader. Just listen to somebody that's talking sense and somebody that maybe loves their country, and maybe listen to somebody that doesn't like the things that go on in their country. And that's all. It's called freedom of speech.
In which country? Northern Ireland.
Pardon?
You don't like the things going on in Northern Ireland?
Well, I guess you want rid of me because you still haven't got rid of that white screen yet.
I'm just waiting to see you post something that you shouldn't do.
I mean, what do you mean? Like change the screen and maybe get me dick out or something like that, like the trolls do.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Exactly.
And if you look up me on YouTube, you know, the channel with the 3,000 subscribers, you know I'm a real person, okay? And I do the same things in what you do, or the YouTube to me these days is just all one side. It's full of adverts and it's a pile of shit. So that's why I don't stream now. I haven't streamed.
So do you currently live in Northern Ireland or you live somewhere else?
Now you're taking a piss, aren't you?
No, you're from Northern Ireland. I recognise the accent.
All right, okay. Say it.
You know, I met Gloria Honeyford.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met her a couple of times.
I mean, what's that? Only because she used to work
from Northern Ireland.
One another. Yeah, Ken.
Hey?
Only because she used to work for Channel 4 and other organizations, and you think Gloria Honeyford is something. I feel sorry for her daughter, by the way.
Yeah, true. She was beautiful as well.
She was a good presenter. I feel sorry for her, but I don't defend Gloria Honeyford.
So are you Jewish or Christian?
I mean, that's silly, really, isn't
it? Why are you afraid to identify your faith?
Why should I, really?
That's true. It's up to you. So is there anything you'd like to disclose about yourself?
Isn't not believing in religion causes wars? You know.
Okay, and not believing in religion doesn't cause wars.
Just maybe believing the underdog and the person that's getting beaten, persecuted. That's what I believe in.
Have you ever been persecuted?
No, not really, because you know, why? I mean, this is like the main reason, because I'm British nationality. Have you been persecuted? Of course you have. I know you have. You know.
Yeah. Okay. How have I been
that's
persecuted?
the thing about maybe being Pakistani or Indian in schools, especially in the 70s and stuff like this, you know?
Yeah.
But I grew up with that. I grew up with Pakistanis and Indians in my school.
In Northern Ireland?
No.
Where?
The West End of Newcastle.
And so you had did you get on with Pakistanis? And
Yeah, of course I did. Of course I did.
But you don't like them?
Well, what do you mean? Well, what do you mean I don't like them? I mean, what I've told you before. I like the Indians, the Pakistanis, because they put money into the British economy and they work fucking hard. So don't you tell me I don't like them, okay? Now it's you that's trying to be extreme.
So you do like them?
I mean, that's really a silly question. I've already told you.
Are Pakistanis grooming English girls?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're going to have to find out with Tommy Robinson and documentary what went on and the police force taking no notice, but I guess I don't know anything. Okay. What do you know? What do you know? Because you wouldn't be asking me that question in the first place. So I think you know everything, don't you?
I don't know much. I'm finding out what you stand
and I think you're trying to be a smart ass, so please don't. You know, maybe the younger generation can learn from the older generation, but I guess you don't want to learn. I guess you just want to sit there and be a smart ass on StreamYard.
I suppose. Like, who isn't a smart ass?
I mean, are you?
Probably, yeah. I probably think more of myself than I should.
Sure.
I can be a little arrogant without realizing. Yeah.
All right, I can. So if you're a smart ass, that's really a bad sign. That you're really arrogant. Because a smart ass doesn't realize that he's a smart ass. A smart ass is maybe somebody that's arrogant, that doesn't like to listen to the truth, who likes to throw questions out there that are so bizarre. That's what a smart ass would say, like what you've been asking me tonight.
And you've been drinking, haven't you? A little bit.
All right, okay. So now you're going to get down to the fact that you're going to blame everything I've said on drinking. Do you know what I'm going to leave this conversation for? Because I'm going to let you get on with your little life. It's sad. Bye.
No problem. Thanks for jumping on. What was his name? Jimmy something. Jimmy Rizzo. Yeah, so you don't. It's hard to trust anyone that comes on because earlier on someone tried to. Yeah, no problem, Jimmy. Thanks for jumping on. There's maybe next time we can have a better conversation. But you know, earlier on I got trolled by some. Whether you tried to pawn bomb me. Don't be a sad ass, son. Yeah, no worries. You're welcome to come back next time or anytime. Just like everyone's welcome. Who else got in the chat? Tommy is a Robinson. Tommy is a lesbian. Asif. Yahud are out today. Yeah. So Sami Hamdi says, Blinken humiliating each of the US allies one by one, traveling to each capital to talk about Israel's right to self-defense and taunting the Palestinians that their Muslim brethren remain firm allies of their tormentors. Historians will be merciless in their records. Okay, who cares about this European woman? Russia just presented a UN resolution, yeah? What was that about? Yeah, Asif. The link is in the description, yeah, if you want to join, you're welcome. Israel is now bombing South Lebanon. Oh, really? SubhanAllah. Well, that was 8 hours ago, that post. Israel is carpet bombing Gaza. Democrats and Republican media only exist to push war. They make you fake fight all year and then magically agree once in a while on war. The George Bush Jr. era is back. Same talking points. Republicans pretended to rebrand, but it was clearly just an act. Islamized Belgium stands with Palestine, not terrorists. In a show of power, Islamic supremacists seized control of the streets. Let's see what this is about. Ilhan Omar posted something. The mass expulsion of over 1 million people in a day is ethnic cleansing. The UN has already said this is impossible and will have devastating humanitarian consequences. We have to stop ignoring the thousands of Palestinian lives lost and millions at stake. We must use all blah, 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 blah. Friday sermon from the Grand Mosque in Mecca. Okay, praise for the liberation of Al-Aqsa Mosque. Let's hear what he has to say.
اللهم حرر المسجد الأقصى اللهم حرر المسجد الأقصى اللهم حرر المسجد الأقصى اللهم احفظ المسلمين في فلسطين اللهم احفظ المسلمين في فلسطين اللهم احفظ المسلمين في فلسطين اللهم احفظهم من بين أيديهم ومن خلفهم وعن أيمانهم وعن شمائلهم ونعوذ بعظمتك أن يغتالوا من تحتهم اللهم كن لهم اللهم كن لهم اللهم كن لهم معينا وظهيرا ومؤيدا ونصيرا اللهم كن للمسلمين في فلسطين معينا وظهيرا ومؤيدا ونصيرا اللهم كن للمسلمين في فلسطين معينا اللهم كن للمسلمين في فلسطين اللهم كن للمسلمين في فلسطين كلهم معينا وظهيرا ومؤيدا ونصيرا اللهم ارحم ضعفهم اللهم ارحم ضعفهم وارحم قتلاهم واكتب أجر الشهادة لقتلاهم.
Who is this Imam reading from a script and he can't even read properly?
اللهم اكتب أجر الشهادة لقتلاهم اللهم اكتب أجر الشهادة لقتلاهم اللهم أصلح لنا ديننا الذي هو عصمة أمرنا.
What? He's given a script to read and he can't even read it properly.
اللهم احفظ المسلمين في فلسطين اللهم احفظهم من بين أيديهم ومن خلفهم وعن أيمانهم وعن شمائلهم ونعوذ.
So you notice he only said Allahumma ihfadh al-muslimina fi Filistin. He never made dua saying something like Allahumma Allahumma ansur al-Islam wal-muslimina fi kulli makan. Allahumma alayka bi'a'da'ik wa a'da'ihim. He never made the dua like that, did he? He never said Allahumma انصر الإسلام اللهم أعز الإسلام والمسلمين وأذل الشرك والمشركين ودمر أعداء الدين. He never made dua like that. He just simply said, Allahumma ahfadh al-muslimina fi Palestine. Kun ma'ahum mu'inan wa dhahira. Yeah. See, it's not, they're trying to be sort of politically correct in their dua. That's what they're trying to do. Ben, here's what Ben Shapiro thinks of Jesus Christ. Let's see.
No, we don't even believe he's a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Roman and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend in story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
Yeah, he had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then
do you think he was resurrected?
No, that's not a Jewish belief.
Okay, I just want to check.
Yeah, no, we're not into
You're not
we're not
into
into miracle
zombies?
stories. No, that's
No?
no.
You don't have any miracles?
No,
in here?
not by Jesus. Right?
No?
They're ones
But
in the Old
God
Testament.
ones?
Yeah, you've got Moses splitting the sea and all that.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think happened there?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with the Maimonidean explanation that there was. I mean, it says.
China. Israel expresses deep disappointment regarding China's statements regarding recent developments. The Chinese demand is an independent Palestine within the 1967 borders. Breaking news in Beijing. A member of staff at the Israeli embassy has been attacked by a man with a knife. It's unclear at this stage if the attacker was a Hamas terrorist supporter. Yeah. Whoa. There you go, Asif. That's the video, yeah? No, well, it looks like he's walking away limping. Like he was injured. He looks more hurt than the guy being supposedly stabbed. Maybe he got run over. That's why he's limping. And so he ended up attacking the guy who ran him over. It just so happens the guy was Israeli. No, come on, bro. He looks like Larry David. Israel is not, so this is Orthodox Jews. Israel is not the state of the Jewish people. Interesting. Many anti-war I wonder if Piers Morgan will invite one of these people on. Many anti-war conservatives go real quick from no war in Ukraine to we love you, Israel. Please take our billions and bomb Palestine. Yeah.
If Israel were destroyed, which is the objective of Hamas, that is their stated objective to eradicate Israel and to kill the Jews who live there. That is what Hamas publicly states. Iran says the same thing, which directs and owns Hamas. If they did, Iran and China are one organism at this point.
I can't even understand this RFK Jr. since he lost his voice, bro. I can't even listen to him. So after Russia, Turkey, and China, Jordan also stated that the crisis can only be resolved by the creation of an independent Palestinian state. The more Israel destroys Gaza, the more countries will push for the creation of an independent Palestine. You know, what has this guy got to say?
فلا أمن ولا سلام ولا استقرار.
I think this is the first time I've ever heard him speak in Arabic, you know. Let's hear. Speaking Fusha, by the way.
فلا أمن.
فلا أمن. There's no security.
ولا سلام.
No peace.
ولا استقرار.
Nor stability.
من دون السلام العادل والشامل.
Without a peace that is just and broad, or like shamil, encompassing peace, you could say.
الذي يشكل حل الدولتين.
He's got like an English accent when he speaks Arabic.
يشكل حل الدولتين.
يشكل حل دولتين. So that one that represents حل الدولتين, like either he means a solution for two-state solution, دولتين.
سبيله الوحيد.
سبيله الوات؟
سبيله الوحيد.
الوحي. So the path to that is revelation? You can't be saying revelation. That doesn't make sense.
دولتين سبيله الوحيد.
Oh, الوحيد. Okay. That is the only way. There's only one way.
وستبقى بوصلتنا فلسطين.
And so that remains for hold on.
بوصلتنا فلسطين.
بوصلتنا. I don't know what that means, if anyone can translate. بوصلتنا.
فلسطين. وتاجها القدس الشريف.
بوصلتنا Philistine, and its crown is Jerusalem, the holy city. Yeah, I guess he's going to be under a lot of pressure in this country, which first of all used to be the East Bank of Palestine, and most of the population is actually Palestinian. So he has to say something that somewhat appeases that population. Even though I'm sure in private he's completely Zionist. Lindsey Graham's plan to stop the Israel-Palestine conflict from escalating. Okay, let's see. What has he got to say?
For God's sake, tell the Ayatollah, if you kill one hostage, you launch another attack by Hezbollah against Israel, we're going to blow your industry off the map. Iran and Hamas believes that the Jewish people should die as a result of religious teachings. We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
You hold the source of the problem accountable. The Ayatollah in Iran is a religious Nazi. I would let him know unequivocally, if this war escalates, it's coming to Iran.
In terms of Hamas, kill them all. Gaza is going to look like Tokyo and Berlin at the end of World War II when this is over.
To Iran, if
over, like Tokyo and Berlin at the end of World War II.
SubhanAllah.
When this is over.
To Iran, if this war escalates with Hezbollah, we're all going to come after you.
I would bomb Iran's oil infrastructure. The money financing terrorism comes from Iran. It's time for this terrorist state to pay a price for financing and supporting all this chaos. Yes, if you're the Iranians, if we're up to...
So you think Lindsey Graham is speaking on behalf of himself? No, he's not. He's simply a politician, and politicians get paid to represent those who pay them. Now, who is paying Lindsey Graham? Let me show you. I will demonstrate. So, Boeing, Lindsey Graham. Let's see, find it. So have a look at this, guys.
Wir wissen, dass euer Mauszeiger auf dem Überspringen-Knopf ist, aber wir brauchen eure Hilfe. Wir haben einen besseren Knopf, versprochen.
At 6, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham is seemingly taking back former harsh criticism against a controversial world leader. Graham met with Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Tuesday, 4 years after saying the prince should be dealt with over an American journalist's murder.
So 6 months ago, Lindsey Graham met with MBS.
He reportedly ordered. Well, the two say they talked about trade and ongoing reform in the country, and the meeting comes just a month after Saudi. At 6, South Carolina.
Yeah, so South Carolina, which I guess is where Lindsey Graham represents, Saudi Arabia is providing jobs to Lindsey Graham's state by buying lots of aircraft from the Boeing company. So that's who's paying him to say what he's saying about wiping Palestinians out like Tokyo.
We had dinner last night. Princess Rima was talking about, as ambassador to Saudi Arabia, she had to get permission from her father to travel here. Well, those days are over. Jim Clyburn was at the dinner. Congressman Clyburn was arrested for going into a restaurant that was segregated. So I told her, listen to Jim. You know, as we lecture you about what you need to do, we need to remind ourselves how far we've come. Congressman Clyburn went through a segregated school system. Congressman Clyburn met his wife in jail as young civil rights protesters. And it really affected the ambassador. I said, you know, the journey you're taking now is a journey we're still on. So the women that I just talked about meeting that own their own businesses, they're really the first generation of young women that had opportunity to start their own business.
See, look, these guys, they can be very nice people when they need to be, right? But they're doing a job. Their job is you pay them money, they will represent your interest. How much you're willing to pay them. And the Saudis are willing to pay them loads of money to represent them. And what they want represented is for Hamas, as they call them, the people of Gaza, to be wiped off the map. Yeah.
To travel freely, to associate on their own terms. I said, there's a man sitting back.
If he hated Muslims, he would have prevented this deal, right? He wouldn't have allowed them to do this deal with Boeing. But they're willing to pay him enough money that he'll say what they like.
By me, a congressman from the state, with a black child until I was in the 6th grade. So I think she was taken, I think that made a big impression upon her. As we talk to you about your problems, we need to remind ourselves about our own problems and how far we've come.
And you want to know who this lady is that he was talking about? Her name is Princess Reem. Okay, now have a look. Guess whose daughter she is? She's the daughter of Bandar Bush.
Celebration came after a large purchase from the Arab nation. Emily Johnson is live at Boeing. How is this purchase, Emily, creating almost a new type of international business deal?
Raf, the purchase made by Riyadh Air and Saudia Airlines was the fifth largest commercial purchase in Boeing's history, with the country buying over 121 Boeing Dreamliner planes. Back in March, the airline selected Boeing's 787s to help the country substantially grow its global operation. By deciding to work with Boeing, the Saudi Arabia...
There she is, Bandar Bush's daughter. Guess what? Her brother is now the ambassador of Saudi Arabia to the United Kingdom.
By deciding to work with Boeing, the Saudi and Arabian airlines say the Dreamliners will power a global launch of operating one of the most effective and sustainable fleets in the world. Based in the Saudi capital, Riyadh Air aims to fly to 100 destinations by 2030 to encourage travel and tourism efforts in the country. Saudi Arabia is working on what they call Vision 2030, a goal of serving 330 million passengers and 100 million visitors by 2030.
To bring the tourism into the country to those resorts, it's actually we require growing the fleet, the network, and the airline really has a major role in doing that. Saudi did partner with Boeing on this one. Charleston facility will be producing the 787s that bring the wide-body aircraft to our fleet, and that's what's going to allow us to grow.
We'll have more tonight at 6 o'clock about the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia and what our local officials have to say about it. Reporting live in North Charleston, Emily Johnson, Live 5 News.
Mach's mit Köpfchen. Wir deine Technik mit juno.ch.
Hey, was schenken wir dem Luca zum Abschied?
Blumen, oder? Meins. Zum Teil viel zu fein. Minor.
Good morning. Are you getting paid while I talk? I got a 5-hour speech. Thank you, Henry. Thank you to Boeing. Thank you to Saudi Arabia. In South Carolina, Government Master, if you can fly it, drive it, or shoot it, we build it. Got the F-16, you can fly and shoot. How many of you have been here since the beginning? Look at that, Dave. I remember when we first came down here and the question was, could South Carolina do it? And the answer is, hell yeah, we did it. You did it. This is a big deal. To our friends in Saudi Arabia, thank you. $36 billion investment in South Carolina. You can have all the shrimp and grits you want, and you're welcome to come back anytime, Rima. So this is not just about airplanes. Saudi Arabia is trying to change for the better. They're going to spend $1 trillion in the next decade modernizing their country. How many of these people have been to Saudi Arabia? Wow. The bottom line is they're trying to open up their country to the world. They're going to make investments that it's just hard to get your head around. Cities of the future, 70 miles of development on the Red Sea that would be world class. How do you get to Saudi Arabia? On an airplane, unless you live pretty close by. They chose you. Now, if you're going to spend $1 trillion to open your country up to the world, the airplane you pick matters because the first introduction to the new Saudi Arabia is on the airplane you fly to get there. They had choices. They didn't have to pick Boeing. I spent a lot of time with the governor and other people talking to Saudi Arabia about why you should pick Boeing. It will change the relationship of the United States and Saudi Arabia for the better. You will be seen differently in our country because you're creating jobs in my state, in our country, and that makes it easier for me to go visit you. Because the more we have in common, the more business we do, the safer we all are. But they didn't buy the plane because I begged them to. They bought the plane because it's the best product they could buy. You won. The best product available for Saudi Arabia was the Boeing 787. And the reason it's the best product available is because the best people in the world make it in South Carolina. In the decades to come, I hope we'll see a new Mideast, where the Arab and the Israeli world lay down the problems of the past, embrace each other in a different way.
This is the agenda. Yeah, this is what it's all about. Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Problems of the past, embrace each other in a different way, so that all of us could travel to what had been a troubled region and see some of the best wonders of the world, experience different cultures. Let it be said that the journey to the future in the Mideast ran through Charleston, South Carolina, that we were indispensable in making this happen. For this to work, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over the world will want to go to Saudi Arabia, and you're going to give them the ride of their life to get there. This airplane is modern, it's environmentally sound, it's efficient in every way it could be efficient. I've lived in this state all of my life. I've never been more proud to be a South Carolinian than I am right now, because the South Carolina workforce, Madam Ambassador, we can compete with anybody, and you're going to love these planes. God bless you.
Yep, so that's what it's all about. That's why he's making those comments about Gaza. Yeah, that's what I told you. There's an agenda. It's a joint Saudi-Israel agenda against Gaza.
美国的夙愿迟迟未能实现，在于巴勒斯坦人民遭受的历史不公一直没有能够得到纠正。
So just think, China is speaking up again on behalf of the Palestinians, yet we were told previously that they're the ones oppressing the Uyghur Muslims for being Muslim.
以色列有建国的权利，巴勒斯坦同样有建国的权利。以色列人得到了生存的保障，巴勒斯坦人的生存谁来关心？以色列的民族已经不在世界上颠沛流离，巴勒斯坦民族何时才能重返家园？这个世界存在各种不公，而对巴勒斯坦的不公已经延宕了大半个世纪，承接了几代人的痛苦，不能再继续下去了。
Another attack by Hezbollah against Israel, we're going to blow your industry off the map. Iran and Hamas believes that the Jewish people should die as a result of religious teachings.
I'm just really disappointed with Saudi Arabia and MBS. I've got no words really. Why are you defending Israel? Don't be an Israeli more than Israelis. He must be talking to that Amjad guy. Rabbi Alex Goldberg explains why he quit as chair of the FA's faith. Okay. How about activating Starlink for Gaza? The world deserves to witness the massacre that's about to take place. SubhanAllah. This is the Ben Shapiro Benocide, who advocates for the deaths of innocent civilians. This is him speaking on the deaths of civilians in both Palestine and in Afghanistan. Yep. What's this? Who is this guy?
How is it that they're not the enemies of Allah when they insult Allah? What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say in the Quran about himself? Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He begets not, nor is he begotten. He doesn't have children, and he is not the child of anyone. But what do they say? They say that Allah has a son. Is this not showing enmity towards Allah? How are they not the enemies of Allah when they accuse Allah Jalla wa Ala of being tight-fisted, of being stingy, of not being generous? You know, when they said that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala responded to them by saying, غُلَّتْ أَيْدِيهِمْ. May they be tight-fisted. May their hands be tied. And Allah Jalla wa Ala tells us that they are cursed because of what they say. So what? They're the friends of Allah? That's why He curses them? No. He only curses them because they are the enemies of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ifhamu hadha jayidan. Make sure this is clear in your mind. You think that they are your friends? No, they're the enemies of Allah. So if they're the enemies of Allah, how are they your close friends? I want our children to understand this well. The non-Muslims are the enemies of Allah. Therefore, they are your enemies. Some of them don't even believe that Allah exists. You want somebody like that to be a close friend of yours? Allahumma a'izz al-Islam wal-Muslimin wa adhill al-kafarata wal-mushrikeen. Allahumma dammir a'da' ad-din wa ahlik az-zanadiqa wal-mulhidin.
Guys, now isn't memory the Robert Spencer thing that monitors Muslim speakers? Gaza and the West Bank is what remains of Palestine, and that too will be lost when thousands of Palestinians are forced to flee now. The IDF has launched thousands of missiles, knowing that it's more probable than not that it will affect women and children. Moreover, starving a civilian population of food, water, and electricity is a war crime. Okay. Man steals someone's phone, runs to the London Underground, gets on the tube, eats an orange, and assaults a woman.
Back the phone.
He stole my phone.
He stole his phone. He stole it. Give back the phone. Put it on the floor. He stole his phone. Please help.
Sorry, the police are too busy arresting people for carrying a Palestinian flag. Either that, or they're arresting people for filming, for using a camera, filming a public building.
Drop the phone. We leave you alone.
Move.
I'm not moving.
You. We're following you until you
drop the phone. Please don't let him on the train. Please, I'm asking for your help. Don't let him on the train.
By the way, who eats an orange like when they're not at home? Like who picks up an orange, walks down the street, and eats it? I've never. That's weird.
Give him the phone. Give him the phone.
Give me my phone.
Give the phone back.
We're gonna follow you until you give us back our phone with the police.
Please give back the phone.
It's not worth it.
We leave you alone.
It's not worth it. I'm gonna follow you until you give it back. So just give it back to me now and save everyone the trouble.
Give him the phone. That's not yours. My friend, move. I say move. Move, my friend. Move.
Listen, don't.
Move.
Thank you for your help.
Move. My friend, I say move. I say
has nothing to do with this.
Vous parlez nous aussi, on parle français. On a sur caméra. S'il vous plaît, c'est juste donner le téléphone et on vous laisse, on quitte.
Donnez-moi mon téléphone.
On ne dit rien.
Donnez-moi mon téléphone tout de suite. Vous savez très bien que vous avez pris mon téléphone. Tu sais très bien que tu as pris mon téléphone.
Mais est-ce que tu penses que je vais me poser dans le métro comme ça en train de manger dans mon orange si j'ai ton téléphone?
On était deux personnes.
Écoutez,
On n'est pas en
ça
train
va,
de.
ne me faites pas un fil.
Moi, mon téléphone, ne filme pas, je vais te l'arracher, toi, tu vas rien comprendre. T'as compris ou pas?
We literally saw him.
Le téléphone, mon gars, je l'ai jeté déjà. Ton téléphone, il est loin, c'est ça que tu comprends pas en fait. Sinon, je serais pas si là.
I was following you. I saw that you did not throw my phone as you're saying.
Mais ton phone, je l'ai jeté, t'es con.
Where did you throw it?
They both speak French, but he's decided to speak English. By the way, that doesn't look like a London Underground train.
So you just took my phone to throw it? You just took my, you stole my phone to throw it?
Alors dites à votre ami de nous donner.
No wonder it's Elizabeth's line.
Alors s'il vous plaît, dites à votre ami de nous
They haven't. You're telling me none of them have called the police yet?
donner le téléphone et on vous laisse.
Ah, moi, ça sert à rien de me suivre. Je vais m'énerver, je vais le taper.
Si vous tapez, ça va être un problème pour vous, hein?
Je vais le répéter une fois, pas deux fois. Tu me suis, je te tape.
Parce que tu donnes mon téléphone, je m'en fous.
اسمع عن جد معقول يكون معك فيني Give us the phone back.
Like, no.
Ne me touche pas.
You steal my phone and you want to harass us?
No. Ne me touche pas.
You steal my phone and you want to harass us?
Lâche-moi. J'ai pas le téléphone. Le téléphone, il est déjà loin. Là, je suis pas ça. That's fine, no?
We leave you alone.
No, that's fine.
We leave you alone.
J'ai pas le téléphone.
I followed you. I didn't see you give it to anyone.
Okay, but
On vous laisse, on vous quitte. Juste donnez-nous le téléphone. On parle en français, il n'y a personne qui comprend. Alors, il est où le téléphone?
je l'ai jeté, il y a déjà quelqu'un qui l'a pris, c'est ça que tu comprends pas. Je te l'ai répété une fois, deux fois, trois fois, tu comprends pas. Le téléphone, je l'ai pas.
Alors, il est avec qui? Dites à votre ami de nous donner le téléphone.
C'est pas mon pote.
C'est qui alors? Pourquoi vous travaillez avec lui si c'est pas votre pote?
Le téléphone, non, je l'ai pas. You should block the phone and try to get another one because there's no. How do I block it to get in like physical with this guy?
Forget it.
Disconnect the phone or track the phone somewhere. Because if he's saying he threw it away, then he must have threw it away. But it's stupid of him because
when he's saying that he gave it to someone else.
If it's blocked,
It's iPhone blocks. You can't put password, you can't do nothing. No one can lock it, only you.
Tu peux me suivre, t'es sur toute la station, j'ai pas ton téléphone. Mon téléphone, il est déjà.
Vous savez, ce que vous pouvez faire, c'est juste le mettre à côté de vous là et on vous quitte.
En fait, je te le répéter une fois, deux fois, trois fois.
Et comment on sait si vous dites la vérité?
Ouais, t'as pas vu que j'ai couru. Mon pote, il m'a vu courir. Mon téléphone, je l'ai jeté, je l'ai dit. Ton téléphone, il est loin. Mais la police que tu veux, ils vont me fouiller. Dans moins de 24 heures, je suis dehors, je suis en train de fumer une clope pour un café. Mon téléphone, je l'ai.
Oui, mais on a des vidéos alors. Je fais delete et il n'y a pas de problème.
Alors, regarde, là, sur des police stations, il faut tout bien que ils sont pas là. Les cafés, ils vont venir.
Mais il y a toujours. C'est votre lock, oui. Il y a peut-être des gens qui. Il y a peut-être la police maintenant. On dit rien si vous mettez juste le téléphone à côté de vous. Vous le mettez juste à côté de vous. C'est aussi simple que ça. C'est aussi simple que ça. Vous le mettez juste à côté de vous. Mais comment c'est que vous dites la vérité? He gave the phone. He gave the phone.
Yeah, we have the phone. We have it. Leave the phone.
C'est aussi simple que ça. Vous le mettez juste à côté de vous. Mais comment c'est que vous dites la vérité? He gave the phone. he gave the phone. Yeah, we have the phone. We have it. Leave the phone.
C'est toi, pussy. Yeah. My friend, I am in Richmond. Come on.
Okay, get off the train. Get off.
We're gonna find one. We see you out. I have one.
Good. Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I give you a hug? Thank you so much. It was my phone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Feel to have your phone back.
This is the guy that Andrew Tate tells you not to be like. Yeah.
Guys, he stole my phone.
And that crucial life-saving supplies, including fuel, food, and water, must be allowed into Gaza. So the UN is saying you must do this. You are saying you're not going to do this. How do you?
No, we're not saying that.
He's saying do it. He's saying doing it immediately. What I'm saying is what you're doing.
No.
He's saying doing it immediately.
I got you. I'll tell you exactly what we're saying. I'm saying we will do everything for the Gazan people. Once and now, we demand immediate surrender, unconditional surrender of Hamas. If Hamas people come out with their hands up and clear their weapons, believe me, everything will be restored to Gaza. It is Hamas in Hamas hands.
Now I understand. Thank you for clarifying that, sir. I think we're actually on the same page here. You're saying that once Hamas leaves, you'll grant the Gazan people food, shelter, fuel, electricity, hospitals, schooling. And if they don't, and if Hamas doesn't leave, then they'll continue to starve and die in hospitals. You are defining for the international community right now collective punishment. You're saying until Hamas acts differently, the 2 million people in Gaza are going to be treated this way. And once Hamas acts differently, these 2 million people in Gaza will be treated better. That is exactly what collective punishment is. You're holding them accountable for the actions of others. That is the definition, the textbook definition of collective punishment, sir. Now, you may accept that that's what you want to do, but this is absolutely a contravention of international law.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. No, had we pushed them to the wall, we're not pushing them to the wall. We want to open a humanitarian corridor so they can leave. But if Hamas,
so that who can leave? Citizens. You leave, but only through the Rafah border, correct?
At this point, yes.
So they can't come.
Where else?
Your country. They can come into Israel.
I'm telling you one more thing I want to say.
I want you to address that point. Don't just smile, sir, respectfully. You're saying you're making a corridor. They can go to Egypt. You're bombing them. You say you want to save them, but they can't come in.
First of all, I'm not smiling. I'm crying in my heart.
Yeah, you're crying in your heart. If Allah provides, why do Muslims need Israel to provide food? They mixed up the alphabet. G-bit now don't know the law.
officers to reassurance and security patrols, including visiting 300 synagogues across London. It comes as several Jewish schools have decided to close because of fears about safety. Scotland Yard says there's also been an increase in Islamophobic incidents in the capital, but not on the same scale. It comes as communities across the capital face concerns for those affected by the conflict both here and in the Middle East. Guy Lynn reports.
Sensors and metal detectors. In fact, it's a Jewish community centre, which has now increased its security following the violence in the Middle East.
We've had to double the amount of actual security officers we have. We have things that are monitored on-site and monitored off-site at the moment, and it's really sad that we have to do that.
It's a bit of a nightmare, though, for you.
It is, because what are we here? We're not an embassy. We're not a political organisation. We are a Jewish community centre. We're an arts and culture venue. We have everything from, a nursery to antenatal classes to film and theatre and song and dance and fun things. Anywhere else, if it didn't have the word Jewish in huge letters over the top, you wouldn't need security.
And now we've had the latest figures from the Metropolitan Police showing a substantial increase in anti-Semitic incidents compared to the same period last year. Examples include intimidation outside synagogues, the playing of loud German military music. And at the same time, some schools have been closed today amid fears over pupil safety. Shut and bolted up. Menorah, one of several Jewish high schools which didn't open today prior to planned protests.
We have a situation where we have this International Day of Rage that's been called for. We've had horrible demonstrations in London where anti-Semitism is openly displayed and the deaths of Jews are celebrated. And we felt that there was significant risk to the kids.
In the latest escalation in the conflict, more than 1 million Palestinians have been told to leave their homes in Gaza as Israel's air bombardment continues following the murderous Hamas attacks.
There's 2.1 million people
Hamas attacks. Hamas.
in Gaza, and 1.1 million of them have been told to flee into the second part of the lower half of the territory. Where are they supposed to go?
We've been speaking to London Palestinians who are very worried for their families in the current situation. And today the mayor came to support one of several charities in the capital, raising money for Palestinians in Gaza.
Our main goal is to aid those that are in desperate need.
Abu Chowdhury, Global Relief Trust.
Regardless of their color or creed. And our main message is stop the lives that are being lost.
As well as a spike in anti-Semitism attacks, the police also mentioned more anti-Muslim incidents. The Metropolitan Police will have a greater presence on the streets at the moment as the crisis in the Middle East keeps manifesting itself right here in the capital. Guy Lynn, BBC London.
Good evening.
So that's pro-Palestinian protesters in Rome.
Anyone who is merciful over vicious people ultimately will become vicious towards merciful people. There is no permission from the Torah to have any mercy whatsoever during war. Not on children, not on women, not on anybody. Why? Because if a person understands what is war and why you're fighting, anyone who is merciful
لو تعلمون لو تنظرون للشوق في عيون الناظرات مالك ما مال الفؤاد أو تسألون
We had to wait for over.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I have a right. I have a right. Show me. Show me that one. I have a right. I have a right. I have a right here. Show me. He's beating me. He's beating me. He's beating me. No. 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 Loose the Riley.
Right. Section 24A. Calm down.
All this fuss is for nothing.
You are under no threat whatsoever. Calm down, or you are going to the floor, and that's where you will stay.
No. Can I know the reason?
No, you can shut up now.
We'll tell you the reason, so shush.
Sorry, sir. They are shooting the video. This is not the right. This is not the right. Please. It's to make sure that we don't.
This is not the right.
This is your profile. Can everybody be quiet, please? That is your profile.
Yeah. Can I see once?
That is your profile.
Yeah. Can I see once? Can I see once?
No.
Please.
You can shut up now.
Please.
You can shut up now.
Can I see once?
You can shut up now.
Can I see once? Can I see once?
You've been chatting to what you believe is a 13-year-old child. Is that right?
No.
Yes.
No. Can I see it once?
Yeah.
Can I
You're
see
not
it once?
mentioning any names.
No.
That's the profile.
No, I don't know her.
Yes, you're lying.
No, I don't know
You're
her.
lying.
No, I don't know her.
We've got you.
No, I don't know
Enough
her.
of the lying.
No. Show me.
Enough of the
I don't
lying.
know
What
her.
a scum.
I
You've
don't
been
know her.
chatting sexually
No.
to a child of
No.
13 years of age.
No.
Yes, you have.
No.
We've got it all here. We've got every word.
No.
that
Show
you've
me.
said
Show
to
me.
this
Show me.
child.
Show
I
me.
don't
Can
need to show you.
I see that one?
If you don't stop,
No. Can I
you
see
will
that
go to
one?
the
Can I
floor.
see that one? Can I see that one?
No.
No, I'm not.
So
I'm
what
not.
you've done is,
No.
what you've
Sorry,
done
why you holding
is
my
you've
hand?
broken the law.
Why you holding my hand?
Right, enough.
Sorry.
Owen Jones, I will be marching against Israeli war crimes, against all atrocities which target civilians, Palestinian or Israeli, against the occupation and apartheid, against British support for this disgrace, for a settlement that provides peace and security for Arabs and Jews. March for Palestine, end the violence, end apartheid. Assemble 12 p.m. Saturday, the 14th of October at BBC, Portland Place, West 1A, London.
يا عم في صلة على الارض في صلة لا اله الا الله لا اله الا الله لا حول ولا قوة الا بالله
SubhanAllah.
سبعة واثنين في الانعاش ابني وابن ابني كمان ابني عمره حوالي 35 سنة وراه 5 انفار وابن ابني كمان. ايش عاملين؟ ايش عاملين احنا؟ ايش عاملين؟ وينه؟ هذا كله الضرب من امريكا.
في ناس عايشه يا اخوان، في ناس عايشه. الناس مرمية على الارض يا شباب، الناس مرمية على الارض، الناس مرمية على الارض. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. لا اله الا الله، لا اله الا الله، لا اله الا الله، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. لا اله الا الله يا اخوان. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. دمار شامل يا اخوان، دمار شامل يا اخوان.
Now, although, now, is this real? Is this authentic? Or is it fake? Because it's quite possible it's not just Israelis that do fake videos, right?
شامل يا اخوان، دمار شامل.
It's hard to tell, really.
حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل، حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. شهداء إخوان.
Subhanallah.
على الأرض شهداء إخوان على الأرض. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. في ناس عايشة يا إخوان، في ناس عايشة. الناس مرمية على الأرض. الناس مرمية على الأرض. الناس مرمية على الأرض. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. الله يا اخوان. دمار شامل يا اخوان، دمار شامل.
Israel is one of the most racist countries in the world. While you'll never hear anyone in the mainstream media say this, this is actually one of the most important things you need to understand if you want to know what's happening right now. From its inception, the whole idea of Israel as a country was based on racism. Israel was conceived as a Jewish state, and while there's nothing wrong in principle with Jews having a homeland, the problem is that they insisted that that homeland had to be in Palestine, which already belonged to someone, the Palestinians. The slogan of Israel's founders was a land for a people without a land. But deep down, they all knew that the only way to have a Jewish majority in Palestine, an Arab country, was to expel the Arabs. One of the founders of Israel, Yosef Weitz, wrote, "There's no room in the country for both peoples. There's no way but to transfer the Arabs from here to neighboring countries." Israel was quite literally founded by expelling and massacring hundreds of thousands of Arabs in a years-long process called the Nakba. And when you found a country based on racial exclusion, you're gonna get a culture that fosters and celebrates racial exclusion. Because countries that commit terrible atrocities rarely acknowledge committing those atrocities. And the presence of Palestinians who remained in Palestine became a constant reminder, not only of the violence that founded Israel, but of the constantly looming threat that they might come back and try to reclaim their land. Every day you can find videos coming out of Israel showing Israelis calling for all Arabs to die, insulting the Prophet Muhammad, desecrating mosques, spitting on Christians, mocking and celebrating the murder of Palestinians, committing violent hate crimes against Palestinians, watching Gaza get carpet bombed from a cliffside for entertainment. But don't just go off these anecdotes. Let's look at some of the polls. One poll found that 2/3 of Israeli teens believe Arabs to be less intelligent, uncultured, and violent. It also found that 50% of Israelis wouldn't live in the same building as Arabs, wouldn't befriend Arabs, wouldn't let their children befriend Arabs, and wouldn't let Arabs into their homes. Another poll found that 60% of Israeli Jews want segregation from Arabs. Another poll found that half of Israeli Jews agree with the statement, most Jews are better than most non-Jews because they were born Jews. The poll also found that 88% of Israeli Jews would be disturbed if their son befriended an Arab girl, and 90% would be disturbed if their daughter befriended an Arab boy. This poll found that about half of Israeli high schoolers don't think Arabs should have the right to vote. Another poll showed that almost half of Israeli Jews don't want Arabs teaching their kids. Not only are these views widely held in Israeli society, they're also represented in government, which codifies these sentiments into law. For example, Israel has a law that says if an Israeli marries a Palestinian, or someone from several other regional Arab states, that person isn't allowed to move in with said Israeli. This law was passed in 2003, but it's been renewed every single year since. Israel also doesn't allow interreligious marriage to be performed in the country, which is meant to deter Jews from marrying non-Jews. In 2018, Israel passed the nation-state law, a law which has constitutional status, which says the right to exercise national self-determination, i.e. have rights, is the exclusive right of Jews, no one else. There's also the Nakba law, which makes it illegal to acknowledge the Nakba, the expulsions of Palestinians that were needed to found Israel. This would be like passing a law to make it illegal to talk about indigenous genocide or slavery in America. There's also the admissions committee law, which basically allows towns to operate panels that deny applications for entry based on socio-cultural compatibility, which essentially just legalizes racist housing discrimination. In Israel, advocating genocide of Palestinians doesn't hurt your chances of holding a high position in government. And in fact, in many cases, it helps. In 2014, Israeli lawmaker Ayelet Shaked wrote an unhinged rant on Facebook, calling all Palestinians enemy combatants and saying their mothers should be killed for giving birth to, quote, little snakes. The next year, she was appointed Minister of Justice by Benjamin Netanyahu. Itamar Ben-Gvir, a lifelong admirer of Meir Kahane, an Arab exterminationist, a man who praised a Jewish settler who killed a Palestinian for throwing a rock at him, a man who was famously acquitted after being criminally charged for chanting death to Arabs, is Israel's current Minister of National Security. He's not some fringe figure either. He's one of the most popular politicians in Israel right now. In the last few days, Israel's been working hard to cast itself as the victim of hatred, the victim of terrorism, the victim of anti-Semitism, that they have no choice but to lay siege to Gaza. But underneath this carefully concocted victim complex is a racist, Jewish supremacist state that's been trying to finish the job that the Nakba started for decades. And really, this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. After all, they're literally cutting off water and electricity to a city of 2 million people right now. Their generals talk openly about flattening Gaza and killing the animals, meaning Palestinians. It's obvious their goal is genocide.
Interesting station, Breakthrough News. Let's check them out.
5 mega corporations own 90% of the media, controlling almost everything we read, watch, and listen to.
We need to get the weapons into the hands of these Ukrainians.
They need a constant flow of stingers, javelins, drones. It's time to support the flag and the commander-in-chief.
Their methods are clear: control the narrative, discredit opposing views, divide, distract, destroy. It's no wonder the majority of people want nothing to do with the news establishment, which pretends to not have an agenda. The corporations might own the media, but they don't own us. We at Breakthrough News are uplifting critical thinkers and voices of resistance from the United States and around the world. We're breaking through the cycle with fact-based investigations and analysis that the mainstream ignores and censors. We report directly from where the working class is fighting back and the empire is being challenged. This is media that takes a side, yours.
Es liegt vieles vor uns, Vieles, wo wir gemeinsam anpacken müssen. Wir wollen Gleichstellung vorantreiben.
Well, Eugene,
Yeah.
I think that something that we should discuss before we wrap this up here is something we opened with, and that is, listen, I understand that people are struggling with the idea of people who are under colonial occupation resisting it. And I think that Claudia made a really good point when she mentioned that war is ugly and the casualties of it are tragic. And it is preventable. However, historically speaking, people who are facing settler colonialism, genocide, ethnic cleansing, a lot of the things that Palestinians are facing, they have stood up and they have been involved in armed struggle. And in some cases, they've managed to liberate themselves. And so I think it's important to raise that history because, a lot of people, we just passed Indigenous Peoples Day, formerly known as, Columbus Day. I think it still is to some people. But, you will see a lot of like liberals and progressives being like, yeah, we support Indigenous rights and settler colonialism was horrible. And we support, the struggle against that and the armed struggle against that because it was like 200 years ago or 500 years ago or whatever. But we support slave revolts. But then the same kinds of people today are just horrified if Palestinians or really anybody under assault by imperialism, occupation, colonialism, whatever, stands up and hits back. So anyways, I know you had some things you wanted to say about that history that, everybody wants to just pretend was like, Indigenous people throwing flowers at white settlers or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you put it in the right context of just coming off Indigenous Peoples Day or weekend, however you want to look at it, here in the United States. And I mean, listen, I mean, obviously the horrors of war are very clear to everyone, and it certainly can look, very callous. But I mean, quite frankly, when you look at this context and this history and why it's important, I mean, these sorts of eruptions and types of resistance are exactly what happens when you have a totally asymmetric power balance where people are completely and totally oppressed, where every single, law or, the treaty or agreement that's supposed to protect them is constantly violated, and when all the most powerful forces on earth seem to be colluding in that violation, leaving them with very little recourse in terms of how they proceed, other than perhaps to resist or just to die. And I think that when we look at the history of the Indigenous peoples, this is something that becomes extraordinarily clear. And I would encourage people really to read the history. I mean, when you look at things like the Powhatan uprising in 1622, which happened in the area of Jamestown, where the Powhatan people whose land was being so heavily encroached upon, they actually started to realize, happened again in the 1640s, by the way, the so-called Third Anglo-Powhatan War, they started to realize, hey, wait a second, these people are not actually here to be our friends. They're trying to take and to steal our land, and they will not leave. And every agreement we've made with them, they've broken. And in those cases, look at it, the Powhatans versus the English in the 1620s and the 1640s, they had no choice but to stand up and to fight back. And when you see what happened to them ultimately and how so many Indigenous people were extinguished and genocided in this country, I think people look back and they say, well, yes, it makes sense. I mean, you should look at the Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in what's now New Mexico, where Pueblo people who were living under this brutal, theocratic Spanish conquistador imposed, reality, where their communities are being totally and completely destroyed. Their culture is being eviscerated. Just before that revolt, a number of their traditional religious leaders just hanged and executed for not being on board with the Catholic theocratic realities. And those people rose up in what is now New Mexico. And yes, they killed many people, and many of them fall into, the case of what we would call civilians, but they also evicted the Spanish from this area for 50 years to protect their cultural heritage and practices that people were coming to destroy in every possible way, and to destroy them along with it if they did not fall in line. And sometimes even when they did fall in line. You look at the Yamasee uprising of Native Americans as well. But you can also look, as you mentioned, at Nat Turner's rebellion. I mean, I think Nat Turner has rightfully become almost the reference point for slave rebellions here in the United States of America, because, what some have deemed the Turner Cataclysm was so shocking to slave owners that it really rearranged the entire political scene of the United States and entered almost like a new phase of the struggle against slavery. And of course, Nat Turner's rebellion was widely hailed by abolitionists, certainly by all Black people living in the North, and by, most Black slaves. But of course, Turner himself said subsequently that they did in fact use indiscriminate violence in the early parts of their raid, and on purpose, because he said they did it to try to strike fear into the hearts of the slave owners. They killed over 50 people in the course of, not that long amount of time. And, they weren't all slave owner, older people or soldiers or whatever. Just read the history and you can see what it is. And of course, when we're talking about the Native Americans, when we're talking about Nat Turner, this was exactly what was said about them at the time, that they're ruthless, that they're bloodthirsty, that they're murderous barbarians, they're animals, that we have to do everything possible to kill them, which is why every uprising of Indigenous peoples in America was then subsequently used by the settlers themselves to increase their level of violence by saying, look at how, these people are so savage and so barbarous. The same thing with the slave uprisings that we saw over and over and over again. The Haitian Revolution is another great example of that. Everything that was being said at the time of the Haitian Revolution towards these Haitian revolutionaries by world public opinion was the same thing. I mean, the term terrorist wasn't in use then, but they're calling people devils and murderous and barbarous and doing the worst things possible. And, all of that was not false. There was a very violent uprising where these slaves, took control of their own lives and their own destinies. But of course, when we look back on that in history, we look back on it differently. We look back on Indigenous Peoples Day and the many positive things that are coming from that. And we say, yes, we need to get rid of, for instance, these racist mascots. And we don't want to celebrate this old cowboys and Indians, old Western shoot 'em up style of American history. And I agree, we should not celebrate that. But we also can't forget that when we think about those old Westerns, and some of us, even when we watch those old Westerns, we think, man, I wish the Indians could win one of these. Well, when the Indians really did win, they were brutally and totally, destroyed from a public opinion standpoint. And then subsequently, physically in the further offensives that went on. But, when the Indians really won, they were all called murderers and the worst possible people ever. And I'm not saying that to be callous. I'm not saying that to both sides of it. But I think that it's very easy to look back in history and say, well, it's 400 years ago. It all seemed justified without putting ourselves in the shoes of where Palestinians are today, where they feel like they are in an extraordinarily similar situation. And I do not disagree with them that they are. I mean, you look at the context of what's going on, the total asymmetrical power relationship that they are in, the fact that every single international law that is supposed to protect them is violated every hour of every day, and no one cares, and the most powerful nations on earth actually collude to make sure that Israel never sees any.
Lass uns gemeinsam Milliarden Plastikflaschen sparen. Du hast es in der Hand. Mach mit Brita den Unterschied. Turn on the change. Turn on the taste.
Schweiz, Welt. Warum ist das Parlament so wichtig? Wie stark sind dort die verschiedenen Parteien vertreten?
The other thing I'll say is Palestine is our generation in South Africa. And if we don't step up boldly and courageously to end the imperialist project that's called Israel, we're doomed.
You remember back in 2020, the BLM riots. Oh, nah, that's not Gaza.
That's not Gaza.
What is this, Minneapolis?
That's Minneapolis.
This is Minneapolis 2020 from Black Lives Matter activists burning it down like it's a freaking war zone.
What's up, y'all? Gerald here, creator of Gospel Chops and your host for this YouTube channel, back with another. And take a side in something that ain't got nothing to do with them. Specifically, Black Lives Matter Chicago chapter released an image after Israel was hit with murderous savages on Saturday who descended on a concert festival.
Who remembers this?
Alan Dershowitz, author of The Case for Israel. Norman Finkelstein, your response.
Well, I appreciate Alan Dershowitz's seriousness, at least in these remarks. I have no intention whatsoever of getting involved in an ad hominem debate with Mr. Dershowitz. I'm interested in the facts. I was asked to come in and discuss his new book. I went home, purchased one copy. In fact, I purchased two copies. I read the book very carefully. I did what someone serious does with a book. I read the text. I went through the footnotes. I went through it very carefully. And there's only one conclusion one can reach, having read the book. And this is a scholarly judgment. It's not an ad hominem attack. Mr. Dershowitz has concocted a fraud. In fact, Mr. Dershowitz has concocted a fraud, which, amazingly, in large parts, he plagiarized from another fraud. I found that pretty shocking. I found it shocking coming from a Harvard professor. I find it shocking coming from any professor.
Now we have to cut off one point. I just want to warn everybody here that although I'm not a litigious person, when you make allegations of plagiarism, when you make allegations of plagiarism, that's a technical term which has great legal implications. I
agree.
And I can't obviously sit quietly by and
you should
accept an allegation
let's look at the evidence.
Of plagiarism.
Let's look at the evidence.
Who's the plagiarism
Okay,
from?
let's look at the evidence. In the first two chapters of your book, you extensively reproduce all of Joan Peters' pages in her book. I read it carefully. In 1984,
show me
I'm going to
sentence.
show you.
Show me one sentence.
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
I think I made available the charts to you.
No, I have no need. You show me nothing.
Composed,
Let's start with that. That's a categorical lie.
Alan,
what you're hearing now on radio is that a claim that Mr. Finkelstein made available to me certain charts.
No,
that is a categorical lie.
No. Okay, Mr. Dershowitz, I think you had about 5 minutes time. I wasn't looking at the clock. If we're going to have a civil debate, you're going to have to remain.
It's not going to be.
You're going to have to. I'm not debating you.
Okay.
I have no interest in you, Mr. Dershowitz. Right. None at all. I'm interested in the scholarship, and I'm interested in the facts, and I'm interested in your book. Now, in 1984, one Joan Peters published a book called From Time Immemorial. The book was universally recognized by serious scholars to be a fraud. Without wanting to toot my own horn, I'm widely recognized as the person who exposed the fraud. I know that book inside out. I read it at least 4 times, and I went through all 1,854 footnotes. I started to read your book, Mr. Dershowitz. I then came to chapter 1, footnotes 10, footnote 11, footnote 12, footnote 13, footnote 14, footnote 15, footnote 16. All of the quotes are from Joan Peters. They are so from Joan Peters that you have a long quote here from Mark Twain on pages 23 to 24. Mm-hmm. I turned to Joan Peters, page 159 to 60. The identical quote from Twain with the ellipses.
Is the Twain quote wrong?
With the ellipses, let me finish, sir. With the ellipses in the same places. the identical quote from Twain with the ellipses in the same places.
It's been widely quoted, as you know.
Really,
Now,
Mr. Dershowitz?
No, what's your point? Is it a correct quote?
Let me finish, Mr. Dershowitz.
I want to ask you a question. Is it a direct? Is it an accurate quote of Twain? Did Twain say
Professor
what I quote him
Dershowitz,
as
the way
saying?
we can have a civilized discussion here is that each person will get a chance to make their point and won't be cut off. So
you have nearly a full-page quote from one William Young, a British consul from May 1839.
Is it an accurate
on page
quote?
8, I'm going to finish, sir. On page 18 of your book, I turn to Joan Peters, page 184, the identical quote with the ellipses. I'm holding it up for the camera. Perhaps they can see. This is the length of the quote.
Is it an accurate quote?
The ellipses in the identical place. Last point. I'm not going to go through chapter 2 where there are 29 plagiarisms from Joan Peters.
Wait, let's be very clear. It's not plagiarism to quote Mark Twain correctly.
Except that you cite Mark Twain and not Joan Peters. I'm a professor, sir. I know what plagiarism is.
And plagiarism is? Well, let's hear your definition of plagiarism.
No, we're not going to get involved in that now.
So you're using a word, you're not going to tell us what you mean by it.
I'm going to give the documentation, and you know what? We'll let everybody else decide for themselves, because the documentation. One last example, and I want to make it very clear. In Joan Peters' book, From Time Immemorial, she coins a phrase. The phrase is turn speak. And she said,
she borrows it from. She borrows it from. Who is it?
I'm sorry.
She attributes it and borrows it.
Sir, I'm sorry. She coins the phrase. You see, you don't know what you're talking about. That's pretty terrible. She coined the phrase "turn speak," and she says she's using it as a play off of George Orwell, which, as all listeners know, used the phrase "newspeak."
Right.
And she coined her own phrase, "turn speak." You go to Mr. Dershowitz's book. He got so confused in his massive borrowings from Joan Peters that on 2 occasions, I'll cite them for those who have a copy of the book, on page 57 and on page 153, he uses the phrase, quote, George Orwell's turn speak. Turn speak is not Orwell, Mr. Dershowitz. You're the Felix Frankfurter Chair at Harvard.
Yes.
You must know that Orwell would never use such a clunky phrase as turn speak.
I like it. I think it's well,
maybe you like it. And evidently, Joan Peters liked it, but George Orwell never heard of it, to the best of my knowledge.
we have to break for stations. Just one sec. We have to wait. Just one sec. We have to break for stations to identify themselves. It's 60 seconds, and when we come back, Professor Dershowitz can respond. We're talking to Professor Alan Dershowitz. He's author of a new book. It's called "The Case for Israel: In Debate with Norman Finkelstein." Among his books, "The Holocaust Industry."
Now, I just want to make one point about Mr. Finkelstein's research. I don't want to get ad hominem. I don't want to get into this debate, but for example, I do quote Mr. Finkelstein. Census, to be sure, once the Arab nations attacked Israel, once the Palestinians attacked Israel, there was a war, and Israel secured more land, which was regularized by a ceasefire in 1949. What Mr. Finkelstein does is he counts that land and says, aha, look at how much they got, and look at the proportion of Jews and Palestinians. That's not the correct demographic to look at. So, we can have reasonable arguments about this, but let's stay away from the ad hominems and get to the merits of the case.
Professor Dershowitz, I'm not a professor at Harvard, but I do.
You seem to resent that a lot.
But I do teach elsewhere. And when we discuss issues like falsifying information, plagiarizing, lifting whole cloth from other books, I've never heard that called ad hominem. For a serious scholar and a serious academic, those are very fundamental issues.
But when they're false,
if they're false, then you dispute them. But to characterize them as ad hominem seems really out of court for a professor.
No, they are ad hominem. You said I don't deserve to teach at Harvard. That sounds pretty ad hominem to me.
Professor Dershowitz, you raised that issue. I'll try to address it, and then we're turning to the substantive issues of your book.
First, tell me why I should teach
I'm going
at
to refer to that.
Okay.
On page 207 of your book, you say that to deliberately misinform, miseducate, and misdirect students is a particularly nasty form of educational malpractice.
Of which I accuse.
Now, I consider what you have done in the book to be a paradigmatic, a quintessential example of misinforming, miseducating, and misdirecting.
So
you go on. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish, Mr. Dershowitz. I've been very respectful of your time. On page 213, you discuss the Holocaust fraud by Robert Faurisson, and you write, quote, there was no extensive historical research, referring to his book.
That's right.
Instead, there was the fraudulent manufacturing of false anti-history.
That's right. And Chomsky wrote, as you know,
please don't bring in Mr. Chomsky. He can defend himself. We're talking about you and your book. It was the kind of deception, referring to Faurisson's book. Now, let me quote clearly, for which professors are rightly fired.
I stand by
Not because their views are controversial. And let me underline this again. But because they are violating the most basic canons of historical scholarship.
Well, let me respond to that.
Now,
you can compare me to Faurisson. You can compare Faurisson made up a story that the Holocaust didn't occur.
I'm referring to your standard. I have no interest in Faurisson now. I'm talking about your standards.
Absolutely.
To miseducate, misinform, and misdirect, to violate the standards of historical scholarship are grounds for expulsion.
Absolutely.
So it's not an ad hominem argument. It's using your standards.
No, it's an ad hominem argument.
I'm going to interrupt here because I want to get to some of the main points of your book. Also, we were intrigued on watching Scarborough Country when you debated Sam Husseini, the offer that you made. We want to just play it for a moment.
Please. I'll tell you what, I will give $10,000 to the PLO in your name if you can find historical fact in my book that you can prove to be false. I issue that challenge. I issue it to you. I issue it to the Palestinian Authority. I issue it to Noam Chomsky. I issue it to Edward Said. Every word in my book is accurate, and you can't just simply say it's false without documenting it. Tell me one thing in the book now that is false.
Okay, let's go to the book, The Case for Israel. $10,000.
Yes. And let me tell you what he came up with. This is really fascinating if you show the rest of the clip. He said on television, I saw a photograph, or I remember it said a videotape, of Israeli soldiers aiming their guns at that, whatever, 12-year-old boy who fell, and it was virtually certain that the bullet had come from a Palestinian gun. In my view, that's not particularly relevant. When a child is caught in a crossfire, it's a tragic death resulting from the crossfire. Which bullet actually hit him was not relevant. But that was the answer that he came up with.
Norman Finkelstein.
Well, first of all, I want to clarify the monetary issue. Is it now $25,000?
It's $25,000 on that issue.
Oh, just on that issue. In general, right. It's $10,000.
And let me be very clear what I said.
I heard it. We just saw it on the tape.
Let me be very clear.
I think it's clear.
I then made it very clear. I said afterward, a material, willful distortion of fact.
Professor Dershowitz, it's on tape. We just saw it.
But we're not talking about a spelling mistake.
Oh, no,
we're not talking about a minor mistake in a footnote. We're talking about a serious material, willful distortion of fact that I deliberately engaged in.
Serious material facts. Let's start. Number one. I'm going to first deal with just concrete facts, which are not particularly controversial, which can easily be confirmed. On page 80 of your book, you write that according to Benny Morris, between April and June,
Benny Morris being an Israeli
historian, I have a copy of his book here, which I'll hold up. 2,000 to 3,000 Palestinians were made refugees during the second stage of the flight. Here's the book in front of you.
Yeah.
Page 256. Can you read what the sentence says?
Well, let me read you what I say in my book. In some areas, Arab commanders.
Please don't read the whole paragraph.
No, I'm just reading. In some, let me put the context. Chomsky says that Morris does not believe that any Arab leaders told the Palestinians to leave. And I say, in some areas, I quote from Morris, in some areas, Arab commanders ordered the villages to evacuate to clear the ground for military purposes to prevent surrender. More than half a dozen villages, etc., were abandoned during these months as a result of such orders. Elsewhere in East Jerusalem and in many villages around the country, the Arab commanders ordered women, old people, and children to be sent away out of harm's way. Indeed, psychological preparation for the removal of the dependents had begun in 47-48, when the Arab High Command and the Arab League had periodically endorsed such a move in contemplating the future of Palestine. And I say, therefore, Chomsky is simply wrong when he says that there's no evidence. And he says, again, at another point, nobody today believes that any of the refugees were told to leave. And so I dispute that by quoting Morris himself.
You seem to have an obsession with Mr. Chomsky, but he's not here. I'm here. Let's look at the next sentence.
I thought I was going to be debating Chomsky today.
Let's look at the next sentence, please, Mr. Dershowitz. This is serious.
I agree with you.
Read the next sentence. Morris estimates, in your book, I have it right in front of me, the next sentence.
Morris estimates that between 2,000 and 3,000 Arabs fled their homes during this phase of the Arab-initiated fighting.
Okay, can you please read what Mr. Morris wrote?
Well, no, you're talking about one.
Please read what he wrote.
If I have the whole book, I will find for you, if you want to take
Norman
time,
Finkelstein, can you, if you want the
3,000 people led during this phase.
Can you read the sentence?
Okay, I'm looking at page 256 of Benny Morris's book, Righteous Victims, A History of the Zionist-Arab Conflict.
He's referring to phase 2 now, the same one as you. Go ahead.
And you're talking about
all together. Yeah.
Altogether, about 200,000 to 300,000 Arabs fled their homes during the second stage of the Exodus.
Between 200,000 and 3,000 and 200,000 and 300,000. Now, you could check this many times, Mr. Dershowitz, but you're really going to have to pay the $10,000. And I hope you allow me to I hope you allow me to earmark it for Janine. I would like to give it to Janine.
What the context is of this.
We're
talking about a variety of
the OJ
phases.
Trial. This is not the OJ trial. We're not going to play a game.
Well,
we're not playing a game now.
Is your point that you're citing that what you're saying, Norm Finkelstein, is in Alan Dershowitz's book, The Case for Israel? He says 2,000 to
3,000, and it's 200,000 to 300,000.
Your response to that?
I argue that 700,000 Arabs.
Don't change the subject, Mr. Dershowitz.
I argue that
phase 2,
700,000 Arabs.
Please don't play this game.
Obviously, the phrase 2,000 to 3,000 Arabs refers either to a sub-phase or is a type of graphical error.
This is why lawyers have a bad reputation. Because you're playing a game now.
Yep, this is Dershowitz, man. I think I'm going to end the stream, guys. Thank you so much for joining in and participating. I'll leave it there. وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد وآله وصحبه. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.